The MaddAddam Trilogy. The story so far. The first two books in the MaddAddam Trilogy are Oryx and Crake and the Year of the Flood. MaddAddam is the third book. One Oryx and Crake. As the story begins, Snowman is living in a tree by the seashore. He believes he is the last true human being left alive after a lethal pandemic has swept the planet. Nearby live the children of Crake, a gentle humanoid species bioengineered by the brilliant Crake, Snowman's one-time best friend and rival for his beloved, the beautiful and enigmatic Oryx. The Crakers are free from sexual jealousy, greed, clothing, and the need for insect repellent and animal protein. All the factors Crake believed had caused not only the misery of the human race, but also the degradation of the planet. The Crakers mate seasonally, when parts of them turn blue. Crake tried to rid them of symbolic thinking and music, but they have an eerie singing style all their own and have developed a religion, with Crake as their creator, Oryx as mistress of the animals, and Snowman as their reluctant prophet. It is he who has led them out of the high-tech Paradise Dome where they were made to their present home beside the ocean. In his pre-plague life, Snowman was Jimmy. His world was divided into the compounds, fortified corporations containing the technocrat elite that controlled society through their collective security arm, the Corps, and the plebeians outside compound walls, where the rest of society lived, shopped, and scammed, in their slums, their suburbs, and their malls. Jimmy's early childhood was spent at organic farms, where his father was working on the Pigoons, transgenic pigs with human material designed for transplants, including kidneys and brain tissue. Later, his father was transferred to Healthwiser, a health and wellness corp. It was at the Healthwiser High School that adolescent Jimmy first met Crake, then known as Glenn. They bonded over internet porn and complex online games. Among these was Extinctathan, run by the cryptic identity MaddAddam. Adam named the living animals, MaddAddam names the dead ones. They learned to access MaddAddam via a chatroom accessible only to trusted grandmasters of the game. Crake and Jimmy lost touch when Crake was accepted at the well-funded Watson Crick Institute, while word guy Jimmy had to make do with the rundown Martha Graham Liberal Arts Academy. Oddly, both Crake's mother and stepfather died of a mysterious illness that caused them to dissolve. Then a bioterrorist group with the codename MaddAddam began using genetically engineered animals and microbes to attack the Corps and the ruling infrastructure. When Jimmy and Crake reconnected years later, Crake was in charge of the Paradise Dome, where he was gene-splicing the Crakers. At the same time, he was developing the Bliss Plus pill, which promised sexual ecstasy, birth control, and prolonged youth. Jimmy was surprised to discover that the names of the scientists at Paradise were identical to the user names in the Extinctathan game. In fact, they were the MaddAddamite bioterrorists, traced by Crake via the chatroom, then promised immunity in exchange for their input at Paradise. But the Bliss Plus pill contained a hidden ingredient, and its launch coincided with the onset of the pandemic that erased humanity. In the chaos that resulted, Oryx and Crake both perished, leaving Jimmy alone with the Crakers. Now, haunted by his memories of dead Oryx and of treacherous Crake, and despairing of his own prospects for survival, an ailing and guilt-ridden Snowman hikes to the Paradise Dome in search of the weapons and supplies he knows are there. En route, he's stalked by escaped Genmod animals, among them the vicious Wolvogs and the giant Pigoons, made crafty by their human brain tissue. Oryx and Crake ends with Snowman's discovery of 3 others who have survived the plague. Should he join them, abandoning the Crakers? Or, knowing the destructive tendencies of his own species, should he kill them? Oryx and Crake ends while Snowman is deciding. To the Year of the Flood. The Year of the Flood takes place during the same years as Oryx and Crake, but is set in the plebeians outside compound walls. The story follows the gods' gardeners, a green religion founded by Adam I. Its leaders, the Adams and the Eves, teach the convergence of nature and scripture, the love of all creatures, the dangers of technology, the wickedness of the core, the avoidance of violence, and the tending of vegetables and bees on plebeian slum rooftops. The story begins in the present, in Gardener year 25, the year of the waterless flood, as the gardeners call the plague. Toby, armed with an archaic rifle, is holed up in the Anuyu spa, watching for other survivors, especially Zeb, the streetwise ex-gardener whom she secretly loves. Violating gardener codes, she shoots one of the Pigoons that have been attacking her kitchen garden. One day she sees a procession of naked people in the distance, headed by a ragged, bearded man. Knowing nothing about Snowman and the Crakers, she believes she is hallucinating. Meanwhile, young Wren is locked inside the quarantine room of Scales and Tails, the strip club where she's been working. Just before the plague, the club was wrecked by Painballers, dehumanized prisoners of the core who have ruthlessly eliminated the other combatants in the paintball arena. Wren knows she will starve to death unless her childhood friend, Amanda, can arrive to unlock the door. Long before, Toby had been rescued from the abusive paintballer Blanco, her boss at the unpleasant Secret Burger stand by the gods' gardeners. She became an Eve, specializing in mushrooms, bees, and potions. Her teacher, Old Pillar, who, like many gardeners, is a bioscience refugee from the core, is secretly still in touch with informants there, including the adolescent Crake. Wren was one of Toby's gardener pupils, along with Amanda, a tough but charismatic plea brat. Wren's mother, Lucerne, had run away from the Healthwiser compound with Zeb, but angered by his failure to commit, she fled the gardeners and returned to Healthwiser when Wren was 13. Teenage Jimmy seduced Wren, but then discarded her. Eventually, she chose to earn her living by dancing at Scales and Tails, the best option available to her. Disagreeing about tactics, Zeb and his supporters split from Adam I's pacifist gardeners to engage in active bioterrorist opposition to the core, using the MaddAddam chatroom as a rendezvous. The remaining gardeners, forced into hiding by the Corpsicorps, continue to prepare for the waterless flood. In the present, year 25, Amanda reaches Scales and manages to free Wren. As they celebrate, 3 of their gardener friends, Shackleton, Crozier, and Oates, arrive, pursued by Blanco and 2 other paintballers. The 5 young people flee, but along the way Wren and Amanda are raped, Amanda is kidnapped, and Oates is murdered. Wren struggles to the Anuyu spa, where Toby nurses her back to health. Then they set out to recover Amanda. After dodging feral Pigoons and dealing with vicious Blanco, they find a group of survivors living in a parquet cob house. Zeb is there with his group of MaddAddamites, so are a few former gardeners. They all believe that Adam I must have survived and are searching for him. Toby and Wren leave on a risky mission to recover Amanda from her paintballer captors. At the seashore, they stumble upon an encampment of strange, partly blue people who have seen 2 human men and a woman. Guessing these must be Amanda and her paintball kidnappers, Toby and Wren discover them just as Snowman, infected and hallucinating, is about to shoot them with his Paradis spray gun. The year of the flood ends with the paintballers tied to a tree while Wren tends to the battered Amanda and the feverish Snowman. As Toby observes the gardener forgiveness feast of St. Julian by serving soup to everyone, the blue-hued children of Crake approach along the shore, singing their eerie music. The story of the egg and of Oryx and Crake and how they made people and animals, and of the chaos, and of Snowman-the-Jimmy, and of the smelly bone and the coming of the 2 bad men in the beginning. You lived inside the egg. That is where Crake made you. Yes, good, kind Crake. Please stop singing or I can't go on with the story. The egg was big and round and white like half a bubble, and there were trees inside it with leaves and grass and berries. All the things you like to eat. Yes, it rained inside the egg. No, there was not any thunder, because Crake did not want any thunder inside the egg. And all around the egg was the chaos with many, many people who were not like you, because they had an extra skin. That skin is called clothes. Yes, like mine. And many of them were bad people who did cruel and hurtful things to one another and also to the animals. Such as, we don't need to talk about those things right now. And Oryx was very sad about that because the animals were her children. And Crake was sad because Oryx was sad. And the chaos was everywhere outside the egg. But inside the egg there was no chaos. It was peaceful there. And Oryx came every day to teach you. She taught you what to eat, she taught you to make fire, she taught you about the animals, her children. She taught you to purr if a person is hurt. And Crake watched over you. Yes, good, kind Crake, please stop singing. You don't have to sing every time. I'm sure Crake likes it, but he also likes this story and he wants to hear the rest. Then one day Crake got rid of the chaos and the hurtful people to make Oryx happy and to clear a safe place for you to live in. Yes, that did make things smell very bad for a while. And then Crake went to his own place up in the sky and Oryx went with him. I don't know why they went. It must have been a good reason. And they left Snowman-the-Jimmy to take care of you, and he brought you to the seashore. And on fish days you caught a fish for him and he ate it. I know you would never eat a fish, but Snowman-the-Jimmy is different, because he has to eat a fish or he would get very sick, because that is the way he is made. Then one day Snowman-the-Jimmy went to see Crake, and when he came back there was a hurt on his foot, and you purred on it, but it did not get better. And then the two bad men came. They were left over from the chaos. I don't know why Crake didn't clear them away. Maybe they were hiding under a bush so he didn't see them. But they'd caught Amanda and they were doing cruel and hurtful things to her. We don't need to talk about those things right now. And Snowman-the-Jimmy tried to stop them. And then I came and Wren and we caught the two bad men and tied them to a tree with a rope. Then we sat around the fire and ate soup. Snowman-the-Jimmy ate the soup and Wren and Amanda. Even the two bad men ate the soup. Yes, there was a bone in the soup. Yes, it was a smelly bone. I know you do not eat a smelly bone, but many of the children of Oryx like to eat such bones. Bobkittens eat them and Rakunks and Pigoons and Liabams. They all eat smelly bones, and bears eat them. I will tell you what a bear is later. We don't need to talk any more about smelly bones right now. And as they were all eating the soup, you came with your torches because you wanted to help Snowman-the-Jimmy because of his hurt foot. And because you could tell there were some women who were blue, so you wanted to mate with them. You didn't understand about the bad men and about why they had a rope on them. It is not your fault they ran away into the forest. Don't cry. Yes, Crake must be very angry with the bad men. Perhaps he will send some thunder. Yes, good, kind Crake, please stop singing. Rope about the events of that evening, the events that set human malice loose in the world again. Toby later made 2 stories. The first story was the one she told out loud to the children of Crake. It had a happy outcome, or as happy as she could manage. The second, for herself alone, was not so cheerful. It was partly about her own idiocy, her failure to pay attention, but also it was about speed. Everything had happened so quickly. She'd been tired, of course. She must have been suffering from an adrenaline plunge. After all, she'd been going strong for 2 days with a lot of stress and not much to eat. The day before, she and Wren had left the safety of the MaddAddam Cobhouse enclave that sheltered the few survivors from the global pandemic that had wiped out humanity. They'd been tracking Wren's best friend, Amanda, and they'd found her just in time because the 2 Painballers who'd been using her had almost used her up. Toby was familiar with the ways of such men. She'd been almost killed by one of them before she'd become a god's gardener. Anyone who'd survived paintball more than once had been reduced to the reptilian brain. Sex until you were worn to a fingernail was their mode. After that, you were dinner. They liked the kidneys. Toby and Wren had crouched in the shrubbery while the Painballers argued over the rakunk they were eating, and whether to attack the Crakers, and what to do next with Amanda. Wren had been scared silly. Toby hoped she wouldn't faint, but she couldn't worry about that because she was nerving herself to fire. Which to shoot first, the bearded one or the short hair? Would the other have time to grab their spray gun? Amanda wouldn't be able to help or even run. They had a rope around her neck, with the other end tied to the leg of the bearded one. A wrong move by Toby, and Amanda would be dead. Then a strange man had shambled out of the bushes, sunburnt and scabby and naked and clutching a spray gun, and had almost shot everyone in sight, Amanda included. But Wren had screamed and run into the clearing, and that had been enough of a distraction. Toby had stepped out, rifle aimed. Amanda had torn free, and the Painballers had been subdued with the aid of some groin kicks and a rock, and tied up with their own rope, and with strips torn from the pink Anuyu Spa top-to-toe sun cover-up that Toby had been wearing. Wren had then busied herself with Amanda, who was possibly in shock, and also with the scabby naked man, whom she called Jimmy. She'd wrapped him up in the rest of the top-to-toe, talking to him softly. It seemed he was a long-ago boyfriend of hers. Now that things were tidier, Toby had felt she could relax. She'd steadied herself with a gardener breathing exercise, timing it to the soothing rhythm of the nearby waves, wish-wash, until her heart had slowed to normal. Then she'd cooked a soup. And then the moon had risen. The rising moon signaled the beginning of the gods' gardener's feast of St. Julian and All Souls, a celebration of God's tenderness and compassion for all creatures. The universe is held in the hollow of his hand, as St. Julian of Norwich taught us in her mystic vision so long ago. Forgiveness must be offered, loving kindness must be practiced, circles must be unbroken. All souls means all, no matter what they may have done, at least from moonrise to moonset. Once the gardener Adams and Eves taught you something, you stayed taught. It would have been next to impossible for her to kill the Painballers on that particular night, butcher them in cold blood, since by that time the two of them were firmly roped to a tree. Amanda and Wren had done the roping. They'd been to gardener school together where they'd done a lot of crafts with recycled materials, so they were proficient at knotwork. Those guys looked like macrame. On that blessed St. Julian's evening, Toby had set the weaponry to one side, her own antiquated rifle and the Painballer's spray gun, and Jimmy's spray gun as well. Then she'd played the kindly godmother, ladling out the soup, dividing up the nutrients for all to share. She must have been mesmerized by the spectacle of her own nobility and kindness. Getting everyone to sit in a circle around the cozy evening fire and drink soup together, even Amanda, who was so traumatized she was almost catatonic, even Jimmy, who was shivering with fever and talking to a dead woman who was standing in the flames, even the two Painballers. Did she really think they would have a conversion experience and start hugging bunnies? It's a wonder she didn't sermonize as she doled out the bone soup. Some for you, and some for you, and some for you. Shed the hatred and viciousness. Come into the circle of light, but hatred and viciousness are addictive. You can get high on them. Once you've had a little, you start shaking if you don't get more. As they were eating the soup, they'd heard voices approaching through the shoreline trees. It was the children of Crake, the Crakers, the strange gene-spliced quasi-humans who lived by the sea. They were filing through the trees, carrying pitch-pine torches and singing their crystalline songs. Toby had seen these people only briefly and in daytime. Gleaming in the moonlight and the torchlight, they were even more beautiful. They were all colors, brown, yellow, black, white, and all heights, but each was perfect. The women were smiling serenely. The men were in full courtship mode, holding out bunches of flowers, their naked bodies like a 14-year-old's comic book rendition of how bodies ought to be, each muscle and ripple defined and glistening. Their bright blue and unnaturally large penises were wagging from side to side like the tails of friendly dogs. Afterwards, Toby could never quite remember the sequence of events, if you could call it a sequence. It had been more like a Cleveland Street brawl, Rapid action, tangled bodies, a cacophony of voices. Where is the blue? We can smell the blue. Look, there is Snowman. He is thin. He is very sick. Ren, oh shit, it's the Crakers. What if they want? Look at their crap. The Craker women spotting Jimmy. Let us help Snowman. He needs us to purr. The Craker men sniffing Amanda. She is the blue one. She smells blue. She wants to mate with us. Give her the flowers. She will be happy. Amanda scared. Stay away. I don't. Ren, help me. 4 large, beautiful, flower-toting naked men close in on her. Toby, get them away from me. Shoot them. The Craker women. She is sick. First we have to purr on her to make her better and give her a fish. The Craker men. She is blue. She is blue. We are happy. Sing to her. The other one is blue also. That fish is for Snowman. We must keep that fish. Ren, Amanda, maybe just take the flowers or they might get mad or something. Toby, her voice thin and ineffectual. Please listen, stand back, you're frightening. What is this? Is this a bone? Several of the women peering into the soup pot. Are you eating this bone? It smells bad. We do not eat bones. Snowman does not eat bones, he eats a fish. Why do you eat a smelly bone? It is Snowman's foot that is smelling like a bone left by vultures. Oh Snowman, we must purr on your foot. Jimmy, feverish. Who are you? Oryx. But you're dead. Everyone's dead. Everyone in the whole world, they're all dead. He starts crying. Do not be sad, oh Snowman, we have come to help. Toby, maybe you shouldn't touch, that's infected. He needs Jimmy. Oh fuck, oh Snowman, do not kick. It will hurt your foot. Several of them begin to purr, making a noise like a kitchen mixer. Ren calling for help. Toby, Toby, hey, let go of her. Toby looks over across the fire. Amanda has disappeared in a flickering thicket of naked male limbs and backs. Ren throws herself into the sprawl and is quickly submerged. Toby, wait, don't stop that. What should she do? This is a major cultural misunderstanding. If only she had a pail of cold water. Muffled cries. Toby rushes to help, but then one of the Painballers, hey you, over here. These ones smell very bad. They smell like dirty blood. Where is the blood? What is this? This is a rope. Why are they tied up with a rope? Snowman showed us rope before when he lived in a tree. Rope is for making his house. Oh Snowman, why is the rope tied to these men? This rope is hurting these ones. We must take it away. A Painballer, yeah, that's right. We're in fucking agony. Groans. Toby, don't touch them. They'll the second Painballer. Fucking hurry up, blue balls, before that old bitch. Toby, no, don't untie those men. Will, but it was already too late. Who knew the Crakers could be so quick with knots? Procession, the 2 men were gone into the darkness, leaving behind them a snarl of rope and a scattering of embers. Idiot, Toby thought, you should have been merciless. Bashed their heads in with a rock, slit their throats with your knife, not even wasted any bullets on them. You were a dimwit and your failure to act verges on criminal negligence. It was hard to see, the fire was fading, but she made a quick inventory. At least her rifle was still there, a small mercy. But the Painballer spray gun was missing. Pinhead, she told herself. So much for your St. Julian and the loving kindness of the universe. Amanda and Ren were clinging to each other and crying, with several of the beautiful Craker women stroking them anxiously. Jimmy had toppled over and was talking to a bed of coals. The sooner they could all get back to the MaddAddam Cobb house, the better, because they were sitting ducks out here in the dark. The Painballers might come back for the remaining weapons, and if that happened, it was already clear to Toby that these Crakers would be no help. Why did you hit me? Crake will be angry. He will send a thunder. If she downed a Painballer, the Crakers would throw themselves between her and the finishing shot. Oh, you have made bang. A man fell down. There is a hole in him. Blood is coming out. He is hurt. We must help him. But even if the Painballers held off for the moment, there were other predators in the forest. The bobkittens, the wolvogs, the liabams, worse, the enormous feral pigs. And now, with the people gone from the cities and roads, who knew how soon the bears would begin to come down from the north? We need to go now, she told the Crakers. Several heads turned, several sets of green eyes were looking at her. Snowman must come with us. The Crakers all started talking at once. Snowman must stay with us. We must put Snowman back into his tree. That is what he likes a tree. Yes, only he can talk with Crake. Only he can tell the words of Crake about the egg, about the chaos, about Oryx who made the animals, about how Crake made the chaos go away. Good, kind Crake, they began singing. We need to get medicine, said Toby desperately. Otherwise Snowman might die. Blank stares. Did they even understand what dying was? What is a Jimmy? Puzzled frowns. She'd made an error, wrong name. Jimmy is another name for Snowman. Why? Why is it another name? What does a Jimmy mean? This seemed to interest them much more than death. Is it the pink skin on Snowman? I want a Jimmy too. This last from a small boy. How to explain? Jimmy is a name. Snowman has two names. His name is Snowman-the-Jimmy. Yes, said Toby, because it was now. Snowman-the-Jimmy, they repeated to one another. Why are there two? One asked, but the others had switched their attention to the next bewildering word. What is medicine? Medicine is something to help Snowman-the-Jimmy get better, she ventured. Smiles, they liked that idea. Then we will come too, said the one who seemed in charge, a tall, brownish-yellow man with a Roman nose. We will carry Snowman-the-Jimmy. Two of the Craker men lifted Jimmy easily. Toby was alarmed by his eyes, by the thin slits of white shining between his lids. Flying, he said as the Crakers swung him into the air. Toby found Jimmy's spray gun and gave it to Wren to carry, clicking the safety on first. The girl didn't know how to use the thing, why would she? But it would be sure to come in handy later on. She'd assumed that only the two Craker volunteers would come back to the Cobb house, but the whole crowd tagged along, children included. They all wished to be close to Snowman. The men took turns carrying him. The rest held their torches high, singing from time to time in their eerie water-glass voices. Four of the women walked with Wren and Amanda, patting them and touching their arms or hands. Oryx will take care of you, they said to Amanda. Don't let any of those blue dicks fucking touch her again, said Wren to them fiercely. What is blue dicks? They asked, bewildered. What is fucking touch? Just don't or else, said Wren, or it's trouble. Oryx will make her happy, said the women, though they sounded unsure. What is trouble? I'm okay, said Amanda faintly to Wren. What about you? You are not fucking okay. Let's just get you back to where the MaddAddams are, said Wren. They've got beds and a water pump and everything. We can clean you up. Jimmy too. Jimmy, said Amanda. That's Jimmy. I thought he'd be dead like everyone else. Yeah, so did I, but a lot of people aren't. Well, some people. Zeb's not, and Rebecca and you and me and Toby, and where did those two guys go? Said Amanda. The Painballers. I should V-brain them when I had the chance. She laughed a little, blowing off pain in her old plebrat way. How far is it? She said. They can carry you, said Wren. No, I'm fine. Moths fluttered around the torches, overhead leaves riffled in the night breeze. How long did they walk? To Toby it seemed like hours, but time is unclear in moonlight. They were heading west through the Heritage Park. Behind them the sound of the waves receded. Though there was a path, she was unsure of the way, but the Crakers appeared to know where they were going. She listened for sounds off among the trees, a footfall, a stick cracking, a grunt, keeping herself to the rear of the procession, her rifle at the ready. There was a croaking, a chirp or two, some amphibian, a night bird stirring. She was conscious of the darkness at her back. Her shadow stretched huge, blending with the deeper shadows behind. Finally they reached the Cobb House enclave. A single light bulb was burning in the yard. Behind the barrier fence, Crozier and Manatee and Tamara were standing sentry with their spray guns, wearing battery-run headlamps gleamed from a bike shop. Wren ran forward. It's us, she called. It's okay, we found Amanda. Crozier's headlamp bobbed as he opened the gate. Way to go, he shouted. Great, I'll tell the others, said Tamara. She hurried off to the main building. Crows, we did it, Wren said. She threw her arms around him, dropping the spray gun she'd been carrying, and he lifted her, twirled her around, and kissed her. Then he set her down. Hey, where'd you get the spray gun? He said. Wren started crying. I thought they'd kill us, she said. Them the two, but you should have seen Toby. She was so badass. She had her old gun, and then we hit them with rocks, and then we tied them up, but then, wow, said Manatee, surveying the Crakers who were crowding in through the gate, talking among themselves. It's the Paradise Dome Circus. So these are them, right? Said Crozier. The creepo-naked people Crake made, the ones who live down by the shore. I don't think you should call them creepo, said Wren. They can hear you. It wasn't only Crake, said Manatee. All of us worked on them at the Paradise Project. Me, Swift Fox, Ivory Bill. Why do they come with you? Said Crozier. What do they want? They're only trying to help, said Toby. Suddenly she was very tired. All she wanted to do was stumble into her cubicle and conk out. Has anyone else been here? Zeb had left the Cobb house at the same time she did, on a search for Adam 1 and any of the gods' gardeners who might have survived. She wanted to know if he'd returned, but she didn't want to be obvious about it. Pining was whining, as the gardeners used to say, and she'd never worn her heart anywhere near her sleeve. Only those pigs again, said Crozier. Trying to dig under the garden fence. We shone the lights on them and they ran off. They know what a spray gun is. Ever since we turned a couple of them into bacon, said Manatee. Frankenbacken, considering their splices, I still feel kind of weird about eating them. They've got human neocortex tissue. I hope Crake's Frankenpeople aren't moving in with us, said a blonde woman who'd come out of the main Cobb building with Tamara. Toby recognized her from the brief time she'd spent at the Cobb house before her search for Amanda, Swift Fox. She must have been over 30, but she was wearing what looked like a 12-year-old's ruffle-edged nightie. Now where had she picked that up? Toby wondered. Some looted Hottentots or $100 store. You must be exhausted, Tamara said to Toby. I don't know why you brought them with you, said Swift Fox. There's too many of them, we can't feed them. We won't have to, said Manatee. They eat leaves, remember. That's how Crake designed them, so they'd never need agriculture. Right, said Swift Fox. You worked on that module, me I did the brains, the frontal lobes, the sensory input modifications. I tried to make them less boring, but Crake wanted no aggression, no jokes even. They're walking potatoes. They're really nice, said Wren. Anyway, the women are. I suppose the males wanted to mate with you, they'll do that. Just don't make me talk to them, said Swift Fox. I'm going back to bed. Night all, have fun with the vegetables. She yawned and stretched, then sauntered slowly away. Why, she's so crabby, said Manatee. She's been like that all day. Hormones is my guess, said Crozier. Check out the nightie, though. Too small on her, said Manatee. You noticed, said Crozier. Maybe she has other reasons for being crabby, said Wren. Women sometimes do, you know. Sorry, said Crozier, putting his arm around her. 4 of the Craker men detached themselves from the group and began to follow Swift Fox, blue penises waving back and forth. Somewhere they'd picked more flowers. They were starting to sing. No, said Toby sharply, as if to dogs. Stay here, with Snowman-the-Jimmy. How to make it clear to them that, even with the aid of floral display and serenading and penis-swagging, they couldn't just pile on to any young non-Craker woman who smelled available to them. But they'd already disappeared around the corner of the main house. The 2 Craker carriers lowered Jimmy down. He slumped limply against their knees. Where will Snowman-the-Jimmy be? They asked. Where can we purr for him? He'll need to be in a room by himself, said Toby. We'll find a bed for him and then I'll get the medicine. We will come with you, they said. We will purr. They picked Jimmy up again, making a chair for him with their arms. The others crowded around. Not all of you, said Toby. He needs to be quiet. He can have Crow's room, said Wren. Can't he, Crow's? Who's that? Said Crozier, peering at Jimmy, whose head was lolling to one side, who was drooling into his beard, who was scratching fitfully at himself with one filthy hand through the pink fabric of the top to toe, and who noticeably stank. Where'd you drag him in from? Why's he wearing pink? He looks like a fucking ballerina. It's Jimmy, said Wren. Remember I told you, my old boyfriend. The one who messed you over. From high school, that child molester. Don't be like that, said Wren. I wasn't really a child, he's got a fever. Don't go, said Jimmy. Come back to the tree. You're sticking up for him after how he dumped you. Yeah, right, but he's kind of a hero now, said Wren. He helped save Amanda. He almost, died. Amanda, said Crows. I don't see her. Where is she? She's over here, said Wren, pointing to the group of Craker women surrounding Amanda, stroking her and purring gently. They moved aside to let Wren into their circle. That's Amanda, said Crozier. No shit, she looks like. Don't say it, said Wren, putting her arms around Amanda. She'll look a lot better tomorrow or next week anyway. Amanda started to cry. She's gone, said Jimmy. She flew away, Pigoons. Cripes, said Crozier. This is fucking weird. Crows, everything is fucking weird, said Wren. Okay, right, I'm sorry, I'm almost off sentry. I think I should help Toby, said Wren. At this moment. Looks like I sleep on the ground since that fuckwit's tagged my bed, Crows said to Manatee. Please grow up, said Wren. That's all we need, thought Toby. Loves young squabbles. They carried Jimmy into Crow's cubicle and laid him down on the bed. Toby asked 2 Craker women and Wren to aim the flashlights she'd got from the kitchen. Then she found her medical materials on the shelf where she'd left them before setting off to find Amanda. She did all she could for Jimmy, a sponge bath to get off the worst of the dirt, honey applied to the superficial cuts, mushroom elixir for the infection, then poppy and willow for the pain and for a restful sleep, and the small gray maggots applied to the foot wound to nibble off the infected flesh. Judging from the smell, the maggots were just in time. What are those? Said one of the 2 Craker women, the tall one. Why do you put those little animals on Snowman-the-Jimmy? Are they eating him? It tickles, said Jimmy. His eyes were half open, the poppy was taking effect. Oryx sent them, said Toby. That seemed to be a good answer because they smiled. They are called maggots, she continued. They are eating the pain. What does the pain taste like, oh Toby? Should we eat the pain too? If we ate the pain, that would help Snowman-the-Jimmy. The pain smells very bad. Does it taste good? She should avoid metaphors. The pain tastes good only to the maggots, she said. No, you should not eat the pain. Will he be okay? Wren said. Has he got gangrene? I hope not, said Toby. The 2 Craker women placed their hands on him and began to purr. Falling, said Jimmy. Butterfly, she's gone. Wren bent over him, brushed his hair back from his forehead. Go to sleep, Jimmy, she said. We love you. Cobb House morning. Toby dreams that she's in her little single bed at home. Her stuffed lion is on the pillow beside her, and her big shaggy bear that plays a tune. Her antique piggy bank is on her desk, and the tablet she uses for her homework and her felt-tip crayons and her daisy-skinned cell phone. From the kitchen comes the sound of her mother's voice, calling, her father answering, the smell of eggs frying. Inside this dream, she's dreaming of animals. One is a pig, though 6-legged. Another is cat-like with compound eyes like a fly. There's a bear as well, but it has hooves. These animals are neither hostile nor friendly. Now the city outside is on fire. She can smell it. Fear fills the air. Gone, gone, says a voice like a bell tolling. One by one, the animals come towards her and begin to lick her with their warm, raspy tongues. At the edge of sleep, she gropes towards the retreating dream, the burning city, the messengers sent to warn her. That the world has been changed utterly, that the familiar is long dead, that everything she used to love has been swept away. As Adam 1 used to say, the fate of Sodom is fast approaching. Suppress regret. Avoid the pillar of salt. Don't look back. She wakes to find a maher licking her leg, a red head, its long human hair braided into pigtails, each with a string bow. Some sentimentalist among the MaddAddamites has been at work. It must have got out of the pen where they're keeping them. Move it, she says to it, shoving it gently with her foot. It gives her a look of addled reproach. They're none too bright, the mahars, and clatters out through the doorway. We could use some doors around here, she thinks. The morning light is filtering in through the piece of cloth that's been hung over the window in a futile attempt to keep out the mosquitoes. If only they could find some screens. But they'd have to install window frames because the Cobb house wasn't built to be lived in. It had been a parquet staging pavilion for fairs and parties, and they're squatting in it now because it's safe. It's away from the urban rubble, the deserted streets and random electrical fires and the buried rivers that are welling up now that the pumps have failed. No collapsing building can fall down on it, and as it's only 1 story high, it's unlikely to fall down on itself. She untwists herself from the damp morning sheet and stretches her arms, feeling for sprains and tightness. She's almost too tired to get up. Too tired, too discouraged, too angry with herself over last night's fireside fiasco. What will she tell Zeb when he gets back? Supposing he does get back. Zeb is resourceful, but he's not invulnerable. She can only hope that he's been more successful with his quest than she has been with hers. There's a chance that some of the gods' gardeners have survived because if anyone would know how to wait out the pandemic that killed almost everyone else, it would be them. During all the years that she spent with them, first as their guest, then as an apprentice, and finally as a high-ranking Eve, they'd planned for catastrophe. They'd built hidden places of refuge and stocked them with supplies. Honey, dried soybeans and mushrooms, rose hips, elderberry compote, preserves of various kinds. Seeds to plant in the new, cleansed world they believed would come. Perhaps they'd waited the plague out in one of these refuges, one of their sheltering Ararats, where they hoped they'd be safe while riding out what they termed the waterless flood. God had promised after the Noah incident that he'd never use the water method again, but considering the wickedness of the world he was bound to do something. That was their reasoning. But where will Zeb look for them? Out there among the ruins of the city. Where to even begin? Visualize your strongest desire, the gardeners used to say, and it will manifest, which doesn't always work or not as intended. Her strongest desire is to have Zeb come back safe, but if he does, she'll have to face up once again to the fact that she's neutral territory as far as he's concerned. Nothing emotional, no sexiness there, no frills. A trusted comrade and foot soldier, reliable Toby, so competent, that's about it. And she'll have to admit her failure to him. I was a cretin. It was St. Julian's, I couldn't kill them. They got away, they took a spray gun. She won't snivel, she won't cry, she won't give excuses. He won't say much, but he'll be disappointed in her. Don't be too harsh on yourself, Adam, one used to say in his patient, blue-eyed way. We all make mistakes. True, she replies to him now, but some mistakes are more lethal than others. If Zeb gets killed by one of the Painballers, it will be her fault. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She feels like whacking her head against the cob house wall. She can only hope the Painballers were spooked enough to run very far away. But will they stay away? They'll need food. They might scavenge some quasi-food in the deserted houses and shops from whatever hasn't moldered or been eaten by rats or looted months ago. They may even blast a few animals, a rakunk, a green rabbit, a liabem, but after they use up their cell-pack ammunition, they'll need more. And they know the MaddAddam cob house will have some. Sooner or later, they'll be tempted to attack at the weakest link. They'll grab a Craker child and offer to swap, as they tried to swap Amanda earlier. It will be spray guns and cell packs they'll want, with a young woman or two thrown in Wren or Lodi's Blue or White Sedge or Swift Fox. Not Amanda, they've already expended her. Or a Craker female in Heat, why not? It would be a novelty for them, a woman with a bright blue abdomen, not the best conversationalists, those Crakers, but the Painballers won't care about that. They'll demand Toby's rifle too. The Crakers would think it was just a matter of sharing. They want the stick thing. It would make them happy. Why are you not giving it to them, oh Toby? How to explain that you can't hand over a murder weapon to a murderer? The Crakers wouldn't understand murder because they're so trusting. They'd never imagine that anyone would rape them. What is rape? Or slit their throats, oh Toby, why? Or slash them open and eat their kidneys, but Oryx would not allow it. Suppose the Crakers hadn't untied those knots. What had she intended to do? Would she have marched the Painballers back to the cob house, then kept them penned up until Zeb got back and took over and did the necessary thing? He'd have held some sort of perfunctory discussion. Then there would have been a double hanging. Or maybe he'd have skipped the preliminaries and just hit them with a shovel, saying, "Why dirty a rope?" The end result would be the same as if she'd snuffed the two of them immediately, right then and there at the campfire. Enough of such dour stock-taking. It's morning. She has to cut out these daydreams in which Zeb performs decisive leadership acts that she ought to have performed herself. She needs to get up, go outside, join the others. Repair what can't be repaired, mend what can't be mended, shoot what needs to be shot. Hold the fort. Breakfast, she swings her legs off the bed, sets her feet on the floor, stands. Her muscles hurt, her skin feels like sandpaper, but it's not so bad once you're up. She chooses a bedsheet, lavender with blue dots, from the selection on her shelf. There's a pile of sheets in every cubicle, like towels in a hotel of old. Her pink top-to-toe from the Anu spa is in rags and may be infected with whatever it is Jimmy might have. She'll need to burn it. When she gets the time, she'll sew a few of the sheets together, with arms and a hood, but meanwhile she drapes the lavender sheet around herself toga style. There's no shortage of bedsheets. The MaddAddamites have gleaned enough of them from the city's deserted buildings to last a while, and they also have a stash of pants and t-shirts for heavy work. But the sheets are cooler and one size fits all, so they're the MaddAddamite attire of choice. When the bedsheets are used up, they'll have to think of something else, but that won't happen for years, decades. If they live that long, a mirror is what she needs. Hard to know how much of a wreck she is without one. Maybe she'll be able to get mirrors onto the next gleaning list. Those and toothbrushes. She slings her knapsack with her healthcare items over one shoulder. The maggots, the honey, the mushroom elixir, the willow and poppy. She'll tend to Jimmy first thing, supposing he's still alive. But only after she's had some breakfast. She can't face the day, much less Jimmy's festering foot, on an empty stomach. Then she picks up her rifle and steps out into the full glare of morning. Although it's still early, the sun's already burning white. She hoists one end of her bedsheet over her head for protection, checks out the Cobb house yard. The red-headed Maher, still at large, is eyeing the vegetables through the kitchen garden fence while chewing on some kudzu. Its friends in the Maher pen are bleating at it. Silver Mahers, blue ones, green ones and pink ones, brunettes and blondes, the full range of colors. Hair today, Maher tomorrow, went the ad when the creatures had first been launched. Toby's present-day hair is a Maher transplant. She didn't used to be so raven-hued. Maybe that was why the Maher had come into her cubicle to lick her on the leg. It wasn't the salt, it was the faint smell of lanolin. It thought she was a relative. Just so long as I don't get jumped by one of the rams, she thinks. She'll have to watch herself for signs of sheepishness. Rebecca must be up by now, dealing with breakfast issues over at the cooking shack. Maybe she's got some floral-scented shampoo tucked away in her supply room. Over near the garden, Wren and Lodi's Blue are sitting in the shade, deep in conversation. Amanda is sitting with them, staring off into the distance. Fallow state, the gardeners would say. They use that diagnosis for a wide range of conditions, from depression to post-traumatic stress to being permanently stoned. The theory was that while in a fallow state you were gathering and conserving strength, nourishing yourself through meditation, sending invisible rootlets out into the universe. Toby really hopes this is true of Amanda. She'd been such a lively child in Toby's class at the Gardner School, back there on the Edencliff rooftop garden. When was that? 10, 15 years ago. Amazing how quickly the past becomes idyllic. Ivory Bill and Manatee and Tamara are fortifying the boundary fence. In daylight it looks flimsy, permeable. Onto the skeleton of the old ornamental ironwork paling they've attached an assortment of materials. Lengths of wire fencing interwoven with duct tape, a mixture of poles, a row of pointed sticks with their ends set in the ground and the points facing out. Manatee is adding more sticks. Ivory Bill and Tamara are on the other side of the fence with shovels. They appear to be filling in a hole. "Morning," says Toby. "Take a look at this," says Manatee. "Something was trying to tunnel under last night. Sentries didn't see them, they were chasing those pigs off at the front." "Any tracks?" said Toby. "We think it was maybe more of those pigs," Tamara says. "Smart, distracting attention, then trying a sneaky dig. Anyway, they didn't get in." Beyond the boundary fence there's a semicircle of male Crakers, evenly spaced, facing outward, peeing in unison. A man in a striped bedsheet who looks like Crozier, in fact, it is Crozier, is standing with them, joining in the group pee in. What next? Is Crozier going native? Will he shed his clothes, take up a cappella singing, grow a huge penis that turns blue in season? If the first two items were the price of entry for the third, he'd do it in a shot. Soon every single human male among the MaddAddamites will be yearning for one of those. And once that starts, how long before the rivalries and wars break out with clubs and sticks and stones? And then, get a grip, Toby, she tells herself. Don't borrow trouble. You really, really, really need some coffee. Any kind of coffee, dandelion root, happy cuppa, black mud if that's all there is. And if there were any booze, she'd drink that too. A long dining room table has been set up beside the cooking shack. There's a shade sail deployed above it, gleaned from some deserted backyard. All the patios must be derelict now, the swimming pools cracked and empty or clogged with weeds, the broken kitchen windows invaded by the probing green snoutlets of vines. Inside the houses, nests in the corners made from chewed-up carpets, wriggling and squeaking with hairless baby rats, termites mining through the rafters, bats hawking for moths in the stairwells. Once the tree roots get in, Adam one had been fond of saying to the gardener inner circle, once they really take hold, no human-built structure stands a chance. They'll tear a paved road apart in a year. They'll block the drainage culverts, and once the pumping systems fail, the foundations will be eaten away, and no force on earth will be able to stop that kind of water. And then, when the generating stations catch fire or short out, not to mention the nuclear, then you can kiss your morning toast goodbye, Zeb had once added to this litany. He'd just blown in from one of his mysterious courier missions. He looked battered and his black pleather jacket was ripped. Urban bloodshed limitation was one of the subjects he taught the gardener kids, but he didn't always practice it. Yeah, we know we're doomed. Any hope of some elderberry pie around here? I'm starving. Zeb did not always show a proper reverence towards Adam one. Speculations about what the world would be like after human control of it ended had been, long ago, briefly, a queasy form of popular entertainment. There had even been online TV shows about it. Computer-generated landscape pictures with deer grazing in Times Square, serves us right finger-wagging, earnest experts lecturing about all the wrong turns taken by the human race. There was only so much of that people could stand, judging from the ratings, which spiked and then plummeted as viewers voted with their thumbs, switching from imminent wipeout to real-time contests about hot dog swallowing if they liked nostalgia, or to sassy best girlfriends comedies if they liked stuffed animals, or to mixed martial arts felony fights if they liked bitten-off ears, or to nighty-night live-streamed suicides or hot-hots kiddie porn or heads-off real-time executions if they were truly jaded. All of it so much more palatable than the truth. You know, I've always sought the truth, said Adam one that time, in the aggrieved tone he sometimes adopted with Zeb. He didn't use this tone with anyone else. Yeah, right, I do know that, said Zeb. Seek and ye shall find eventually, and you found. You're right, I don't dispute that. Sorry, chewing with my mind full. Stuff comes out my mouth. And that tone said, this is the way I am. You know that, suck it up. If only Zeb were here, thinks Toby. She has a quick flash of him disappearing under a cascade of glass shards and chunks of cement as another burnt-out high-rise crashes down, or howling as a chasm opens under his feet and he plummets into an underground torrent no longer controlled by pumps and sewers, or humming carelessly as from behind him appears an arm, A hand, a face, a rock, a knife. But it's too early in the morning to think like that. Also, it's no use. So she tries to stop. Around the table is a collection of random chairs. Kitchen, plastic, upholstered, swivel. On the tablecloth, a rosebud and bluebird motif are plates and glasses, some already used, and cups and cutlery. It's like a surrealist painting from the 20th century. Every object ultra-solid, crisp, hard-edged, except that none of them should be here. But why not, thinks Toby. Why shouldn't they be here? Nothing in the material world died when the people did. Once there were too many people and not enough stuff. Now it's the other way around. But physical objects have shucked their tethers, mine, yours, his, hers, and have gone wandering off on their own. It's like the aftermath of those riots they used to show in documentaries of the early 21st century, when kids would join phone swarms and then break windows and mob shops and grab stuff, and what you could have was limited only by what you could carry. And so it is now, she thinks. We have laid claim to these chairs, these cups and glasses, we've lugged them here. Now that history is over, we're living in luxury as far as goods and chattels go. The plates look antique, or at least expensive. But now she could break the whole set and it wouldn't cause a ripple anywhere but in her own mind. Rebecca emerges from the kitchen cooking shack with a platter. "Sweetheart," she says, "you made it back, and they told me you found Amanda too, 5 stars. "She's not in the best shape," says Toby. "Those 2 painballers almost killed her, and then last night I'd say she's in shock, fallow state. Rebecca's old gardener, so she'll understand fallow. She's tough," says Rebecca. "She'll mend." "Maybe," says Toby. "Let's hope she's disease-free and no internal injuries. I guess you heard the painballers got away. They took a spray gun too. I really messed up on that." "Win some, lose some," says Rebecca. "I can't tell you how cheered up I am that you're not dead. I thought those 2 scumbags would kill you for sure, and Ren too. I was worried sick. But here you are, though I have to say you look like shit." "Thanks," says Toby. "Nice china. Dig in, sweetie. Pig in 3 forms, bacon, ham, and chops." It hadn't taken them long to backslide on the gardener vegavows, thinks Toby. Even Jelak Rebecca is having no problems with the pork. Burdock root, dandelion greens, dog ribs on the side. "If I keep it up with the animal protein, I'm going to get even fatter than I am." "You're not fat," says Toby. Though Rebecca has always been solid, even back when they'd worked together slinging meat at Secret Burgers before they turned gardener. "I love you too," says Rebecca. "Okay, I'm not fat. Those glasses are real crystal, I'm enjoying it. Cost a mint, this stuff did once. Remember at the gardener's, vanity kills, Adam 1 used to tell us, so it was earthenware or die. Though I can see the day coming when we're not gonna be bothered with dishes anymore. We'll just eat with our hands. There is a place in even the purest and most dedicated life for simple elegance," says Toby. "As Adam 1 also used to tell us." "Yeah, but sometimes that place is the trash can," says Rebecca. "I've got a whole stack of lap-sized linen table napkins, and I can't iron them because there's no iron, and that really bugs me." She sits down, forks a piece of meat onto her plate. "I'm glad you're not dead too," says Toby. "Any coffee?" "Yeah, if you can ignore the burnt twigs and roots and crap. There's no caffeine in it, but I'm counting on the placebo effect. I see you brought a whole mob back with you last night. Those, what would you call them anyway?" "They're people," says Toby, "or I think they're people," she adds to herself. "They're Crakers, that's what the MaddAddam bunch calls them, and I guess they should know." "They're definitely not like us," says Rebecca. "No way close. That little pisher Crake, talk about fouling up the sandbox. They want to be near Jimmy," says Toby. "They carried him back here." "Yeah, I heard that part," says Rebecca. "Tamara enlightened me, they should go back to wherever they live." "They say they need to purr on him," says Toby. "On Jimmy." "Excuse me, do what on him?" says Rebecca with a small snort of laughter. "Is that one of their weird sex things?" Toby sighs. "It's hard to explain," she says. "You have to see it." Hammock after breakfast, Toby goes over to take a look at Jimmy. He's suspended between two trees in a makeshift hammock fashioned from duct tape and rope. Over his legs is a child's comforter with a pattern of cats playing fiddles, laughing puppies, dishes with faces on them holding hands with grinning spoons, and cows with bells around their necks jumping over moons that are leering at their udders. Just what you need when you're hallucinating, thinks Toby. 3 Crakers, 2 women and a man, are sitting beside Jimmy's hammock on chairs that may once have belonged with the dining table, dark wood, with retro lyre backs and yellow and brown striped satiny upholstery. The Crakers look wrong on these chairs, but they also look pleased with themselves, as if they're doing something quietly adventurous. Their bodies gleam like gold-threaded spandex. Huge pink kudzu moths are fluttering around their heads in living halos. They're preternaturally beautiful, thinks Toby. Unlike us, we must seem subhuman to them with our flapping extra skins, our aging faces, our warped bodies, too thin, too fat, too hairy, too knobbly. Perfection exacts a price, but it's the imperfect who pay it. Each of the Crakers has one hand on Jimmy. They're purring, the hum gets louder as Toby walks over to them. "Greetings, oh Toby," says the taller of the 2 women. How do they know her name? They must have listened more carefully than she'd thought last night. And how should she reply? What are their own names, and is it polite to ask? "Greetings," she says. "How is Snowman-the-Jimmy today?" "He is growing stronger, oh Toby," says the shorter woman. The others smile. "Jimmy does look somewhat better. He's pinker, he's cooler, and he's sound asleep. They've fixed him up, tidied his hair, cleaned his beard. On his head is a battered red baseball cap, on his wrist a round watch with a blank face. A pair of sunglasses with one eye missing is perched awkwardly on his nose." "Maybe he'd be more comfortable without those things on him," says Toby, indicating the hat and the sunglasses. "He must have those things," says the man. "Those are the things of Snowman-the-Jimmy." "He needs them," says the shorter woman. "Crake says he must have them. See, here is the thing for listening to Crake." She lifts the arm with the watch on it. "And he sees Crake with this," says the man, pointing to the sunglasses. "Only he." Toby wants to ask what the hat is for, but she refrains. "Why have you moved him outside?" she asks. "He did not like it in that dark place," says the man. "In there." He nods towards the house. "Snowman-the-Jimmy can travel better out here," says the taller woman. "He's traveling," says Toby. "While he's asleep." Could they be describing some dream they imagine Jimmy is dreaming? "Yes," says the man, "he is traveling to here. He is running, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes walking because he is tired. Sometimes the pig ones are chasing him because they do not understand. Sometimes he is climbing into a tree," says the shorter woman. "When he gets to here he will wake up," says the man. "Where was he when he started this traveling?" says Toby cautiously. She doesn't want to convey disbelief. "He was in the egg," says the taller woman. "Where we were in the beginning. He was with Crake and with Oryx. They came out of the sky to meet with him in the egg and to tell him more of the stories so he can tell them to us. That is where the stories come from," says the man. "But the egg is too dark now. Crake and Oryx can be there, but Snowman-the-Jimmy cannot be there anymore." The 3 of them smile warmly at Toby, as if certain she's understood every word they've said. "May I look at Snowman-the-Jimmy's hurt foot?" she asks politely. They have no objection, though they keep their hands in place and continue with their purring. Toby checks the maggots underneath the cloth she wrapped around Jimmy's foot the night before. They're busily at work, cleaning up the dead flesh. The swelling and oozing are diminishing. This batch of maggots is nearing maturity. She'll have to get hold of some rotting meat tomorrow, leave it in the sun, attract flies, create new maggots. "Snowman-the-Jimmy is coming closer to us," says the short woman. "Then he will tell us the stories of Crake as he always did when he was living in his tree, but today you must tell them to us." "Me," says Toby, "but I don't know the stories of Crake." "You will learn them," says the man. "It will happen, because Snowman-the-Jimmy is the helper of Crake and you are the helper of Snowman-the-Jimmy. That is why. You must put on this red thing," says the shorter woman. "It is called a hat." Yes, a hat, says the tall woman. In the evening when it is moth time. You will put this hat of Snowman-the-Jimmy on your head and listen to this shiny round thing that you put on your arm. Yes, says the other woman, nodding. And then the words of Crake will come out of your mouth. That is how Snowman-the-Jimmy would do it. See, says the man. He points to the lettering on the hat, red socks. Crake made this. He will help you. Oryx will help too if the story has an animal in it. We will bring a fish when it is getting dark. Snowman-the-Jimmy always eats a fish because Crake says he must eat it. Then you will put on the hat and listen to this Crake thing and say the stories of Crake. Yes, how Crake made us in the egg and cleared away the chaos of bad men. How we left the egg and walked here with Snowman-the-Jimmy because there were more leaves for us to eat. You will eat the fish, and then you will say the stories of Crake, as Snowman-the-Jimmy always did, says the shorter woman. They look at her with their uncanny green eyes and smile reassuringly. They seem entirely confident of her abilities. What are my choices? Thinks Toby. I can't say no. They may get disappointed and go away by themselves back to the beach where the Painballers can grab them. They'd be easy prey, especially the children. How can I let that happen? All right, she says. I will come in the evening. I will put on the hat of Jimmy, I mean Snowman-the-Jimmy, and tell you the stories of Crake. And listen to the shiny thing, says the man, and eat the fish. It seems to be a ritual. Yes, all of that, says Toby. Shit, she thinks. I hope they cook the fish. Story. While gathering up the breakfast dishes, Rebecca thought she saw a grim hatchet face looking at her from under the trees. It seems to have been a false alarm, thinks Toby. No Painballers appeared, and even better, no spray gun holes opened in Rebecca, and no Craker child was yanked screaming into the shrubbery. Still, everyone's tense. Toby asks the Craker mothers to move closer to the Cobb house. When they look puzzled, she tells them it's a message from Oryx. The day unscrolls without incident. No travelers return, no Shackleton, no Black Rhino or Catcherow, no Zeb. Toby spends the rest of the morning in the kitchen garden digging and weeding, a mindless exercise that calms her and fills the time. There are some chickpeas beginning to sprout and spinach leaves thrusting up and the feathery tops of carrots. Her rifle is propped nearby. Crozier and Zunzincito herd the mahars out of their paddock so they can graze. Both carry spray guns. In a painballer confrontation, they'd have the advantage, 2 weapons against 1, unless they were taken by surprise. Toby hopes they'll remember to check above their heads if there are trees nearby. That must have been how the Painballers caught Amanda and Wren, by dropping down from above. Why is war so much like a practical joke, she thinks. Hiding behind bushes, leaping out, with not much difference between boo and bang, except the blood. The loser falls over with a scream, followed with a foolish expression, mouth agape, eyes akimbo. Those old biblical kings setting their feet on conquered necks, stringing up rival kings on trees, rejoicing in piles of heads. There was an element of childish glee in all of that. Maybe it's what drove Crake on, thinks Toby. Maybe he wanted to end it. Cut that part out of us, the grinning, elemental malice. Begin us anew. She eats her lunch early in solitude because she's tagged for sentry with her rifle during the regular lunchtime. The food is cold pork and burdock root, with an Oreo cookie from a package gleaned from a pharmacy, a rare treat carefully rationed. She opens her cookie and licks the white sweet filling before eating the 2 chocolatey halves, a guilty luxury. Before the afternoon thunderstorm, 5 of the Crakers carry Jimmy into the Cobb house, along with his hey diddle diddle quilt. Toby sits with him while it rains, checks his wound, manages to raise his head so he drinks some of the mushroom elixir, even though he's still unconscious. Her supply is running low, but she doesn't know where to find the right mushrooms for a fresh brew. A single Craker remains in the room with them to purr. The others go away. They don't like houses, they'd rather be wet than cooped up. Once the rain stops, 4 other Crakers appear to carry Jimmy outside again. The clouds part, the sun comes out. Crozier and Zunzincito return with the flock of mahars. Nothing has happened, they say, or nothing you can put your finger on. The mahairs were jumpy, it was hard to keep them together. And the crows were making a racket, but what does that tell you? Crows are always making a racket about something. Jumpy how, says Toby. What sort of racket? But they can't be more specific. Tamara, with a denim shirt over her hunched shoulders and a canvas sun hat, attempts to milk the one mahair that's producing. The milking doesn't go smoothly. There's kicking and bleeding, and the pail tips and spills. Crozier shows the Crakers how to work the hand pump, a retro decoration once but now the source of their drinking water. God knows what's in it, thinks Toby. It's groundwater, and every toxic spill for miles around may have leaked into it. She'll push for rainwater, at least for drinking, though with faraway fires and maybe nuclear meltdowns sending dirty particulate into the stratosphere, God knows what's in that as well. The Crakers are delighted with the pump. The children scamper over and clamor to have water pumped onto them. After that, Crozier demonstrates the one piece of solar the MaddAddamites have managed to get running. It's connected to a couple of light bulbs, one in the cooking shack and one in the yard. He tries to explain why the lights go on, but they're puzzled. It's obvious to them that the light bulbs are like lumiroses, or the green rabbits that come out at dusk. They glow because Oryx made them that way. Supper takes place at the long table. White Sedge in an apron with bluebirds on it, and Rebecca with a mauve bath towel tied around her middle with yellow satin ribbon dish out the food from the pots, then sit down. Wren and Lodi's Blue are at the far end, coaxing Amanda to eat. The MaddAddamites not on sentry duty filter in from their chores. "Greetings, inaccessible rail," says Ivory Bill. He takes pleasure in calling Toby by her old MaddAddam code name. He has a tulip-sprinkled bedsheet draped around his sparse form and a turban-like object made from a matching pillowcase on his head. His angular nose juts out from his leathery face like a beak. It was odd, thinks Toby, how the MaddAddamites chose code names that mirrored parts of themselves. "How's he doing?" says Manatee. He's wearing a broad-brimmed straw hat that makes him look like a chubby plantation owner. "Our star patient. He's not dead," says Toby, "but he's not what you'd call conscious." "If he ever was," says Ivory Bill. "We used to call him Thickney. That was his MaddAddam name back in the early days." "He was Crake's jackal at the Paradise Project," says Tamara. "Once he wakes up, there's a lot he needs to tell us, before I trample him to death." She snorts to indicate that she's joking. "Thickney by name, Thickney by nature," says Manatee. "I don't think he had the least freaking idea. He was just a dupe." "Naturally, we wouldn't have had a high opinion of him, to be fair," says Ivory Bill. "He was at the project by choice, unlike ourselves." He sticks his fork into a chunk of meat. "Dear lady," he says to White Sedge, "could you possibly identify this substance for me?" "Actually," says White Sedge with her British accent, "actually not." "We were the brain slaves," says Manatee, spearing another chop. "The captive science brainiacs working the evolution machines for Crake. What a power tripper thought he could perfect humanity, not that he wasn't brilliant." "He wasn't alone there," says slender Zunzincito. "It was big business. The Biocorps were backing it. People were paying through the ceiling for those gene splices. They were customizing their kids, ordering up the DNA like pizza toppings." He's wearing bifocals. "Once we run out of optical products," Toby thinks, "it really will be back to the Stone Age." "Just Crake was better at it," says Manatee. "He put some accessories into these guys nobody else even thought of. The built-in insect repellent, genius. And the women who can't say no. That color-coded hormonal thing, you have to admire it," says Zunzincito. "As a meat computer set of problems to be solved, it was an intriguing challenge," says Ivory Bill, turning his attention to Toby. "Let me elucidate." He's talking as if they're all at a graduate seminar while cutting his greens into small, even squares. For instance, the rabbit gizzard and the baboon platform for certain chromatic features of the reproductive system. "The part where they turn blue," says Zunzincito helpfully to Toby. "I was doing the chemical composition of the urine," says Tamara. "The carnivore deterrent element. Hard to test at the Paradis Project, we didn't have any carnivores. I was working on the voice box, now that was complex, says Manatee. Too bad you didn't code in a cancel button for the singing, says Ivory Bill. It gets on the nerves. The singing was not my idea, says Manatee sulkily. We couldn't erase it without turning them into zucchinis. I have a question, says Toby. They turn and look at her as if surprised that she's spoken. Yes, dear lady, says Ivory Bill. They want me to tell them a story, says Toby, about being made by Crake. But who do they think Crake was, and how do they think he made them? What were they told about that back in the Paradis Dome? They think Crake is some sort of a god, says Crozier, but they don't know what he looks like. How do you know that, says Ivory Bill. You weren't in Paradis with us. Because they fucking told me, says Crozier. I'm their pal now. I even get to piss with them. It's like an honor. Good thing they can't ever meet Crake, says Tamaraw. No shit, says Swift Fox, who has now joined them. They'd take one look at their lunatic of a creator and jump off a skyscraper. If there were still any skyscrapers to jump off, she adds morosely. She makes a show of yawning, stretching her arms up and behind her head, thrusting her breasts up and out. Her straw-colored hair is pulled into a high ponytail, held in place by a powder-blue crocheted scrunchie. Her bedsheet has a dainty border of daisies and butterflies, cinched at the waist with a wide red belt. It's a startling touch. Angel Cloud meets Butcher's Cleaver. No point in repining, fair lady, says Ivory Bill, switching his gaze from Toby to Swift Fox. He'll be even more pompous, thinks Toby, once the beard he's working on grows in. Carpe diem, take every moment as it comes. Gather ye rosebuds. He smiles, a demi-leer. His eyes move down to the red belt. Swift Fox stares at him blankly. Tell them a happy story, says Manatee. Vague on the details. Crake's girlfriend, Oryx, used to do that sort of thing in Paradis. It kept them placid. I just hope that fucker Crake doesn't start performing miracles from beyond the grave. Like turning everything to diarrhea, says Swift Fox. Oh, excuse me, he's already done that. Is there any coffee? Alas, says Ivory Bill, we are bereft of coffee, dear lady. Rebecca says she has to roast some kind of root, says Manatee. And there won't be any real cream for it when we do get it, says Swift Fox. Only sheep goo. It's enough to make you ice-pick your own temples. The light is fading now. The moths are flying, dusky pink, dusky gray, dusky blue. The Crakers have gathered around Jimmy's hammock. This is where they want Toby to tell the story about Crake and how they came out of the egg. Snowman-the-Jimmy wants to listen to the story too, they say. Never mind that he's unconscious. They're convinced he can hear it. They already know the story, but the important thing seems to be that Toby must tell it. She must make a show of eating the fish they've brought, charred on the outside and wrapped in leaves. She must put on Jimmy's ratty red baseball cap and his faceless watch and raise the watch to her ear. She must begin at the beginning. She must preside over the creation. She must make it rain. She must clear away the chaos. She must lead them out of the egg and shepherd them down to the seashore. At the end, they want to hear about the two bad men and the campfire in the forest and the soup with a smelly bone in it. They're obsessed by that bone. Then she must tell about how they themselves untied the men, and how the two bad men ran away into the forest, and how they may come back at any time and do more bad things. That part makes them sad, but they insist on hearing it anyway. Once Toby has made her way through the story, they urge her to tell it again, then again. They prompt, they interrupt, they fill in the parts she's missed. What they want from her is a seamless performance as well as more information than she either knows or can invent. She's a poor substitute for Snowman-the-Jimmy, but they're doing what they can to polish her up. She's just at the part where Crake is clearing away the chaos for the third time when their heads all turn at once. They sniff the air. Men are coming, oh Toby, they say. Men, she says. The two men who ran away. Where? No, not the ones who smell of blood. Other men, more than two, we must greet them. They all stand up. Toby looks where they're looking. There are four silhouettes coming nearer along the cluttered street that borders the Cobb House parquet. Their headlamps are on. 4 dark outlines, each bringing a shining light. Toby feels her body unclench, feels air flowing into her in a long, soundless breath. Can a heart leap? Can a person be dizzy with relief? Oh, Toby, are you crying? Homecoming, it's Zeb. Her wish come true. Larger and shaggier than she remembers, and although it's only been days since Toby last saw him, older, more bowed down. What's happened? Black Rhino and Shackleton and Catchero are with him. Now that she's closer, she can see how tired they are. They're setting down their packs and the others are crowding around. Rebecca, Ivory Bill, Swift Fox, Beluga, Manatee, Tamara, Zunzancedo, White Sedge, Crozier and Wren and Lodi's Blue, even Amanda hanging back from the group. Everyone's talking, or all the human people are. The Crakers stay on the sidelines, clustered together, eyes big, watching. Wren is crying and hugging Zeb, which is in order. He is, after all, her stepfather. When they were at the gardener's, Zeb had lived for a time with Wren's luscious mother, Lucerne, who hadn't appreciated him, thinks Toby. It's okay, Zeb tells Wren. Look, you got Amanda back. He extends an arm. Amanda lets herself be touched. It was Toby, says Wren. She had her gun. Toby waits, then moves forward. Good work, sharpshooter, Zeb says to her, even though she didn't shoot anyone. You didn't find them, Toby asks. Adam won, and Zeb gives her a somber look. Not Adam won, he says, but we found Philo. The others lean in to listen. Philo, says Swift Fox. Old gardener, says Rebecca. He smoked a lot of, he liked the vision quests. He stayed with Adam won back when the gardeners split up. Where was he? They all understand from Zeb's face that Philo was not alive. There were a bunch of vultures on top of a parking garage, so we went up to take a look, says Shackleton, near the old wellness clinic. Where we used to go to school, says Wren. Quite fresh, says Black Rhino, which means, thinks Toby, that at least some of the missing gardeners survived the first wave of the plague. None of the others, she says. Nobody else. Was he sick? No sign of them, says Zeb. I'm guessing they're still out there. Adam could be, food handy, I could eat a bear. Which means he doesn't want to answer Toby right now. He eats a bear, the Crakers say to one another. Yes, it is as Crozier told us. Zeb eats a bear, Zeb nods towards the Crakers, who are gazing at him uncertainly. I see we've got company. This is Zeb, Toby tells the Crakers. He is our friend. We are pleased, oh Zeb, greetings. He is the one, Crozier told us. He eats a bear. Yes. We are pleased. Tentative smiles. What is a bear, oh Zeb, this bear you eat? Is it a fish? Does it have a smelly bone? They came with us, says Toby. From the shore, we couldn't stop them. They wanted to be with Jimmy. With Snowman, that's what they call Jimmy. Crake's buddy, says Zeb. From the Paradise Project. Long story, says Toby. You should eat. There's some leftover stew. Manatee goes to get it. The Crakers withdraw to a safe distance. They don't like to be too close to the odors of carnivore cookery. Shackleton wolfs down his stew and moves off to sit with Wren and Amanda and Crozier and Lodi's Blue. Black Rhino has 2 helpings, then goes to take a shower. Catchero says he'll help Rebecca sort out the contents of the packs. They've gleaned more soybeans and some duct tape, and a few packs of freeze-dried chicken knobs and some Jolt bars, and another package of Oreo cookies. A miracle, says Rebecca. It's hard to find any packaged cookies unchewed by rodents. Let's check out the garden, Zeb says to Toby. Toby's heart sinks. There must be bad news he wants to break privately. The fireflies are coming out. The lavender and thyme are in bloom, releasing their airborne flavors. A few self-seated lumiroses glimmer along the edges of the fence. Several of the shimmering green rabbits are nibbling at their bottom leaves. Giant gray moths drift like blown ash. It wasn't the plague that killed Philo, says Zeb. Someone cut his throat. Oh, says Toby, I see. Then we saw the Painballers, says Zeb, the same ones that grabbed Amanda. They were gutting one of those giant pigs. We took a few shots, but they ran off. So we stopped looking for Adam and got back here as fast as we could because they might be anywhere around here. I'm sorry, says Toby. About what, says Zeb. We caught them night before last, she says. We tied them to a tree, but I didn't kill them. It was St. Julian's, I just couldn't. They got away, they took their spray gun. She's crying now. This is pathetic, like baby mice, blind and pink and whimpering. It's not what she does, but she's doing it. Hey, says Zeb, it'll be fine. No, says Toby, it won't be fine. She turns away to leave. If she's going to snivel, she should do it alone. Alone is how she feels, alone is how she'll always be. You're used to solitude, she tells herself. Be a stoic. Then she's enfolded. She'd waited so long, she'd given up waiting. She'd longed for this and denied it was possible. But now how easy it is, like coming home must have been once for those who'd had homes. Walking through the doorway into the familiar, the place that knows you, opens to you, allows you in. Tells you the stories you've needed to hear. Stories of the hands as well and of the mouth. I've missed you. Who said that? A shape against the night window, glint of an eye, dark heartbeat. Yes, at last, it's you. Bearlift, the story of when Zeb was lost in the mountains and ate the bear, and so Crake poured away the chaos to make a safe place where you could live. And then we know the story of Crake. We know it many times. Now tell us the story of Zeb, oh Toby. The story of how Zeb ate a bear. Yes, ate a bear, a bear. What is a bear? We want to hear the story of Zeb and the bear he ate. Crake wants us to hear it. If Snowman-the-Jimmy was awake, he would tell us that story. Well then, let me listen to the shiny thing of Snowman-the-Jimmy. Then I can hear the words. I am listening very hard. It doesn't help me to listen when you are singing, so. This is the story of Zeb and the bear. Only Zeb is in the story at first. He is all alone. The bear comes later. Maybe tomorrow the bear will come. For bears to come, you must be patient. Zeb was lost. He sat down under a tree. The tree was in a big open space, wide and flat like the beach, except there was no sand and no sea, only some chilly pools and a lot of moss. All around, but quite far away, there were mountains. How did he get there? He flew there in a never mind. That part is in a different story. No, he cannot fly like a bird, not anymore. Mountains. Mountains are very large and high rocks. No, those are not mountains, those are buildings. Buildings fall down and then they make a crash. Mountains fall down too, but they do it very slowly. No, the mountains did not fall down on Zeb. So Zeb looked at the mountains that were all around him but quite far away, and he thought, how will I get through these mountains? They are so large and high. He needed to get through the mountains because the people were on the other side. He wanted to be with the people. He didn't want to be all alone. Nobody wants to be all alone, do they? No, they were not people like you. They had clothes on. A lot of clothes because it was cold there. Yes, it was in the time of the chaos before Crake poured it all away. So Zeb looked at the mountains and the pools and the moss, and he thought, what will I eat? And then he thought, those mountains have a lot of bears living in them. A bear is a very big, fur-covered animal with big claws and many sharp teeth. Bigger than a bobcat, bigger than a wolvog, bigger than a pigoon. This big. It speaks with a growl. It gets very hungry. It tears things apart. Yes, bears are the children of Oryx. I don't know why she made them so big with very sharp teeth. Yes, we must be kind to them. The best way of being kind to bears is not to be very close to them. I don't think there are any bears very close to us right now. And Zeb thought, maybe a bear has smelled me, and maybe it is coming right now because it is hungry, it is starving, and it wants to eat me. And I will have to fight the bear, and all I have is this quite small knife and this stick that can make holes in things. And I will have to win the fight and kill the bear, and then I will have to eat it. The bear will come into the story quite soon. Yes, Zeb will win the fight. Zeb always wins the fight because that's what happens. Yes, he knew Oryx would be sad. Zeb felt sorry for the bear. He didn't want to hurt it, but he didn't want to be eaten by it. You don't want to be eaten by a bear, do you? Neither do I, because bears can't eat only leaves, because it would make them sick. Anyway, if Zeb didn't eat the bear, he would have died, and then he wouldn't be here with us right now. And that would be a sad thing too, wouldn't it? If you don't stop crying, I can't go on with the story. The fur trade, there's the story, then there's the real story, Then there's the story of how the story came to be told. Then there's what you leave out of the story, which is part of the story too. In the story of Zeb and the bear, Toby has left out the dead man whose name was Chuck. He too was lost among the pools and moss and mountains and bears. He too did not know the way out. It's unfair to deny him a mention, erase him from time, but putting him into the story would cause more knots and tangles than Toby is prepared to deal with. For instance, she doesn't yet know how this dead man wormed his way into the story in the first place. "Too bad the fucker died," says Zeb. "I'd have twisted it out of him. Who hired him, what they wanted, where he would have taken me. Died is a euphemism, I take it. He didn't have a heart attack," says Toby. "Don't be harsh, you know what I mean." Zeb was lost. He sat down under a tree, or not lost completely. He did have a rough idea of where he was. He was somewhere on the Mackenzie Mountain Barrens, hundreds of miles from anywhere with fast food. And not under a tree, more like beside, and not a tree exactly, more like a shrub, though not bushy, more like spindly. A spindly kind of spruce. He noticed the details of the trunk, the small dead underbranches, the gray lichen on it, frilly and intricate and see-through like whore's underpants. "What do you know about whore's underpants?" says Toby. "More than you want me to," says Zeb. "So, when you focus on details like that close up, really clear, totally useless, you know you're in shock." The Aethopter was still smoldering. Lucky he got clear before it burst, or before the blimp component did, and thank shit the digital release on the seatbelts had still been working, otherwise he'd have been dead. Chuck was lying belly down on the tundra, his head at a sick angle, peering over his own shoulder 180 degrees like an owl. Not looking at Zeb, though, looking up at the sky. No angels there, or none had showed up yet. Blood was coming from somewhere on the top of Zeb's head. He could feel the warmth trickling down. Scalp wound. Not dangerous, but they bleed a lot. Your head's the most shallow part of you, his sociopath of a father had been in the habit of saying. Except for your brain. And your soul, supposing you've been blessed with one, which I doubt. The Rev had been a big cheerleader for souls, in addition to which he thought he was the boss of them. Now Zeb found himself wondering if Chuck had a soul, and if it was still hovering over his body like a feeble smell. "Chuck, you stupid fuck," Zeb said out loud. If he'd been given a brief to kidnap himself on behalf of the brainscrapers, he'd have done a way better job of it than Chuck had, the fuckwit. Too bad Chuck was dead. In a way, he must have had some good sides to him. Maybe he liked puppies. But now there was one less asshole in the world, and wasn't that a plus? A check mark in the column of the forces of light, or darkness, depending on who was doing the debellentry moral accounting. Though Chuck hadn't been an ordinary asshole, not grouchy, not aggressive, not like Zeb himself on his asshole setting. Too much the other way. Too friendly, too eager to be on message. Man is obsolete. Dooming ourselves to extinction, restore the balance of nature and babble. He overdid it so much that he sounded preposterous, and in an outfit like Bearlift, with its full quota of preposterous green-hued furfuckers, that took some effort. They weren't all furfuckers, however. Some claimed to be along for the challenge. Adventurous, devil may care. No strings on me. Tattoo upholstered with greasy ponytails like bikers in old movies, boundary-pushing muscle flexors, boot soles a little too hot for ordinary strolling. That was how Zeb had positioned himself. Bulked up on natural steroids, do what had to be done, could take the pace, wings on the ankles, needed the money, like the shadowy rimlands where nobody official could stick their tentacles into your back pocket, within which the contents of other people's hacked bank accounts might be bashfully lurking. The card-carrying furfuckers looked down their narrow green true-believer noses at Zeb and his edgy like, but they didn't push that my shit don't stink agenda too hard. They needed the manpower because not everyone on the planet thought it was a great idea to aero/orno/helithopter numerous dumpster loads of rancid biotrash around the far north, so a bunch of mangy ursidae could gobble it free of charge. This was before the oil shortage really kicked in, says Toby, and the carbon garble business took off. Otherwise, they'd never have let you waste such valuable primary material on bears. It was before a lot of things, says Zeb. Though the oil prices were already getting pretty steep, Bearlift had 4 old model thopters they'd bought on the gray market. The flying pufferfish was their nickname. Thopters claimed to use biodesign. They had a helium-hydrogen gas-filled blimp with a skin that sucked in or exhaled molecules like a fish's swim bladder that contracted and expanded and allowed them to lift heavy weights. Plus, they had stabilizing ventral fins, a couple of heli blades for hovering, and 4 bird-like flapping wings for maneuverability at slow speeds. The upside being minimum fuel consumption, ultra-high freight weight, and the ability to fly low and slow. The downside being that a thopter flight took forever, the software on the things failed regularly, and few among them knew how to fix the brutes. Questionable digimechanics had to be called in, or rather smuggled in from Brazil, where the digital dark side flourished. They'd hack you as soon as look at you down there. Roaring business in politicians' medical records and sordid affairs, celebrities' plastic surgeries, that was the small end. At the big end it was one corp hacking another. Hacking a powerful corp was the kind of thing that could get you into the real crapola, even if you were firewalled by being on the black box payroll of another powerful corp. So I suppose you did it, says Toby. The kind of thing with the real crapola. Yeah, I'd been down there just making a living, says Zeb. That was one reason I was taking a breather at Bearlift. It was ultra far from Brazil. Bearlift was a scam, or partly a scam. It didn't take anyone with half a brain too long to figure that one out. Unlike many scams, it was well-meaning, but it was a scam nonetheless. It lived off the good intentions of city types with disposable emotions who liked to think they were saving something, some rag from their primordial, authentic, ancestral past, a tiny shred of their collective soul dressed up in a cute bear suit. The concept was simple. The polar bears are starving because the ice is almost gone and they can't catch seals anymore, so let's feed them our leftovers until they learn to adapt. Adapt being the buzzword of those days, if you'll recall, though I doubt you're old enough. You must still have been in play skirts, learning to wiggle your little man-trap. Stop flirting, said Toby. Why, you like it. I remember adapt, says Toby. It was another way of saying tough luck to people you weren't going to help out. You got it, said Zeb. Anyway, feeding trash to the bears didn't help them adapt. It just taught them that food falls out of the sky. They'd start slavering every time they heard the sound of a thopter. They had their very own cargo cult. But here's the scammiest part. Yes, the ice had mostly melted. Yes, some polar bears had starved, but the rest of them were drifting southwards, mating up with the grizzlies, from which they'd separated themselves a mere 200,000 years ago. So you'd get bears that were white with brown patches, or bears that were brown with white patches, or all brown or all white, but whatever was on the outside was no predictor of temperament. The Peatsleys would avoid you most of the time, like grizzlies. The growlers would attack you most of the time, like polar bears. You never knew which kind any given bear might be. What you did know was that you didn't want your thopter to fall out of the air over bear country, as Zeb's had just done. Stupid fuck, he said again to Chuck. And whoever hired you is a double stupid fuck, he added, not that they were listening. Or he had a sudden nasty thought maybe they were. Crash, everything was going fine at Bearlift until Chuck turned up. Zeb was in some trouble at that time, true enough, unlike at any other time, says Toby. You laughing at me, victim of a confused youth due to parental abuse, plus I grew too fast. Would I laugh? Matter of fact, you would, says Zeb. Heart like shale. What you need is a good fracking. Zeb was in some trouble at that time, true enough, but nobody at Bearlift Central seemed to know or care. Half of them were in trouble themselves, so it was don't ask, don't tell. The chores were straightforward. Load up the edible refuse in Whitehorse or Yellowknife, sometimes maybe Tuck, where the Beaufort Sea offshore oil rig tankers dumped their garbage when they weren't tipping it illegally. The oil rigs still produced a lot of real animal protein leftovers in those days because nothing was too good for the tanker crews. Pork, they ate a lot of pork byproducts and chicken, or something next door to it. When it was lab meat, it was top grade, camouflaged in sausages or meatloaf so you really couldn't tell. You'd pack the post-meal slops into the thopter, then grab a beer, then fly the thopter to the bearlift drop locations, hover while dumping off the loads, fly back. Nothing to it except mind-numbing boredom unless there was bad weather or mechanical failure. In that case, you'd have to set the thopter down while trying to give the mountainsides a miss, then wait out the weather or kick your heels until repair showed up. Then repeat. Pretty routine. The worst of it was listening to the green-nosed furfucker sermonizing that went on in the Bearlift Town bars when you were trying to get spongy-faced on the crapulous booze they hauled in there and dispensed by the vatful. Apart from that, it was eat, sleep, and on a good day have a tussle with one or another of the girls' staff. Though Zeb had to be careful about that because some of them were snarly and others were taken, and he tried to stay out of brawls, never having seen any percentage in rolling around under bar stools with some enraged moron who considered he'd staked eternal twat rights because of his preeminent cock and his dimples, and who might have a knife. Unlikely a handgun anymore because it was around that time that the Corpse-a-Corpse was confiscating those, having raised the spurious banner of civic safety, and thus effectively securing a monopoly for themselves on killing at a distance. Some guys hid their Glocks and other name brands, dug them in under stones in case of dire need, but for the same reason they were unlikely to be carrying. Though not every law and declaration was respected up there in the boonies. Things in the north were always a little fuzzy around the edges law-wise, so you never knew. Anyway, the girls. If there was a back-off sign on a little or big or medium-sized set of cheeks, he always backed off. But if someone crept into his dorm room under cover of darkness, who was he to whimper? He'd been told since a child that he had the morals of a sowbug, and he hated to defeat expectations, in addition to which rejecting a girl's overture would be hurtful to her self-esteem. Some of those wouldn't have stood up too well under the light, but one of them had an amazing floppy ass, and another one had a set of boobs like 2 bowling balls in a string bag, and too much information, says Toby. Don't be jealous, says Zeb. They're dead now. You can't be jealous of a bunch of dead women. Toby says nothing. The lush corpse of Zeb's one-time lover, Lucerne, floats in the air between them, unseen, unmentioned, and certainly unburied as far as Toby is concerned. Alive is better than dead, says Zeb. No contest there, says Toby. But on second thought you never know till you've tried. Zeb laughs. You have an amazing ass too, he says. Not floppy though, compact. Tell about Chuck, says Toby. Chuck entered Bearlift Central as though tiptoeing into a forbidden room while pretending he had a right to be there. Furtive but assertive. To Zeb's mind, his clothes were too new. They looked as if Chuck had just come from one of those crispy outfitter shops, zippers and Velcro and flaps all over like some kind of kinky video puzzle game. Undo this man, find the leprechaun, win a prize. Never trust a man with new clothes. But clothes have to be new sometimes, says Toby. Or they did back then. They weren't created old. Real men know how to dirty up their clothes in about 1 second, says Zeb. They writhe around in mud. Apart from the clothes, his teeth were too big and white. When I see those kinds of teeth, I always want to give them a gentle tap with a bottle, see if they're fake, watch them shatter. My dad, the Rev, had teeth like that. He used whitener on them. The teeth plus his tan made him look like some kind of light-up deep-sea devilfish or else a long-dead horse's head in a desert. It was worse when he smiled than when he didn't. Back off on the childhood, says Toby. You'll get woeful. Whoa, your foe. Say no to whoa, don't preach at me, babe. It works for me, backing off whoa. You sure about that? So, Chuck. So, there was something about his eyes, Chuck's eyes, laminated eyes, hard and shiny, they had a sort of transparent lid over them. The first time Chuck appeared at the canteen table with his tray and said, "Mind if I join you?" he scanned Zeb, an overall back and forth of those laminated eyes, like scanning a barcode. Zeb glanced up at him. He didn't say yes, he didn't say no. He gave an all-purpose grunt and continued work on his rubbery conundrum of a sausage. You'd have expected Chuck to start with personal questions. Where you from? How do you get here? And so forth, but he didn't. His opening ploy was bear-lift. He said what a great org it was, but since that got no nodding and yupping from Zeb, he intimated that he was only there because he'd hit a bad patch in his life and was, keeping quiet for a while until things blew over. What you do, pick your nose, said Zeb, and Chuck gave a dead horse-teeth laugh. He said that he guessed bear-lift was for guys who, sort of like the Foreign Legion, and Zeb said the foreign what? And that was the end of that one. Not that he could shake the guy by being rude. Chuck backed off, but he still managed to be ever-present. Zeb would be at the bar laboring away at the next morning's hangover, and all of a sudden there would be Chuck, buddying up, offering to get the next round. Go to the can, take a leak, and there would be Chuck, materializing like ectoplasm, taking a leak 2 stalls down. Or Zeb would be sliding round the corner in the seedier part of Whitehorse, and guess what? Chuck would be sliding round the next corner over. He most likely went through Zeb's stuff in Zeb's broom closet of a room when Zeb wasn't in it. He was welcome to it, says Zeb. Nothing in my dirty laundry but dirty laundry because the real dirty laundry was in my head. But what was his game? Because it was obvious he had won. At first, Zeb thought Chuck was gay and was about to start some trouser nuzzling, but it wasn't that. Over the next few weeks, Chuck and Zeb had flown a couple of lifts together. There were always 2 in a pufferfish. You'd take turns dozing. Zeb tried to avoid partnering with Chuck, who by this time was giving him the nape prickles. But on the first occasion, the guy Zeb was supposed to have flown with was called away by an aunt's funeral, and Chuck had inserted himself into the slot, and the second time the other guy got food poisoning. Zeb wondered if Chuck had paid the 2 of them off to go missing, or strangled the aunt, or putty Coley in the pizza, to make it convincing. He waited for Chuck to pop the question while they were in midair. Maybe he knew about some of Zeb's earlier capers, and was hiring for a hitherto unknown bunch of Darksiders who wanted Zeb to tackle a bolus of seriously forbidden hackery. Or maybe it was an extortion outfit after some plutocrat, or a hireling connected with IP thieves who needed a skein of professional track work to further their kidnapping of a corp brainiac. Or maybe it was a sting. Chuck would propose some flagrantly illegal jest, record Zeb agreeing to do it, and then the giant lobster claws of what passed for the justice system would descend and clench. Or maybe there'd be some goofy blackmail demand as if you could get shit from a stone. But nothing abnormal happened on these 2 runs. They must have been soothers to set Zeb at ease. Signal that Chuck was harmless. Was his dinkiness a deep cover? It almost worked. Zeb started thinking he himself was paranoid, twitching at shadows, worrying about a slithery nobody like Chuck. That morning, the morning of the crash, had started out as usual. Breakfast, some anonymous bunwich with mysterious ingredients, couple of mugs of caffeine substitute, slice of toasted sawdust. Bearlift got its supplies on the cheap. It considered its cause to be so noble and worthy you were supposed to be humble, eat food stand-ins, save the good stuff for the bears. Then loading up the awful, biodegradable sacks of it forklifted into the belly of the puffer. Zeb's scheduled flying partner had been scratched off that day's list. Cut his foot dancing barefoot on broken glass to show how tough he was in one of the local knocking shops while higher than the ionosphere on some cretinous pharmaceutical. It was said. And Zeb was supposed to be doubling with an okay guy called Raj. But when he went to get in, there was Chuck, all togged up with his crispy zippers and Velcro flaps, smiling with his enormous white horse teeth but not with his laminated eyes. "Raj, get a phone call," said Zeb. "Grandmother died. Father, in fact," said Chuck. "Nice day. Hey, I brought you a beer." He had one for himself too, just to show he was a regular guy. Zeb grunted, took the beer, twisted off the top. "Need to take a leak," he said. In the can he poured the beer down the hole. Top seemed to be sealed on, but you could fake those things. You could fake just about anything. He didn't want to swill or munch any item that had been in Chuck's hands. The puffers were always complex while taking off. The helicopter blades and the helium-hydrogen blimp provided lift, but the trick was to get high enough before you started the wings flapping, and to cut the heli blades at exactly the right time, or the whole thing could tip and spiral. But there was no problem that day. The flight was standard, threading the valleys through and around the Pelly Mountains, pausing to bombard the landscape a few times with bare yummies. Then over to the high-altitude barrens with the Mackenzies all around, postcard snow on the tops, with a couple more drops. Then crossing the remains of the old Canal Trail, still marked by the occasional World War II telephone pole. The Thopter responded well. It stopped flapping and started hovering right over the dump spots. The hatch opened as it was supposed to, and the biotrash tumbled out. At the last feeding station, two bears, one mostly white, one mostly brown, were already cantering towards their personal garbage dump as the Thopter approached. Zeb could see their fur rippling like a shag rug being shaken. Being that close was always a bit of a thrill. Zeb turned the Thopter and headed southwest, back towards Whitehorse. Then he handed over to Chuck because the clock said it was Zeb's turn to catch some ziz. He lay back and blew up the neck pillow and closed his eyes, but he didn't allow himself to drift off because Chuck had been far too alert during the entire flight. You don't get that geared up over a non-event. They were about 2/3 of the way to the first narrow mountain valley when Chuck made his move. Through his almost closed eyes, Zeb saw the one hand moving stealthily over towards his thigh, holding a thread of glitter. He sat up fast and whacked Chuck across the windpipe. Not hard enough, though, because although Chuck gasped, not a gasp, hard to describe it. Although he made that sound and dropped whatever he'd been holding, he grabbed at Zeb's neck with both hands and Zeb whacked him again. And of course nobody was flying the controls at that point, and in the thrashing around something must have been hit by a leg or a hand or an elbow. And that's when the Thopter folded 2 of its 4 wings and tipped sideways and went down. And Zeb found himself sitting under a tree, staring at the tree trunk. Astonishing how clear the frilly edges were of the lichen, light gray with a tinge of green and an edge that was darker, so intricate. "Stand up," he ordered himself. "You need to get moving," but his body didn't hear. Supplies a long time later, it seemed like a long time. He felt as if he was wading through transparent sludge. Zeb rolled to one side, put his hands on the ground, pushed himself to his feet beside the spindly kind of spruce. Then he threw up. He hadn't noticed feeling sick right before, he just suddenly puked. "A lot of animals will do that," he says. "Under stress. Means you don't have to put the energy into digesting. Lightens the load." "Were you cold?" says Toby. Zeb's teeth were chattering, he was shivering. He took Chuck's down vest, added it to his own. It wasn't ripped much. He checked the pockets, found Chuck's cell phone, mashed it with a rock to destroy any GPS and eavesdropping functions. It started ringing just before he did the mashing. It took everything not to answer it and pretend he was Chuck. Maybe he should have answered, though, and said that Zeb was dead. He might have learned something. A couple of minutes later his own phone rang. He waited until it stopped, then mashed it as well. Chuck had a few more toys, though nothing Zeb didn't have himself. Pocket knife, bear spray, bug spray, folded up tinfoil space-age survival blanket, those things. By great good luck the bear gun they always carried with them in case of groundings and attacks had been tossed out along with Chuck. Bear guns were the exception to the new no-guns rules, because even the dickwad corpse-a-corpse bureaucrats knew you needed a bear gun up there. The Corps didn't like bearlift, but they didn't try to shut it down either, though they could have done that with one finger. It served a function for them, sounded a note of hope, distracted folks from the real action, which was bulldozing the planet flat and grabbing anything of value. They had no objection to the standard bearlift ad, with a smiling green furfucker telling everyone what a sterling lot of good bearlift was doing, and please send more cash or you'll be guilty of bearicide. The Corps even put some of the cash in themselves. That was back when they were still massaging their trust me images, says Zeb. Once they got a hammerlock on power, they didn't have to bother so much. Zeb almost stopped shivering when he saw the bear gun. He could have hugged it. At least now he might have half a chance. He didn't find the needle, though. The one Chuck was going to stick into him. Too bad about that. He would have liked to have known what was in it. Knockout potion, most likely. Freeze frame his waking self, then fly him to some seedy rendezvous where the brain scrapers hired by who knows, who would be waiting to strip mine his neural data, suck out everything he'd ever hacked and everyone he'd ever hacked for, then leave him a pithed and shriveled husk, staggering around with induced amnesia in a far-distant ravaged swamp, until the local inhabitants stole his trousers and recycled his organs for the transplant biz. But even if he'd managed to get hold of the needle, what then? Test it out on himself, stick it in a lemming. Still, I could have kept it in reserve for emergencies, says Zeb. Emergency, says Toby, smiling in the dark. This wasn't an emergency. No, a real emergency, says Zeb. Like running into some other person out there, that would be an emergency. Stands to reason it would be a madman. Was there any string, says Toby. In the pockets, you never know when string will come in handy, or some rope. String. Yeah, now that you mention it. And a roll of fishing line, we always carried that with a few hooks, fire lighter, mini binocs, compass. Bearlift gave us all that Boy Scout stuff, survival basics. I didn't take Chuck's compass, though. I already had one. You don't need two compasses. Candy bar, says Toby. Energy ration. Yeah, a couple of shitty little jolt bars, faux nuts, package of cough drops. I took those, plus. He pauses. Plus what, says Toby. Go on. Okay, warning, this is gross. I took some of Chuck. Hacked it off with the pocket knife, kind of sawed it. Chuck had a fold-up waterproof jacket, so I wrapped it in that. Not much to eat up there in the barrens. We all knew that. We'd had the bearlift course. Rabbits, ground squirrels, mushrooms, but I wouldn't have time to hunt for any of that. Anyway, you can die of eating nothing but rabbits. Rabbit starvation, they called it. No fat on those things. It's like that whatchamacallit diet, the all-protein one. You start to dissolve your own muscles. Your heart gets very thin. What part of Chuck did you take, says Toby. She's surprised she doesn't feel squeamish. She might have once back when squeamish was an option. The fattest part, says Zeb, the boneless part, the part you'd have taken, or any sane person. Did you feel bad about it, says Toby. Stop patting my bum. Why, says Zeb. Nah, I didn't feel too bad. He'd have done the same, maybe a stroking action like this. I'm too skinny, says Toby. Yeah, you could use a little more padding. I'll bring you a box of chocolates if I can find any. Fatten you up. Add some flowers, says Toby. Roll out the full courtship ritual. I bet you never did that in your life. You'd be surprised, says Zeb. I've presented bouquets in my day, of a kind. Go on, says Toby, who doesn't want to think about Zeb's bouquets or what kind they were or who he may have given them to. There you are. Mountains in the distance, part of Chuck lying on the ground and the rest in your pocket. What time was it? Maybe 3 in the afternoon, maybe 5, shit, maybe even 8. It would still have been light then, says Zeb. I'd lost track. It was mid-July, did I say that? Sun hardly sets at all then up there. Just sort of dips below the horizon, makes a pretty red rim. Then in a few hours up it comes again. That place isn't above the Arctic Circle, but it's up so high it's tundra. 200-year-old willows like horizontal vines, and the wildflowers all bloom at once because the summer's only a couple of weeks long. Not that I was noticing any wildflowers right then. He thought maybe he should get Chuck out of sight. He put Chuck's pants back on and stuffed him under one of the thopter wings. Changed boots with him. Chuck's were better anyway, and they more or less fit, and left a foot sticking out so anyone looking from a distance would think it was Zeb. He figured he might be safer dead, at least in the short term. When Bearlift Central saw they'd lost communication, they were bound to send somebody. Most likely it would be repair. Once they discovered there was nothing left to repair, and that nobody was sitting around setting off little flares and waving a white hanky, they'd go away. That was the ethos. Don't waste fuel on dead bodies. Let nature recycle them. The bears would take care of it, the wolves, the wolverines, the ravens, and so forth. But the bearlifters might not be the only ones who would come to have a look. For his brain-snatch caper, Chuck clearly wasn't working with the bearlifters. If he had been, he wouldn't have hesitated to try something right at the base, and he would have had help. Zeb would already be a lobotomized shell parked in some zombie town, ex-mining, ex-oil, with a fake passport and no fingerprints. Not that they'd even bother going that far because who would ever miss him? Chuck's bosses had to be elsewhere then. They were wherever it was they'd phoned from. But how close was that? Norman Wells, Whitehorse. Anywhere with an airstrip. Zeb needed to move away from the crash as fast as possible, find a place with cover, which was not so easy on the next-to-bare-naked tundra. Growlers and Peatsleys could do it, though, and they were bigger, but also more experienced. Bunky Zeb started hiking. The thopter had come down on a gentle hillside sloping to the west, and west was the direction he took. He had a rough map of the whole area in his head. Too bad he didn't have the paper map, the one they always kept open on their knees when flying up there in case of digital failure. The tundra was hard walking. Spongy, waterlogged, with hidden pools and slippery moss and treacherous mounds of tussock grass. There were parts of old airplanes sticking out of the peat, a strut here, a blade there, detritus from rash 20th-century bush pilots caught by fog or sudden winds long ago. He saw a mushroom, left it alone. He knew little about mushrooms, but some were hallucinogenic. That's all he'd need, an encounter with the shroom god while green and purple teddy bears skimmed towards him on tiny wings, grinning pinkly. The day had been surreal enough already. The bear gun was loaded and he kept the spray ready. If you surprised a bear, it would charge. The spray was no good unless you could see the reds of its eyes, so you had a narrow time window, spray and then shoot. If it was a Peatsley, that's how things would go. But a growler would stalk you and come up from behind. In a wet patch of sand he found a print, left front paw, and farther on some fresh scat. They were most likely watching him right now. They knew he had a packet of blood and muscle. No matter how tidily wrapped, they could smell it. They could smell his fear. His feet were already drenched, despite Chuck's superior boots. Those boots didn't fit as well as he'd assumed they would. He pictured his feet turning to pallid, blistery dough inside his socks. To take his mind off them and off the bears and off dead Chuck, off everything, and to make some noise to warn the Peatsleys so neither he nor they would be surprised, he sang a song. It was a habit left over from his so-called youth when he'd whistle in the dark, whatever dark he'd been locked into. In the dark, in the darkness that was there even when it was light. Dad's a sadist, Mom's a creep, close your eyes and go to sleep. No, not sleep, even though he was so tired now. He needed to keep going, forced march. Idiotic, 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 maybe I'm a bad psychotic. There was a line of thicker green downhill that signaled a creek. He headed towards it, over the hillocks and the moss and the bare, gravelly spots where pebbles had boiled to the surface during the deep frost of the winters. It wasn't particularly cold on that day. It was in fact hot in the sun, but he was still shivering in fits, like a wet dog shaking. He hugged Chuck's vest around himself, on top of his own. When he was almost to the creek, it was more of a river. It had a swift current, he thought. What if it's bugged, the vest? What if there's a tiny transmitter sewn into it somewhere? They'll think Chuck is alive and moving, though mysteriously not answering his phone. They'll send someone to pick him up. He took the vest off, waded across the creek to where the flow was the strongest, held the vest underwater. It puffed with trapped air. It wasn't going to sink. He could put stones in the pockets, but better he let it float away from him. He watched it sail downstream like some odd bloated jellyfish, thinking that was possibly not very fucking bright. I am not focusing. He scooped cold water into his mouth. Don't drink too much, you'll waterlog, wondering if he just swallowed a pisspotful of beaver fever. But surely there were no beavers up here. What could you catch from wolves? Rabies, but not from drinking. Dissolved moose poop, would that have tiny worms in it that would suck and tunnel? Some kind of liver fluke. Why are you standing in the water talking out loud? He asked. In plain view. Go along the creek valley, he ordered. Keep to the shrubbery out of sight. He was counting in his head. How long would it take from the moment Chuck hadn't answered his phone? Maybe 2 hours if you factored in the what-went-wrong panic, the meeting they'd call by remote or otherwise, the messaging, the wheel spinning and buck passing and veiled recriminations. All that crap. Shoulder-high willows here, sheltered from the wind, grasses, bushes, flies, black flies, mosquitoes. Drove the caribou mad sometimes, it was said. You'd see them floating across the muskeg on their wide snowshoe feet, running to nowhere. He used some of the bug spray, not too much, he needed to ration it. Worked his way west, towards where he thought he remembered, that he would hit the remnants of the canal road. Nothing much left of that road now, but as he recalled from his overhead flights, there were a few buildings along here. An old bunkie, a shed or two. He aimed for a leaning telegraph pole, an archaic wooden one. There was a tangle of wire beside it, and a caribou skeleton, the antlers snarled. Farther on, an oil drum, then 2 oil drums, then a red truck in almost pristine condition but no tires. Local hunters most likely took them, carted them away on their 4x4s, back when they could afford the fuel to come in this far for game. They'd have had some use for tires like those. The truck was that rounded silhouette, streamlined from the 1940s, which was when the road was built. Some bureau scheme to transport oil inland through a pipeline during World War II to keep it from being blown up by coastal submarines. They brought a whole bunch of soldiers up from the south to build the system, black guys, a lot of them. They'd never been in sub-zero cold and 5-day blizzards and 24-hour darkness. They must have thought they were in hell. Local legend had it a third of them went crazy. He could see going crazy here, even without the blizzards. 1 foot sore now, must be a blister, but he couldn't stop to look. He hopped along the crumbled ribbon of the road, shrubs taller and nearby, one eye on the sky, and there was the bunkie. Long, low building, wood, no door, but still a roof on it. Quick into the shadow. Then he waited, it was so quiet. Plates of junkyard metal, scraps of wood, rusted wire. Beds must have been over there. Armchair ripped apart. Radio shell must have been once. The rounded breadloaf shape of that decade. A knob on it still. Spoon. Remains of a stove, smell of tar, sunlight through ceiling cracks sifting through dust. Wisps of long-gone desolation, bleached-out grief. The waiting was worse than the walking. Parts of him throbbed, feet, heart. His breath was so raucous. Then he wondered if he himself was bugged, if Chuck had done that just in case, slipped a mini transmitter into his back pocket when he wasn't looking. If so, he was barbecue. They could be hearing him breathing right now. They'd even have heard him singing. They'd pinpoint him, shoot a mini rocket at him, and poof. Nothing to be done. After what? An hour. He saw the ornodrome coming in low. Yes, from the northeast, Norman Wells. It went straight to the crash and made a couple of passes, transmitting visuals. Whoever was controlling it back at its base made a decision. It fired at the broken wing where Chuck lay concealed, couple of thuds. Then it blew up whatever was left of the thopter. It was as if Zeb could hear the voices. Nobody left alive. You sure? Couldn't be both of them. Has to be. Anyway, made sure scorched earth now. He held his breath, but the drone didn't follow the trail of the floating vest, and it ignored the derelict canal bunkie. It merely turned and headed back to where it came from. They'd have wanted to get there first and mop up, then disappear fast before Bearlift Repair showed up, which it did in its usual leisurely fashion. Get a move on, Zeb thought. I'm hungry. Repair hovered over the wreckage, oh my godding, no doubt poor bastarding never had a chancing. Then it too departed back towards Whitehorse. As the red twilight settled in and the mist gathered and the temperature fell, Zeb made a small fire on top of a slab of metal so he wouldn't burn the place down, inside the building so the smoke would hit the ceiling and disperse. No telltale column. He got himself a little warmer that way. Then he did some cooking. Then he ate. Just like that, says Toby. Wasn't it a little abrupt? What? Well, it was, you mean it was meat. You pulling a vegetarian, don't be wicked. You wanted me to say a prayer, thank you God for making Chuck such a fuckwit and having him provide for me in this unselfish though truly unintentional dumbass manner. You're making fun. Then don't go all old Gardner on me. Hey, you're old Gardner yourself. You were Adam one's right-hand man. You were a pillar of, well, I wasn't then. A fucking pillar. Anyway, that's a whole other story. Bigfoot, it wasn't that easy, of course. Zeb cut small chunks and used a rusted wire skewer and also gave a lecture to himself. This is nutrition, capital N. You think you'll make it out of here without nutrition. Nonetheless, there were some swallowing issues. Luckily, he'd had a lot of practice in distancing himself from things that went into his mouth, most recently the grub at Bearlift, some of which probably was grub, a popular protein enhancer in dried and ground form. But his first tests of that nature had come earlier, one of the Rev's instructive punishments being that those with potty mouths should be forced to eat the contents of said potty. How not to smell, how not to taste, how not to think. It was like the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil blind, deaf, and mute monkeys who sat on the miniature oil drum on his mother's dressing table with their paws clamped over their upper orifices, providing a role model for her that she was happy to follow. Have you been sick? What's that on your chin? He said. You're a dog, eat your own vomit. He pushed my head into the now Zebulon, don't make up stories. You know your father wouldn't have done such a thing. He loves you. Slam the trapdoor on that one, roll a boulder. More to the point was how to stay warm. There was some crumbling tar paper in the corner, not much use but some. He spread it on the floor, hoping it would act as a heat-retaining vapor barrier. Dry socks would have helped. He made a little teepee of sticks, draped the damp socks over it near the dying embers of his fire, hoping they wouldn't scorch. Then he heated several medium-sized stones in the coals. He bundled his cold feet inside the down vest, unfolded the two space-age reflecting survival blankets, his own and Chuck's, scrunched himself up inside them, added the hot stones underneath. Keep the core warm, that was lesson one. Keep the feet from dropping off, always a good plan going forward. Remember that hands without fingers are not much use for tasks requiring small muscle skills, such as doing up your bootlaces. Was there grunting outside the bunkie in the dim hours? Was there scratching? No door on the place, anything could walk right in. Wolverine, wolf, bear, maybe the smoke kept them off. Did he sleep? He must have. It got light soon enough. He woke up singing. Roman here, Roman there, Roman in my underwear. I got a sweetie covered in hair. She's all pussy everywhere. Some hoarse, twisted stag time bellowing event. Energizing though. Instant man-cave bonding. Shut up, he told himself. You want to die frivolously. Don't much matter, nobody's looking, he riposted. His socks weren't dry, but they were drier. What a fool, he should have taken Chuck's socks from his gone but not forgotten fishbelly feet. He put the socks on, folded up the survival blankets and stuffed them into his pockets. Damn things would never go back into their little envelopes once you took them out. Packed up his practical pig tool guy trinkets and the remains of his picnic, then took a cautious look out the door. Mist everywhere, gray as an emphysema cough. Just as well because now the flying visibility would be low, a good deterrent for airborne snoopers. Though not so good for Zeb himself because now he wouldn't know where he was going as such. But surely it was a case of follow the yellow brick road, minus the bricks and with no Emerald City at the end. There were only two possible directions. Northeast to Norman Wells, rough going on a decaying track jumbled with glacier-dumped boulders, or southwest to Whitehorse through the chilly, misty mountain valleys. Both of those destinations were far, far away, and if he were making odds, he wouldn't have bet on himself. But the Whitehorse route hooked up on the Yukon side with a real road, one that could handle motorized vehicles. More chance of a hitchhike pickup there, or something, or other. He set off through the mist, keeping to the degraded gravel surface. If this were a movie, he'd be fading to white, then gone, and the credits would be rolling up over him. But not so fast, not so fast, he was still alive. Enjoy the moment, he urged himself. I love to go a-wandering along the bums of sluts, and as I go I love to sing, although they drive me nuts. Fuckery, fuckera, fuckery, fucker, ah ha 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 ha, you are not taking this seriously, he scolded. Oh, shut up, he replied. I've heard that a lot, talking to yourself, not so positive. Doing it out loud, even worse. Delirium had not set in, however, though how could he be sure? The mist burnt off at 11 a.m. or so, the sky turned blue, a wind began to blow. Two ravens were shadowing him, high in the air, dipping to eyeball him, passing rude remarks about him back and forth. They were waiting for something to begin eating him so they could pitch in and grab a snack. Not so deft at making the first incisions, ravens, they always hunted with hunters. He ate a Jolt bar, he came to a stream with a washed-out bridge, he had to choose, wet boots or crippled bare feet. He chose the boots, removing his socks first. The water was cold with an X for extra. This freezing sucks, he said, and it did. Then he had to choose between putting the socks back on and getting them wet or the dubious delight of hiking in boots only, sure to accentuate the blister he already had. The boots themselves would soon be borderline useless. You get the picture, he says, on and on. It was that kind of thing all day with the wind blowing and the sun shining. How far had you gone, says Toby. How to measure, out there miles don't count. Let's just say not far enough, he says. And by then I was running on empty. He spent the night hunkered down between two boulders, shivering like a timber despite the two crackly metal survival blankets and the fire he'd made from dead willow and creekside mini birch. By the time the next pink sunset had come round, he'd run out of food. He'd stopped worrying about bears. In fact, he was longing to meet one, a big fat one he could sink his teeth into. He dreamed of little globules of fat sifting down through the air like snow, the pellet-shaped kind of snow, not the flakes. He dreamed of it settling down on him, into his bodily creases and crannies, plumping him up. The brain was 100% cholesterol, so he needed the boost. He hungered for it. He could visualize the inside of his body, the ribs encasing a hollow lined with teeth. If he stuck out his tongue in such a fat fall, the air would taste like chicken soup. In the gloaming there was a caribou. It looked at him, he looked at it. Too far away for him to shoot, too fast for him to chase. Those things could skim over the top of the muskeg as if on skis. The next day was bright and almost hot. Things in the distance were wobbly at the edges like a mirage. Was he hungry anymore? Hard to tell. He could sense words rising from him, burning away in the sun. Soon he'd be wordless, and then would he still be able to think? No and yes, yes and no. He'd be up against it, up against everything that filled the space he was moving through, with no glass pane of language coming between him and not him. Not him was seeping into him through his defenses, through his edges, eating away at form, sending its rootlets into his head like reverse hairs. Soon he'd be overgrown, one with the moss. He needed to keep moving, preserve his outlines, define himself by his own shockwaves, the wake he left in the air. To keep alert, to stay attuned to the what. to whatever might come at him and stop him dead. At the next washed-out bridge a bear congealed from the low shrubs flanking the river. It was not there, and then it was there, and it reared up, startled, offering itself. Was there growling, a roar, a stench? No doubt, but Zeb can't remember. He must have sprayed its eyes with the bear spray and shot it point blank, but there's no photo record. Next thing he knew, he was butchering it, hacking away at it with his inadequate knife. Blood up to the wrists, then bonanza, the meat, the fur. The two ravens stood at a distance, making noises, waiting their turn, gobbets for him, followed by pickings for them. Not too much, he told himself, chewing, recalling the dangers of stuffing yourself on an empty stomach, especially on something so rich and supersaturated. Little at a time. His voice came to him muffled, as if he was telephoning himself from underground. What did this taste like? Who cared? Having eaten the heart, could he now speak the language of bears? Picture him the next day or the next or sometime, halfway there, wherever there is, though he retains the belief that it is in fact somewhere. He's got new footgear, wraps of hide, fur side in, tied with crisscross strips like a fashion item in a caveman comic. He's got a fur cape, he's got a fur hat, and all of it doubles as sleeping gear, heavy and stinky. He's porting a meat cargo and a big wad of fat. If he had the time, he'd render the fat into grease and smear it on himself, but as it is, he injects it into his mouth like bite-sized fuel. And it is fuel, he's burning it, he can feel the heat of it traveling through his veins. Goodbye to care, he sings. The ravens are sticking with him, shadowing him. Now there are 4 of them, he's the Pied Piper of ravens. There's a bluebird on my windowsill, he sings to them. His mother went in for cheerful, upbeat retro crap, that and perky hymns. And now, coming towards him along the relatively smooth stretch of road ahead, far in the distance, there's a cyclist. Some rugged mountain bike adventurer out of his mind on endorphins. They pass through Whitehorse from time to time, augment their kits at the outfitter stores, head for the hills to test their endurance mettle on the old Canal Trail. They pedal as far as the Bunkie, that's their usual trajectory. Then they pedal back, thinner, stringier matter. Some bring tales of alien abduction, some of talking foxes, some of human voices on the tundra at night, or semi-human voices, trying to lure them. No, 2 cyclists, one quite a bit ahead. Lovers' tiff, he speculates. The normal thing would be to stick together. Useful things, mountain bikes. Also pannier packs and whatever might be in them. Zeb hides in the creekside shrubbery, waits for the first one to go past. A woman, blonde, sporting the thighs of a stainless steel nutcracker goddess in her shiny skin-tight cyclowear. Under her streamlined helmet, she's squinting into the wind, frowning fit to kill with her skimpy eyebrows over her trendy little wind sun goggles. Away she goes, bumpity-bump, ass taut as an implanted tit, and now here comes the guy, keeping his distance, morose, mouth down at the corners. He's pissed her off, he's feeling the whip. He's burdened with a misery Zeb can alleviate. "Ag," Zeb yells, or words to that effect. "Ag," says Toby, laughing. "You know what I mean," says Zeb. Short form, he leaps out of the bushes and onto the guy, making a growly noise in his bare fur coverings. There's a strangled yelp from the target, then a metallic toppling. No need to bash the poor sucker, he's out cold anyway. Just take the cycle with its twin saddle packs and make off. When he looks behind, the girl has stopped. He can picture her recently clamped mouth an open O, the O of woe. Now she'll be sorry she tongue-lashed the sad bugger. She'll thunder-thigh back, kneel and minister, rock and cradle, dab at scrapes, shed tears. The lad will come to and gaze into her ungoggled eyes, the simp, and all will be forgiven, whatever it was. Then they will use her cell phone to call for aid. What will they say? He can imagine. When he's out of sight, down a hill, and around a corner, he goes through the saddlebags. What a trove! A poker hand of jolt bars, some sort of quasi-cheese product, an extra wind cheater, a mini stove with fuel cylinder, a pair of dry socks, spare boots with thick soles too small but he'll cut out the toes. A cell phone. Best of all, an identity, he can use some of that. He mashes the cell phone and hides it under a rock, then makes his way sideways over the tundra, squish squish, bike and all. Luckily there's a palsa that's been ripped open, no doubt by an enraged growler in search of evasive ground squirrels. Zeb digs himself and the bike into the moist black earth, leaving a vantage point between clods. After a long damp wait, here comes the thopter. It hovers over where the two young cyclists must be hugging and shivering and thanking their lucky stars, and down goes the ladder, and after a time up go the lovers, and then they're carried away in the slow, low thopter, flippity-flop, blimpity-blimp. What a story they will have to tell. And they tell it. Once in Whitehorse, having shed his bearskin wrapping some time back and sunk them in a pond, having changed into the fresh gear provided by fortune, having grabbed a hitchhike, having freshened up considerably and altered his hairstyle, having hacked certain features of the cyclist's identity and run some cash through a backdoor known to him by memory, and having swiftly topped up his own cash flow thereby, he reads all about it. Sasquatches are real after all, and they've migrated to the Mackenzie Mountain Barrens. No, it couldn't have been a bear because bears can't ride mountain bikes. Anyway, this thing was 7 feet tall with eyes almost like a man's, and it smelled terrible, and it showed signs of almost human intelligence. There's even a picture, taken on the girl's cell phone, a brown blob with a red circle around it to signal which of the many brown blobs in the picture is the significant one. Within a week, Bigfoot believers from around the world have formed a posse and mounted an expedition to the site of the discovery, and are combing the area for footprints and tufts of hair and piles of dung. Soon, says their leader, they will have a batch of definitive DNA, and then the scoffers will be shown up for the corrupt, fossilized, obsolete truth deniers that they are. Very soon. The story of Zeb and thank you and good night, thank you for bringing me this fish. Thank you means you did something good for me, or something you thought was good, and that good thing was giving me a fish. So that made me happy, but the part that really made me happy was that you wanted me to be happy. That's what thank you means. No, you don't need to give me another fish. I am happy enough for now. Don't you want to hear about Zeb? Then you must listen. After Zeb came back from the high and tall mountains with snow on top, and after he had taken off the skin of the bear and put it on himself, he said thank you to the bear, to the spirit of the bear, because the bear didn't eat him but allowed him to eat it instead, and also because it gave him its first skin to put on. A spirit is the part of you that doesn't die when your body dies. It's what the fish do when they are caught and then cooked. No, it is not only fish that die. People do it as well. Yes, everyone. Yes, you as well, sometime. Not yet, not for a long time. I don't know why. Crake made it that way. Because if nothing ever died but everything had more and more babies, the world would get too full and there wouldn't be any room. No, you will not be cooked on a fire when you die, because you are not a fish. No, the bear was not a fish either, and it died in a bear way, not in a fish way, so it was not cooked on a fire. Yes, maybe Zeb said thank you to Oryx too, as well as to the bear, because Oryx let Zeb eat one of her children. Oryx knows that some of her children eat other ones, that is the way they are made, the ones with sharp teeth. So she knew that Zeb could eat one of her children too because he was very hungry. I don't know whether Zeb said thank you to Crake. Maybe you could ask Zeb that the next time you see him. Anyway, Crake is not in charge of bears. Oryx is in charge of bears. Zeb put on the bear's fur to keep warm, because he was very cold, because it was colder there, because of the mountains all around with snow on the top. Snow is water that is frozen into little pieces called snowflakes. Frozen is when water becomes hard like rock. No, snowflakes have nothing to do with Snowman-the-Jimmy. I don't know why part of his name is almost the same as a snowflake. I am doing this thing with my hands on my forehead because I have a headache. A headache is when there is a pain in your head. Thank you, I am sure purring would help. But it would also help if you would stop asking so many questions. Yes, I think Amanda must have a headache too, or some sort of ache. Perhaps you could do some purring for her. I think that's enough of the story of Zeb for tonight. Look, the moon is rising, it's your bedtime. I know you don't have beds, but I have a bed, so it is my bedtime now. Good night. Good night means that I hope you will sleep well and wake up safely in the morning, and that nothing bad will happen to you. Well, such as I can't think what sort of bad things might happen to you. Good night. Scars, she's tried to be discreet, sneaking off alone every night after she's told the Crakers their story, then joining Zeb once out of eyesight. But she's not fooling anyone or anyone among the humans. Naturally, they see it as funny. Or the younger ones do, Swift Fox, Lodi's Blue, Crows and Shacky, Zuns and Cedo, even Wren probably, even Amanda. Romance among the chronologically challenged is giggle fodder. For the youthful, lovelorn and wrinkly don't blend, or not without farce. There's a moment past which the luscious and melting becomes the crusty and wizened, the fertile sea becomes the barren sand, and they must feel she's past that moment. Brewing herbs, gathering mushrooms, applying maggots, tending bees, removing warts, Beldam's roles. Those are her proper vocations. As for Zeb, he's probably less comic to them than puzzling. From their socio-bio vantage point, he should be doing what alpha males do best, jumping the swooning nubiles that are his by right, knocking them up, passing his genes along via females who can actually parturiate unlike her. So why is he wasting his precious sperm packet? They must wonder. Instead of, for instance, investing it wisely in the ovarian offerings of Swift Fox, which is almost certainly that girls take on things, judging from the body language, the eyelash play, the tit thrusts, the hair tuft flinging, the armpit display. She might as well be flashing a blue bottom like the Crakers, baboons in spate. Stop that, Toby, she tells herself. This is how it starts among the closed circles of the marooned, the shipwrecked, the besieged. Jealousy, dissension, a breach in the groupthink walls. Then the entry of the foe, the murderer, the shadow slipping in through the door we forgot to lock because we were distracted by our darker selves, nursing our minor hatreds, indulging our petty resentments, yelling at one another, tossing the crockery. Beleaguered groups are prone to such festering, such backbiting, such infighting. At the Gardeners, they'd held deep mindfulness sessions about this very subject. Ever since they've been lovers, Toby has been dreaming that Zeb is gone. In real life, he is in fact gone while she dreams, as there isn't enough room for both of them on Toby's single-bed-sized slab in her broom closet of a room. So in the middle of each night, Zeb sneaks off like someone in an ancient English country house farce, groping in the darkness back to his own cramped cubicle. But in the dreams he really is gone far away, nobody knows where, and Toby is standing outside the cob house fence, looking down the road, now overgrown with kudzu vines and choked with parts of broken houses and smashed-up vehicles. There's a soft bleating sound, or is it weeping? "He won't be back," says a watercolor voice. "He won't ever be back." It's a woman's voice. Is it Wren? Is it Amanda? Is it Toby herself? The scenario is sweetly sentimental, like a pastel greeting card. Awake, she'd be annoyed by it, but in dreams there is no irony. She cries so much that her clothes are damp with tears, luminous tears that flicker like blue-green gas fare in what is now becoming the darkness. Or is she in a cave? But then a large cat-like animal comes to console her. It rubs up against her, purring like the wind. She wakes to find a small Craker boy in the room with her. He's lifted the edge of the damp sheet that entwists her and is gently stroking her leg. He smells of oranges and of something else. Citrus air freshener. They all smell like this, but the young ones more. "What are you doing?" she asks as calmly as she can. "My toenails are so dirty," she thinks. Dirty and jagged. Nail scissors, put them on the gleaning list. Her skin is coarse beside the pristine skin on the hand of this child. Is he glowing from within, or is his skin so fine-grained it reflects the light? "Oh, Toby, you have legs underneath," says the boy, "like us." Yes, she says, I do. Do you have breasts, oh Toby? Yes, I have those as well, she says, smiling. Are there two breasts? Yes, she says, resisting the urge to add so far. Is he expecting one breast or three or maybe four or six like a dog? Has he ever seen a dog up close? Will a baby come out from between your legs, oh Toby, after you turn blue? What is he asking? Whether non-Craker people like her can have babies or whether she herself might have one. If I were younger, then a baby might come out, she says, but not now. Though her age isn't the deciding factor, if her whole life had been different, if she hadn't needed the money, if she'd lived in another universe. Oh, Toby, says the Craker boy, what sickness do you have? Are you hurt? He puts up his beautiful arms to hug her. Are those tears in his strange green eyes? It's all right, she says. I'm not hurt anymore. She'd sold some of her eggs to pay the rent, back in her plebeian days, before the gods' gardeners had taken her in. There'd been infection, all her future children precluded. Surely she'd buried that particular sadness many years ago. If not, she ought to bury it. In view of the total situation, the situation of what used to be thought of as the human race, such emotions ought to be dismissed as meaningless. She's about to add, I have scars inside me, but she stops herself. What is a scar, oh Toby? That would be the next question. Then she'd have to explain what a scar is. A scar is like writing on your body. It tells about something that once happened to you, such as a cut on your skin where blood came out. What is writing, oh Toby? Writing is when you make marks on a piece of paper, on a stone, on a flat surface, like the sand on the beach. And each of the marks means a sound, and the sounds joined together mean a word, and the words joined together mean. How do you make this writing, oh Toby? You make it with a keyboard or no. Once you made it with a pen or a pencil is or you make it with a stick. Oh Toby, I do not understand. You make a mark with a stick on your skin, you cut your skin open, and then it is a scar, and that scar turns into a voice. It speaks, it tells us things. Oh Toby, can we hear what the scar says? Show us how to make these scars that talk. No, she should stay away from the whole scar business. Otherwise, she might inspire the Crakers to start carving themselves up to see if they can let out the voices. What's your name? She says to the little boy. My name is Blackbeard, says the child gravely. Blackbeard, the notorious murdering pirate, this sweet child. A child who will never have a beard when he grows up because Crake did away with body hair in his new species. A lot of the Crakers have odd names. According to Zeb, Crake named them Crake with his warped sense of humor, though why shouldn't their names be odd to go with their general oddity? I am very happy to meet you, O Blackbeard, she says. Do you eat your droppings, O Toby, says Blackbeard. As we do, to digest our leaves better. What droppings, edible poo, no one warned her about this. It is time to go and see your mother, O Blackbeard, says Toby. She must be worried about you. No, O Toby, she knows I am with you. She says you are good and kind. He smiles, showing perfect little teeth. Enchantment. They are also attractive like airbrushed cosmetic ads. You are good like Crake. You are kind like Oryx. Do you have wings, O Toby? He cranes his neck, trying to see behind her. Maybe the earlier hug was only a stealthy way of feeling her back for the feathered stubs that might be sprouting there. No, says Toby. No wings. I will mate with you when I am bigger, says Blackbeard. He offers this heroically. Even if you are only a little blue, then you will have a baby. It will grow in your bone cave. You will be happy. Only a little blue. It must mean that he recognizes her comparative age, though old is not something the Crakers have a word for. Thank you, O Blackbeard, says Toby. Now run along, I have to eat my breakfast, and I must go and visit Jimmy. I must visit Snowman-the-Jimmy to see if his sickness is better. She sits up and plants her feet squarely on the floor, a sign for the boy to leave, though not a sign he understands. What is breakfast, O Toby? He says. She forgot. These people don't have meals as such. They graze like herbivores. He eyes her binoculars, pokes her stack of bedsheets. Now he's stroking her rifle where it stands in the corner. It's something a normal human child might do. idle fiddling, curious handling. Is this your breakfast? Don't touch that, she says a little sharply. That is not breakfast, that is a special thing for breakfast is what we eat in the morning, the people like me with extra skins. Is it a fish, says the boy, this breakfast? Sometimes, says Toby. But for breakfast today I will eat part of an animal with fur. Perhaps I will eat its leg. There will be a smelly bone inside. You wouldn't want to see such a smelly bone, would you? She says. That will surely get rid of him. No, says the child dubiously. He wrinkles his nose. He seems intrigued, however. Who wouldn't want to peek from behind the curtain at the troll's revolting feasts? Then you should go away, says Toby. Still he lingers. Snowman-the-Jimmy says the bad people in the chaos ate the children of Oryx, he says. They killed them and ate them and ate them. They were always eating them. Yes, they were, says Toby, but they were eating them in the wrong way. Were the two bad men eating them in the wrong way too, the ones who ran away? Yes, says Toby, they were. How are you eating them, oh Toby? The legs of the children. His huge eyes are fixed on her as if she's about to sprout fangs and pounce on him. The right way, she says, hoping he won't ask what the right way is. I saw a smelly bone. It was behind the kitchen. Is it breakfast? Do the bad men eat such bones? Says Blackbeard. Yes, says Toby. But they do other bad things too. Many bad things, much worse things. We must all be very careful and not go into the forest by ourselves. If you see those bad men or anyone like them, you must come and tell me right away. Or tell Crozier or Rebecca or Wren or Ivory Bill, any of us. She's gone over this point several times with all of the Crakers, the adults too, but she's not sure they've taken it in. They gaze at her and nod, chewing slowly as if thinking, but they don't seem frightened. It's worrying, their lack of fear. Not Snowman-the-Jimmy or Amanda, the boy says. We can't tell them because they are sick. At least he's grasped that much. He pauses as if considering. But Zeb will make the bad men go away. Then everything will be safe. Yes, says Toby. Then everything will be safe. Already the Crakers have constructed a formidable set of beliefs about Zeb. Soon he'll be all potent and able to fix every ill, and that could be troublesome because of course he can't. Not even for me, thinks Toby. But the name of Zeb is reassuring to Blackbeard. He smiles again, lifts his hand, gives a little wave, like a president of old, like a queen in a cavalcade, like a movie star. Where has he picked up that gesture? Now he's sidling backwards through the doorway. He doesn't take his eyes off Toby until he's around the corner. Did I scare him, she thinks. Will he go back to the others and tell them disgusting marvels as real children do? Violet outside the main house, the day is underway. The others must already have had their breakfasts, though Swift Fox and Ivory Bill are still at the table, engaged no doubt in some kind of arcane flirtation, she for practice, he in pathetic earnest. Toby looks around for Zeb, but he is nowhere to be seen. Maybe he's taking a shower. Crozier is just setting off with the Maher flock. Zunzanceto is with him, toting a spray gun covering his back. Jimmy's hammock is under the tree, watched over by a trio of Crakers. Lodi's Blue and Wren are working on an addition to the Cobb house. The MaddAddamites have voted to expand the number of sleeping cubicles. They'll make the new ones roomier, more like a real house. The core structure was built as a demonstration of olden-day ways, ersatz antiquity, like a dinosaur made of cement. The Tree of Life natural materials exchange used to be held in this space. Toby remembers coming here with the gods' gardeners to peddle their recycled soap and their vinegar and honey and mushrooms and rooftop vegetables, back when there had still been buying and people to buy things, selling and people to sell them. I ought to look around for some bees, she thinks. There must be escapees living in the trees. It would be calming as well as useful to tend a few hives. The Cobb house construction has to be done in stages. This morning Wren and Lodi's Blue are mixing up the mud, straw and sand in a plastic wading pool decorated with Mickey mice. The wood frame is in place. The layers of cob are being added day by day. Drying each layer is a problem in view of the afternoon thunderstorms, but luckily they've been able to glean some plastic sheeting for cover-ups. Amanda sits near the two of them, hands in her lap, doing nothing. She does nothing a lot. Maybe it's slow healing, Toby thinks, like slow cooking. Maybe the end result will be better that way. But at least she's gained some weight. She has been making some effort over the past few days, pulling out a weed or two, culling the odd slug or snail. In the old Eddencliff rooftop garden days, they'd have relocated our fellow vegetable eaters by throwing them down onto the street. Slugs, too, had a right to live, went the mantra, though not in inappropriate locations such as salad bowls, where they might be harmed by chewing. But now their numbers are too overwhelming. Every plant seems to generate slugs and snails as if spontaneously, so by common though unspoken agreement they're being dropped into salt water. Amanda seems to enjoy that slightly, despite the writhing and frothing. But the Cobb House building work is too much for her. She used to be so strong, nothing used to frighten her. She'd been a tough plea brat, she'd lived by her wits, she could handle anything. Of the two of them, Wren was the weaker, the more timid. Whatever has happened to Amanda, whatever was done to her by the Painballers, must have been extreme. Several Craker kids are watching the mud mixing. No doubt they're asking questions. Why are you doing that? Are you making a chaos? What are those with the round black things on their heads? What is a Mickey Mouse? But they do not look like mice. We have seen mice. Mice do not have big white hands, and so forth. Every new thing they discover in the territory of the MaddAddamites is a source of wonder for them. Yesterday Crozier managed to glean a package of cigarettes during his shepherding stroll, and the Crakers have not got over it. He set fire to a white stick. He put it in his mouth. He breathed in the smoke. Why did you do that, oh Crozier? Smoke is not for breathing, smoke is for cooking a fish, and so on. Just tell them it's a Crake thing, said Toby. So Crozier did. The Crake gambit was one size fits all. Some of the Crakers, a number of the women, several of the smaller kids, are over in the erstwhile playground outside the Cobb House boundary fence, munching away at the kudzu vines draping the swing set. Kudzu is one of their favorite plants, which shows foresight on the part of Crake, because there won't be a shortage of kudzu anytime soon. They've got the red plastic slide almost uncovered, and the children are stroking it as if it's alive. Who remembered the swing set was under there before they started gnawing? Toby heads for the violet, not only because she needs to, but also because she doesn't want to arrive at the breakfast table before Swift Fox leaves it. She consciously suppresses the word slut. A woman should not use that word about another woman, especially with no exact cause. Really, says her inner slut-uttering voice. You've seen the way she looks at Zeb. Eyelashes like Venus flytraps, and that sideways leer of the irises like some outdated cut-rate Prostibot commercial. Bacteria-resistant fibers, 100% fluid flushing, lifelike moans, clenchometer for optimal satisfaction. She takes a breath, calls on her gardener meditation training. She visualizes her anger pushing out through her skin like a snail horn, then lets the small bud of fury wither and fall away. She smiles gently in the direction of Swift Fox, thinking all you want is a quick jump, you want to snag him just to show you can. Nail him up on your trophy wall. You know nothing about him, you can't truly value him, he isn't yours, you don't know how long I waited, which counts for nothing. Nobody cares. There's no fairness, there's no ownership. She has no claims. If Zeb tumbles into bed with Swift Fox, even if he tiptoes into that bed, even if he oozes into it, what she is entitled to say about that is exactly nothing. For all she knows, he's double-dipping already, leaving her in affectionate sleepy-time mode, though maybe a little too much like best pals, with a little too much camaraderie between them, no. But all the time secretly still hungry, then ducking outside, then inside through a different doorway to slide himself voraciously into the voracious Swift Fox. It doesn't bear thinking about, so she won't think about it. Will not think. Wills herself not. The violet biolets are part of the original park installation. 3 stalls for men, 3 for women. Their solar cells are still operating, running the ultraviolet LEDs and the small aerating fan motors. As long as the biolets are still functioning, the MaddAddamites won't have to dig outhouse pits. Luckily, there's lots of toilet paper to be gleaned in the nearby streets, as it wasn't an item heavily looted during the pillaging phase of the plague. What would you do with a skid of toilet paper? You couldn't get drunk on it. The walls inside the biolet are still covered with Pleebland inscriptions, several generations of them, one layer on top of another. There'd been a time when those still devoted to some norm of propriety had tried to paint the words over, but a few kids bent on self-expressive anarchy could destroy in an hour a white surface it had taken a crew 3 days to blandify. To Darin, I am bitch, my king. I three you more than anything FK the core Loris a stuck-up cunt I hope raped by 100,000 pit bulls people who write on washroom walls. SHLD roll their shit in little balls. And those who read these words of wit, SHLD have to eat those balls of shit call me best for /ul scream 24/7 and die. In a pond of cum stay out my way a hat or ill knife you and shyly. Unfinished. Try love the world needs what to eat, where to shit, how to take shelter, who and what to kill. Are these the basics? Thinks Toby. Is this what we've come to or come down to or else come back to? And who do you love? And who loves you? And who loves you not? And come to think of it, who seriously hates you? Blink under the trees Jimmy is still slumbering. Toby checks his pulse calmer, changes his maggots. The wound on his foot has stopped festering and pours some mushroom elixir into him, mixed with a little poppy. An oval of chairs is arranged around the hammock as if Jimmy is the central offering at a feast, a giant salmon, a boar on a platter. 3 Crakers are purring over him, taking turns. 2 men and a woman, gold, ivory, ebony. It's a different 3 every few hours. Do they have only so much purring quotient? Are they like batteries that have to be recharged? Naturally, they need time off to graze and water themselves, but does the purring itself have a sort of electrical frequency? We'll never know, thinks Toby, holding Jimmy's nose to make him open his mouth. No way of wiring up their brains for scientific studies, not anymore. Which is lucky for them. In the olden days, they'd have been kidnapped from the Paradis Project Dome by some rival corp, then injected and jolted and probed and sliced apart to see how they were put together. What made them tick? What made them purr? What made them click? What, if anything, made them sick? They'd have ended up as slabs of DNA in a freezer. Jimmy swallows, sighs, his left hand twitches. How has he been today? Toby asks the 3 Crakers. Has he been awake at all? No, oh Toby, says the gold-colored man. He is traveling. This one has bright red hair, long, slender limbs. Despite the skin color, he looks like something from a children's storybook, an Irish folktale. But now he has stopped, says the ebony man. He has climbed into a tree. Not his real tree, says the ivory woman, not the tree he lives in. He has gone to sleep in this tree, says the ebony man. You mean he's sleeping inside his sleep, says Toby. This seems wrong, it shouldn't be possible. In the tree in his dream. Yes, oh Toby, says the ivory woman. All 3 of them gaze at her with their lambent green eyes as if she's twirling a piece of string and they are bored cats. Perhaps he will sleep for a long time, says the golden man. He is stuck there in the tree. If he will not wake up and travel to here, he will not wake up at all. But he's getting better, says Toby. He is afraid, says the ivory woman in a matter-of-fact voice. He is afraid of what is in this world. He is afraid of the bad men. He is afraid of the pig ones. He doesn't want to be awake. Can you talk to him, says Toby. Can you tell him it's better to be awake? No harm in trying. Maybe they have some form of inaudible communication that might reach Jimmy wherever he is. A wavelength, a vibration. But now they aren't looking at her. They're looking at Ren and Lodi's Blue, who are walking over with Amanda in tow, sheltering behind them. The three of them sit down on the empty chairs, Amanda hesitantly. Ren and Lodi's blue are muddy from their building activities, but Amanda is pristine. The other two give her a shower every morning, choose a fresh bedsheet for her, braid her hair. We thought we'd take a break from the house, says Ren. See how Snowman-the-Jimmy is doing. The ivory woman smiles widely at them. The two men smile less widely. The Craker men are nervous around the younger Cobb House women now. Ever since they've learned that rambunctious group copulation is not acceptable, they don't know what's expected of them. They begin conferring together in low voices, leaving the ivory woman as the sole purrer. Is she blue? One is blue. Two others were blue. We joined our blue to their blue, but we did not make them happy. They are not like our women. They are not happy. They are broken. Did Crake make them? Why did he make them that way so they are not happy? Oryx will take care of them. Will Oryx take care of them if they are not like our women? When Snowman-the-Jimmy wakes up, we will ask him these things. I'd like to be a fly on the wall, thinks Toby, listening to Jimmy justifying the ways of Crake towards men or semi-men. Will Snowman-the-Jimmy be okay? Asks Lodi's blue. I think so, says Toby. It will depend on his, she doesn't want to say immune system because the Crakers will hear. What is an immune system? It is something you have inside yourself that helps you and makes you strong. Where can we find an immune system? Is it from Crake? Will he send us an immune system? And so on. It depends on his dreaming. No comment from the Crakers. So far, so good. But I'm sure he'll wake up soon. He needs to eat, says Lodi's blue. He's so thin he can't live on nothing. You can go a long time without food, says Ren. They did fasts at the gardener's. You can go for days, weeks. She leans over and reaches out, smoothing back Jimmy's hair. I wish we could give him a shampoo, she says. He's getting rank. I think he just said something, says Lodi's blue. It was only a mumble. We could sponge him off, says Ren. Like a sponge bath. She leans closer. He looks a bit shriveled. Poor Jimmy. I hope he doesn't die. I'm hydrating him, says Toby. And there's the honey. I'm feeding him that. Why is she sounding like a head nurse? We do wash him, she says defensively. We do it every day. Well, anyway, he's not so feverish, says Lodi's blue. He's cooling down, don't you think? Ren feels Jimmy's forehead. I don't know, she says. Jimmy, can you hear me? They all watch. Jimmy doesn't twitch. I'd say he's warm. Amanda, see what you think. She's trying to involve her, thinks Toby. Get her interested in something. Ren was always a kindly child. If she is blue, the Lodi's one, should we mate with her? No, we should not. Do not sing to them, do not pick flowers for them, do not wag your penis at them. These women scream with fright. They do not choose us even if we give them a flower. They do not like a wagging penis. We do not make them happy. We do not know why they scream. But sometimes they do not scream with fright. Sometimes I need to lie down, says Amanda. She stands up, walks unsteadily away towards the Cobb house. I'm really worried about her, says Ren. She threw up this morning. She couldn't eat any breakfast. That's extreme fallow. Maybe it's a bug, says Lodi's blue. Something she ate. We really need a better way of washing the dishes. I don't think the water is. Look, says Ren. He blinked. He is hearing you, says the ivory woman. He is hearing your voice, and now he is walking. He is happy. He wants to be with you. With me, says Ren. Really? Yes, look, he is smiling. There is indeed a smile, or the trace of a smile, thinks Toby. Though maybe it's only gas, as with babies. The ivory woman waves away a mosquito that has settled on Jimmy's mouth. Soon he will be awake, she says. Zeb in the dark, it's evening. Toby has dodged her story time session with the Crakers. Those stories take a lot out of her. Not only does she have to put on the absurd red hat and eat the ritual fish, which isn't always what you'd call cooked, but there's so much she needs to invent. She doesn't like to tell lies, not deliberately, not lies as such, but she skirts the darker and more tangled corners of reality. It's like trying to keep toast from burning while still having it transform into toast. I'll come tomorrow, she told them. Tonight I must do an important thing for Zeb. What is the important thing you must do, oh Toby? We would like to be your helpers. At least they didn't ask what important means. They seem to have put together an idea of it, somewhere between dangerous and delicious. Thank you, she said, but it is a thing that only I can do. Is it about the bad men? Asked little Blackbeard. No, Toby said. We have not seen the bad men for many days. Maybe they have gone far away, but we must still be careful and tell others if we see them. One of the Mahars has gone missing. Crozier has told her privately, the red-headed one with the braids, but it may simply have strayed off while grazing. Or else a Liabem got it. Or something worse, thinks Toby, something human. The day has been stifling. Even the afternoon thunderstorm hasn't cleared away the humidity. Under normal conditions, but what is normal? Lust should have been drained of its supercharge by this weather, muffled as if under a damp mattress. She and Zeb should have been limp, enervated, exhausted. But instead they'd snuck away from the others even earlier than usual, slippery with longing, every pore avid, every capillary suffused and thrashed around like newts in a puddle. Now it's deep twilight. Purple darkness wells up from the earth. Bats flit past like leathery butterflies. Night flowers open, musking the air. They're sitting outside in the kitchen garden for the evening breeze, what there is of it. Their fingers are loosely entwined. Toby can feel still a small current of electricity moving between them. Tiny iridescent moths are shimmering around their heads. What do we smell like to them? She wonders, like mushrooms, like crushed petals, like dew. Help me out here, says Toby. I need more to go on for the Crakers. They're insatiable on the subject of you. Like what? You're their hero. They want your life story, your miraculous origins, your supernatural deeds, your favorite recipes. You're like royalty to them. Why me? Says Zeb. I thought Crake did away with all that. They aren't supposed to be interested. Well, they are. They're obsessed with you. You're their rock star. Lord fuck a dog, can't you just make up some piece of crap? They cross-examine like lawyers, says Toby. At the very least I need the basics, the raw material. Does she want to know about Zeb for the sake of the Crakers or for herself? Both, but mostly for herself. I'm an open book, says Zeb. Don't be evasive. Zeb sighs. I hate going back to all that. I had to live it. I don't like reliving it. Who cares? I do, says Toby, and so do you. She thinks you still do care. I'm listening. Persistent, aren't you? I've got all night. So you were born, yeah, admitted. Another sigh. Okay, first you need to understand we got the wrong mothers. Wrong how? She says to the face she can barely see. A plane of cheekbone, a shadow, a glint of eye. The story of the birth of Zeb I have put on the red hat of Snowman. I have eaten the fish. I have listened to the shiny thing. Now I will tell the story of the birth of Zeb. You don't have to sing. Zeb did not come from Crake, not like Snowman. And he wasn't made by oryx, not like rabbits. He was born the same way you are born. He grew in a bone cave just like you and came out through a bone tunnel just like you. Because underneath our clothing skins we are the same as you. Almost the same. No, we do not turn blue, though we might smell blue sometimes, but our bone cave is the same. I don't think we need to discuss blue penises right now. I know they are bigger. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, we do have breasts. The women do. Yes, too. Yes, on the front. No, I will not show them to you right now, because this story is not about breasts. This story is about Zeb. A very long time ago, in the days of the chaos, before Crake cleared it all away, Zeb lived in the bone cave of his mother. And Oryx took care of him there as she takes care of all those who live in the bone caves. And then he traveled into this world through the bone tunnel. And then he was a baby, and then he grew. And he had an older brother whose name was Adam. But Adam's mother was not the same mother as the mother of Zeb. Because when Adam was very young, Adam's mother ran away from Adam's father. Running away means she went very quickly to a different place, though she may not have done any running as such. Perhaps she walked or drove so Adam never saw her any more. Yes, I'm sure it was sad for him, because she wanted to mate with more than one male, not only with Zeb's father, or that is what Zeb's father told him. Yes, it was a good thing to want, and she would have been happy if she could be living with you. She could mate with 4 males at once like you. She would be very happy then. But Zeb's father did not see it that way, because he had done a thing with her called marriage, and with marriage there was supposed to be 1 male for each female and 1 female for each male, although sometimes there were more. But there were not supposed to be, because it was the chaos. It was a thing of the chaos. That is why you can't understand it. Marriage is gone now. Crake cleared it away because he thought it was stupid. Stupid means things Crake didn't like. There were a lot of things Crake thought were stupid. Yes, good, kind Crake. I will stop telling this story if you sing, because it makes me forget what I am telling. Thank you. So then Adam's father found a new woman to have marriage with, and Zeb was born. Now little Adam was not lonely because he had a brother, and Adam and Zeb helped each other. But Zeb's father was sometimes hurtful to them. I don't know why. He thought pain was good for children. No, he was not as bad as the 2 bad men who were hurtful to Amanda. But he was not a kind person. I don't know why some people then were not kind. It was a thing of the chaos. And Zeb's mother was often taking a nap or doing other things that interested her. She was not very interested in small children, and she said, "You will be the death of me." Death of me is hard to explain. It meant she was displeased with the things they were doing. No, Zeb did not kill his mother. Death of me is just a thing she said. She said it a lot. Why did she say it if it wasn't true? It was those people talked that way. It wasn't true or not true. It was in between. It was a way of telling about a feeling you might have. It was a manner of speaking. A manner of speaking means you are right. Zeb's mother was not a kind person either. Sometimes she helped Zeb's father lock Zeb up in a closet. Lock up means closet means it was a very small room and it was dark in there and Zeb couldn't get out. Or they thought he couldn't get out. But soon Zeb learned a lot about opening closed doors. No, his mother couldn't sing. Not like your mother's and your father's and you. But Zeb could sing. That is one of the things he did when he was locked inside the closet. He sang. The petroleum brat's Zeb's mother, Trudy, was the goody-goody, and Adam's mother, Fenella, was the shag-anything trash bunny. Or that was the story told by Trudy, and the Rev, since the 2 of them claimed that Zeb was so freaking useless, and they were so righteous. Naturally, he thought he'd been adopted, since he couldn't possibly have come from 2 such pristine sources of DNA as them. He used to daydream that he'd been left behind by Fenella, who must have been his real, worthless mother. She'd been forced to flee in a hurry, and hadn't been able to tote him along when she was running away. She dropped him on the doorstep in a cardboard box, to be taken in and trodden underfoot by this Trudy person, who was unrelated to him and lying about it. Fenella, wherever she was, deeply regretted her abandonment of him, and was planning to come back and get him once she could manage it. Then they would go far, far away together, and do absolutely everything on the long list of things that were frowned upon by the Rev. He saw them sitting on a park bench together, eating licorice twists and happily picking their noses. Just for instance. But that was when he was little. Once he figured out genetics, he decided that Trudy must. V secretly had it off with some fix-it guy with a wrench who doubled as a housebreaker and petty thief. Or else a gardener. She used to snaffle illegal Tex-Mex guys with black hair, like Zeb's. She'd pay them not enough to wheelbarrow soil around, dig up shrubs, dump more rocks on her rock garden, which was the only thing that really held her attention in the way of nurturing and tending, as far as Zeb could tell. She was always out there with one of those little fork-tongued weeders or messing up ant nests with hot vinegar. Course I could have inherited the criminality from the Rev. He had the chromosomes for it, says Zeb. He just tarted up his misdemeanors and made them look respectable, whereas I was the real raw deal. He was furtive and sly, I was right in the face. Don't be too down on yourself, says Toby. You don't get it, babe, says Zeb. I'm bragging. The Rev had his very own cult. That was the way to go in those days if you wanted to coin the megabucks and you had a facility for ranting and bullying, plus golden-tongued whip-him-up preaching. And you lack some other gray area but highly marketable skill, such as derivatives trading. Tell people what they want to hear, call yourself a religion, put the squeeze on for contributions, run your own media outlets and use them for robocalls and slick online campaigns, befriend or threaten politicians, evade taxes. You had to give the guy some credit. He was twisted as a pretzel. He was a tinfoil halo shit-nosed frog-stomping king rat asshole, but he wasn't stupid. As witness his success. By the time Zeb came along, the Rev had a megachurch, all glass slabbery and pretend oak pews and faux granite, out on the rolling plains. The Church of Petroleum, affiliated with the somewhat more mainstream Petrobaptists. They were riding high for a while, about the time accessible oil became scarce and the price shot up and desperation among the plebes set in. A lot of top core guys would turn up at the church as guest speakers. They'd thank the Almighty for blessing the world with fumes and toxins, cast their eyes upwards as if gasoline came from heaven, look pious as hell. Pious as hell, says Zeb. I've always liked that phrase. In my humble view, pious and hell are the flip sides of the same coin. Humble view, says Toby. Since when? Since I met you, says Zeb. Just one glance at your fine ass, one of the miracles of creation, and I realize what a shoddy construction I am by comparison. Next you'll have me scrubbing the floor with my tongue. Give a guy a break or I might get shy. Okay, I'll allow one humble view, says Toby. Tell on. Can I kiss your clavicle? In a minute, says Toby. After you get to the point. She's new to flirting, but she's enjoying it. You want my point, you talking dirty. Rain check. You can't stop now, says Toby. Okay, deal. The Rev had nailed together a theology to help him rake in the cash. Naturally, he had a scriptural foundation for it. Matthew chapter 16, verse 18. Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. It didn't take a rocket science genius, the Rev would say, to figure out that Peter is the Latin word for rock, and therefore the real, true meaning of Peter refers to petroleum, or oil that comes from rock. So this verse, dear friends, is not only about St. Peter, it is a prophecy, a vision of the age of oil, and the proof, dear friends, is right before your eyes because look, what is more valued by us today than oil? You have to give it to the rancid bugger. He really preached that, says Toby. Is she supposed to laugh or not? From Zeb's tone she can't tell. Don't forget the oleum part. It was even more important than the Peter half. The Rev could rave on about the oleum for hours. My friends, as we all know, oleum is the Latin word for oil. And indeed, oil is holy throughout the Bible. What else is used for the anointing of priests and prophets and kings? Oil. It's the sign of special election, the consecrated chrism. What more proof do we need of the holiness of our very own oil, put in the earth by God for the special use of the faithful to multiply his works? His oleum extraction devices abound on this planet of our dominion, and he spreads his oleum bounty among us. Does it not say in the Bible that you should forbear to hide your light under a bushel? And what else can so reliably make the lights go on as oil? That's right, oil, my friends. The holy oleum must not be hidden under a bushel, in other words, left underneath the rocks, for to do so is to flout the word. Lift up your voices in song and let the oleum gush forth in ever stronger and all-blessed streams. That's an imitation, says Toby. Fucking right. I could do the whole spiel standing on my head. I had to listen to it enough. Me and Adam both. You're good at it, says Toby. Adam was better. In the Rev's church, and around the Rev's dinner table too, we didn't pray for forgiveness or even for rain, though God knows we could have used some of each. We prayed for oil. Oh, and natural gas too. The Rev included that in his list of divine gifts for the chosen. Every time we said grace before meals, the Rev would point out that it was oil that put the food on the table, because it ran the tractors that plowed the fields and fueled the trucks that delivered the food to the stores. and also the car our devoted mother, Trudy, drove to the store in to buy the food, and the power that made the heat that cooked the food. We might as well be eating and drinking oil, which was true in a way, so fall on your knees. Around this point in the speech, Adam and me would start kicking each other under the table. The idea was to kick the other one so hard he would yelp or flinch, but not to give any sign yourself, because whoever made a noise would get whacked or have to drink piss, or worse. But Adam was never a yelper. I admired him for that. Not literally, says Toby. The piss. Cross my heart, says Zeb. Now where'd I put that stone-cold heart thing of mine? I thought you liked each other, says Toby. You and Adam. We did. Kicking under the table is a guy thing. You were how old? Too old, says Zeb. Though Adam was older, only a couple of years older, but he was what the gardeners would call an old soul. He was wise, I was foolish. It was always like that. Adam was a skinny little squirt. Though older, he wasn't nearly as strong as Zeb once Zeb made it past the age of 5. Adam was methodical. He contemplated. He thought things through. Zeb was impulsive. He shot from the hip. He let rage take him over. It got him into trouble and got him out of it in about equal measure. But in combination, the two of them were pretty effective. They were joined at the head. Zeb was the bad one who was good at bad things. Adam was the good one who was bad at good things, or who used good things as a front for his bad things. Adam and Zebulon, bookends, as in the alphabet. That cute Z-name symmetry was the Rev's idea. He liked to theme park everything. Adam was always being held up as an example. Why couldn't Zeb behave well the way his brother did? Sit up straight, don't squirm, eat properly. Your hand is not a fork. Don't wipe your face on your shirt. Do what your father says, say yes sir and no sir, and so on. That was how Trudy would talk, almost begging. All she wanted was peace and quiet. She didn't really enjoy the consequences of Zeb's pushbacks and sulkiness, the welts and bruises and scars. She wasn't a sadist as such, not like the Rev, but she was the center of her own universe big time. She wanted the perks, and the Rev was the ever-flowing source of the cash that paid for them. After telling Zeb what a model kid Adam was, she would go on to say that Adam's line towing was all the more special, all the more praiseworthy, considering. Then she would trail off because Adam's mother, Fenella, was never mentioned at length if Trudy and the Rev could help it. You'd think they'd have used her and her scandalous douchebag behavior as a stick to beat Adam with, disparage his genetic inheritance. But they never did. He was too good at innocence, or the show of it, with his big blue eyes and his thin, saintly-looking face. Zeb got hold of some old photos of Fenella. They were on a thumb drive at the bottom of a storage box in the closet, the one he was frequently locked into. He'd hidden a mini light in there so he could see in the dark. He found the drive, then nicked it and plugged it into the Rev's computer to see what would happen. The thing still worked. There were about 30 pics of Fenella, some with tiny Adam, a few with the Rev, none of them smiling much. The thumb drive must have been an oversight because there were no other pictures of Fenella in the house. She didn't look in any way slutty. She had the same thin, truthful, big-eyed look that Adam had. Zeb had quite a crush on her. If only he could talk to her and tell her what was going on, she would be on his side. She despised the whole setup as much as he did. She must have done, because hadn't she run away? Though she didn't look like the running away type, she didn't look strong enough. Sometimes he felt jealous of Adam because he'd once had Fenella for his mother and all Zeb had was Trudy. Then he'd let resentment of Adam's fail-safe punishment evasion system get the better of him, and he'd mess with Adam in private. Turd in the bed, dead mouse in the sink. Switch the hot and cold taps in their shower. He'd figured out plumbing by then. Or just apple pie his sheets. Boy meanies. The Rev had done well out of his oil stocks, in addition to the gushing wells of his parishioners' savings, and they lived in a big house, with Trudy and the Rev at the opposite end to Adam and Zeb. So if Adam yelped, they wouldn't hear him. Though he never did yelp. He just beamed out the reproachful "I forgive you" gaze that was 10 times more annoying. Sometimes Zeb would tease Adam about Fenella. He'd say she must have tattoos all over, tits and all. He'd say she was a cokehead. He'd say she went off with a biker. No, a dozen bikers did them all, one after the other. He'd say she was peddling it on the street in Vegas to deranged addicts and syphilitic pimps. Why was he saying those gross and repugnant things about the woman he considered his other self, his fairy dust spirit helper, next door to a marble goddess? Who knows? The strange thing was, Adam didn't talk back. He'd just smile in an eerie way, as if he knew something Zeb didn't. Adam never ratted about Zeb's juvenile pranks. Even then he was a secretive little bugger. Anyway, the two of them mostly worked as a team. At school, Caprock Prep, a private school funded by one of the oil corps, boys only, they were known as the Holy Petroleum Brats because of their dad's position, but nobody picked on them openly, not once Zeb was big enough. Adam alone would have been a sitting duck, he was so stringy and transparent, but if anyone lifted a finger in his direction, Zeb would beat the crap out of them. He only had to do that twice. Word got around. Shalizzy's hands in face of the brainwashing team of Trudy and the Rev, Adam and Zeb took joint evasive action. What were they evading, apart from punishment? Anything that might lead in the direction of the path of righteousness, the holy petroleum path, the path the Rev and Trudy were forever urging them to tread. In Adam's case, this action took the form of blue-eyed lying. He could make just about anyone except Zeb think he was innocent as an egg unlaid, whereas Zeb had the instincts of a sneak thief. Time spent in the punishment closet had its upside. Hairpins had their uses, and it was not long before he had the secret run of the house, tiptoeing through the bureau drawers and emails of his elders, while they believed him securely imprisoned among the winter coats and outdated consumer electronics. Lockpicking became his hobby, and soon enough, with the aid of clandestine sessions on the school's digital facilities and free time at the public library, hacking became his vocation. In his fantasy world, no code could keep him out, no door could shut him in, and fantasy merged into reality the older and more practiced he became. At first, he stuck to porno peep sites and pirated acid rock and freak show music, all forbidden by the church, needless to say. It went in for buttoned-up collars and public chastity vows, and its music sucked like 1,000 monster leeches from outer space. So Zeb would earphone the luminescent corpses or the pancreatic cancers or the bipolar albino hookworms while trolling on-screen for ever-new and cunningly deployed girl body parts. No harm in it, really. They'd already made the videos, so what he was doing was just a form of time travel. He wasn't causing anything. Then, once he felt ready, he decided to up the ante and really test his powers. The Church of Petroleum was high-tech enabled, with a dozen sophisticated online social media and donation sites skimming the cash from the faithful 24/7. The security on those sites was supposed to be as foolproof as such things got, with 2 layers of coding knit where any potential klepto would have to penetrate before making off with the debit accounts. And the system did keep out such kleptos, but it had no defense against an insider job, such as the one Zeb managed to pull off so spectacularly when he was barely 16. The Rev's weak point was his belief in his own invulnerability, so he was careless, and as he had no head for number-letter combos, he wrote down passwords. Then he hid them in places so obvious even the Easter Bunny would scoff. The cufflink box, the toes of the Sunday shoes. Retro Cretin, sighed Zeb, extracting the wafers of paper, memorizing their cryptic scribblings, then replacing box or shoe in its exact previous location. Once possessed of the keys to the kingdom, Zeb diverted the river of donations, not all of it, a mere 0.09% margin of error. He wasn't lobotomized into several accounts of his own devising, making sure that the donors got the standard groveling thank you and guilt-inducing pep talk message from the church, plus a hate slogan or two directed at the enemies of God's holy oil. Solar panels are Satan's work. Eco equals freako. The devil wants you to freeze in the dark. Serial killers believe in global warming. For his stash the cash hideaways, he used an identity pieced together from fragments he'd appropriated by stealth attacks on fuzzily fenced targets, such as 3D avatar gaming destinations, Adopt-Halfish and similar bio-weepy charities, and feel-it-enabled porno installations in suburban malls. Haptic feedback gives you true, stimulating flesh-on-flesh sensations. Say goodbye to faked screams and groans. This is the real thing. Warning: do not expose your electronic device to moisture. Do not place terminals in your mouth or other mucous membrane regions. Severe burns may result. No surprise, really, for Zeb to discover during one of his trolling expeditions that the Rev himself was a frequent visitor to the haptic wank sites, though he indulged himself at home. He couldn't afford to be caught in a mall and hid the feedback terminals in his golf club bag. He favored those sites involving whips, penetration with bottles, and nipple burning. He was also a big fan of the historical reenactment beheading sites, which were relatively expensive, maybe because of the props and costumes. Mary, Queen of Scots. Feel this hot redhead spurt. Anne Boleyn, royal slut. Did it with her brother, she'll do it with you, then you get to slice her dirty little neck. Catherine Howard. Turn the stone-cold fox stone-cold with one whack of your powerful blade. Lady Jane Grey. Make this elite virgin pay the price of snootiness, blindfold optional. These gave you the sensation, right in your own hands, of what it felt like to decapitate a woman with an axe. Fun, historic, educational. For extra payment you could decapitate them without their clothes on, which was more exciting. Zeb took a few turns at it himself, courtesy of the Rev's account, which he cooked accordingly, so he had grounds for the clothes versus naked comparison. A naked woman on her knees, about to lose her head. Why was this riveting? Was he callous or a psychopath or something? No, psychopaths had a brain chip missing, according to Adam, who read up on these things. They couldn't feel empathy. Screaming and tears were just annoying noises as far as they were concerned. So they couldn't feel shitty and or pervy about what they were doing, not like Zeb. He thought about hacking in and recoding the program so that when the axe came down you got the sensation not in your hands but in your own neck. What would it feel like to have your head chopped off? Would it hurt, or would the shock cancel that out? Or would you get a rush of empathy? But too much empathy could be dangerous. Your heart might stop. Were those naked, kneeling, and shortly to be headless women real or not? He guessed not, because reality online was different from the everyday kind of reality where things hurt your body. And they wouldn't be allowed to murder real women right on screen. Surely that was illegal. But the effects were so amazing and 3D that you ducked the gush of blood. Adam didn't see the attraction of these activities once he found out about them, which he did because Zeb couldn't resist the urge to share his knowledge about the Rev's secret life, which was now also, to some extent, his own. That is depraved, was Adam's comment. Right, that's the point. What are you, gay? Zeb said, but Adam only smiled. The Rev's frustrated kink urges must have been in need of an outlet. Zeb was now too large and surly to take a chance on as a Sato subject. He might hit back, and the Rev was at heart a coward, so the belting and piss-drinking and imprisonment were now in the past. Nor was Trudy an option for the warped bastard, since, despite her stand-by-your-meal-ticket subservience, she would never put up with leather halters and nipple piercing and flagellation with a cane, or eating her own excrement. Information is power, so Zeb thanked his lucky stars for the online haptic feedback sites, and made a record of the number of times the Rev had used them. and took care to store away this Santa's packsack of red velvet information for future use. Though the Rev might manage to electrocute himself via his own dick in the meantime, blow himself up like an overboiled hot dog, and Zeb would sure like to be an eye at the keyhole for that hilarious little fiasco. He briefly considered rewiring the haptic terminals to achieve this very effect, but was unsure of the voltage it would take. A Rev just badly scorched rather than no refunds dead could mean big trouble. He'd figure out who did it for sure. By this time, Zeb had magic fingers. He could play code the way Mozart played the piano. He could warble in cuneiform. He could waltz through firewalls like a tiger of old leaping through a flaming circus hoop without singeing a whisker. He could slip into the Petroleum Church accounting both sets of books, the official set and the actual one, in a few swift moves. And he did, on a regular basis. This went on for a couple of years, as the 0.09% piled up, and Zeb grew taller and sprouted more body hair, and worked out in the gym at Caprock Prep, where he took care to keep in the middle of the bell curve grades-wise, especially in it, so that his extraterrestrial hacking talents would not be suspected. In 6 months he would graduate, and what then? He had some notions, but so did his parental overseers. The Rev had made it known that through his connections he could get Zeb a coveted job in the northern oil desert, driving one of the humongous machines that wrangled oil-rich bituminous gravel. It would make a man of Zeb, he said, leaving the possible definition of man floating in the air between them. Child torturer, religious fraudster, online girl decapitator. Also, the money was good. Then, when he'd done that for a while, Zeb could decide on what calling he wished to pursue. There were 3 subtexts to this. 1. The Rev wanted Zeb to go very far away because he was beginning to be afraid of him, and rightly so. 2. With any luck, Zeb would get lung cancer or a third eye or scales like an armadillo. The air up there was so toxic you mutated in about a week. And 3. Zeb was not brilliant. Not like Adam, who, in the hopes that he would carry on in the old man's fraud church biz, had been sent to Spindletop U and had majored in petatheology, homiletics, and petabiology. This last, as far as Zeb could see, required you to learn biology in order to disprove it. That took a certain kind of intellectual adroitness, a kind it was implied that Zeb lacked. Galley slave would be more his level. "I think that's a wonderful idea," said Trudy. "You should be so grateful to your father for taking all that trouble. Not every boy has a father like yours." "Smile," Zeb ordered himself. "I know," he said. The word smile meant carving knife in Greek. He'd found that on the web when he wasn't decapitating historical figures. Zeb missed Adam when he wasn't there, and he suspected it was mutual. Who else could they talk to about the improbable sublayers of their lives? Who else could do a hilarious word-for-word imitation of the Rev's prayer to St. Luciclucas, to whom God had revealed the holy oil? When they were apart they avoided text messages, phone calls, or anything else with an electronic signal. The internet, as was well known, leaked like a prostate cancer patient, and the Rev was most likely snooping, if not on Adam, at least on Zeb. But when Adam would come back for vacations, it was Old Home Week. Zeb would welcome him with an amphibian in the shoe, or an arthropod in the cufflink box, or a burr or two artfully stuck onto the inside of his Y-fronts, though they were getting too old for this kind of japery, so it was more of a nostalgia thing. Then they'd go out onto the tennis court and pretend to play a game, and murmur together in brief snatches across the net, comparing notes. Zeb would want to know if Adam had got laid yet, a question that was skillfully evaded. Adam would want to know how much money Zeb had skimmed off from the church and sequestered in his secret stowaway accounts, since it was their firm plan to disappear from the Rev's charmed circle once they had sufficient funds. It was Adam's last vacation before graduating. Zeb was sitting at the Rev's home office desk monitor with a pair of medical latex gloves on, humming under his breath. while Adam stood watch at the window in case the Rev's gas-guzzling tycoon car or Trudy's Hummerette drove up. "You've got Shalizzy's hands," Adam said to him in that neutral way he had. Was it admiration or merely observation? "Shalizzy," said Zeb. "Hot crap, the botulistic old bugger's embezzling again, only this is a lot more. Look at this." "I wish you wouldn't swear," said Adam in his mildest voice. "Stuff yourself," said Zeb cheerfully. "And he's stashing it in a bank account in Grand Cayman." Shalizzy was a well-known white-hat 20th-century safecracker, said Adam, who was interested in history unlike Zeb. "He never used explosives, only his hands. He was legendary." "I bet the old fart's planning a jump," said Zeb. "Here today then zap, and the next morning he's sucking up martinis on a tropical beach and renting liquor-cleft bimbettes, leaving the fucking faithful out in the cold with their pants down." "Not in Grand Cayman, he won't," said Adam. "They're mostly underwater." "But those banks have relocated to the Canaries. There are more mountains there. Only they've kept the Grand Cayman corporate names, preserving a tradition, I suppose." "Wonder if he'll take trusty-fusty Trudy with him," said Zeb. Adam's knowledge of banking surprised him, but then Adam's knowledge of a lot of things surprised him. It was hard to know what Adam knew. "He won't take Trudy," said Adam. "She's becoming too financially demanding. She suspects what he's up to." "You know this how?" "An educated guess," said Adam. "The body language. She's giving him the narrow eyes at breakfast when he's not looking. She's nagging him about vacations and when are they going to take one. Also, she's feeling held back in her interior decoration ambitions. Note her on-show collection of wallpaper samples and paint chips. She's tired of playing the angel wife for the benefit of the congregation. She feels she's helped to create the domestic surplus, and she wants more scope." "Like Fenella," said Zeb. "She wanted more scope too, at least she got out early." "Fenella didn't get out," said Adam in his neutral voice. "She's under the rock garden." Zeb turned in the Rev's ergonomic swivel chair. "She's what?" "Here they come," said Adam. "Both at once. It's a convoy. Power down." "Mute and theft, say that again," said Zeb once they were on the tennis court and safely out of hearing. Neither of them was much good at tennis, but they pretended to practice. They stood side by side, serving balls over the net or more often into it. Their rooms were bugged, Zeb had discovered that years ago, and enjoyed feeding misinformation into his desk lamp and then looping it back to himself via the Rev's computer, but it was best to play dumb by leaving the bugs where they were. "Under the rock garden," said Adam. "That's where Fenella is." "You're sure?" "I watched them burying her," said Adam. "From the window, they didn't see me." "This wasn't a you didn't dream it," said Zeb. "You must have been fucking fetal." Adam gave him the fisheye. Not only did he not approve of obscenity, he never seemed to get used to it. "I mean really young," Zeb amended. "Kids make stuff up." For once he was shaken, he could barely think straight. If Adam's story was true, and why would he invent this? It changed Zeb's whole view of himself. Fenella had shaped his story about his past and also the one about his future, but suddenly Fenella was a skeleton. She'd been dead all along. So no secret helper waiting out there. He'd never had one. There was no understanding family member he would someday locate. Once he'd found the exit sign and unlocked the invisible locks and cut his way out of the Rev's chicken-hawk-wired coop. He was flying a wing-damaged solo, all alone except for his joined-at-the-head-wound brother, who could well turn pious on him for real. He had the talent. Then Zeb himself would be drifting in Voidsville, out in the cold and dark, like a torn-loose astronaut in one of those old Five-Tomato space flicks. He slammed a ball into the net. "I was almost 4, Adam said in his "I have spoken and therefore it is so" voice that was too much like the Rev's for comfort. "I have clear memories of that time." "You never told me," Zeb said. He was offended. Adam had not deemed him trustworthy. That hurt. They were supposed to be a team. "You would have let it slip," said Adam. "Then who knows what they would have done." He tossed his ball up, tapped it lightly over the net. "You could have ended up under the rock garden as well, not to mention me." "Wait," said Zeb. "You mean fucking Trudy was in on this too?" I already told you, said Adam. There is no need to swear. Sorry, it just fucking slipped out, said Zeb. No way he was going to let Adam tell him how to talk. Trudy the Good. Must have been something in it for her, said Adam in his I am loftily overlooking your provocation voice. If only blackmail material, or maybe she wanted Fenella out of the way to clear her path. My guess is she was already pregnant with you. The Church of Petroleum doesn't sanction divorce, what with the holy oil at the marriage ceremony, as we know. So now it was Zeb's fault, the death of Fenella, for having the bad taste to get himself conceived. Shit. How did they do it? He said. The two of them. Did they slip arsenic into her tea, or not a decapitation, he thought, ashamed of himself. They wouldn't have gone that far. I don't know. I was only 4, I just saw the burial. So all that about her being whore-pill trash, deserting her baby and so forth, that was just, it's what the congregation wanted to believe, said Adam. And they did believe it. Bad mothers are always a good story for them. Maybe we should call the corpse a corpse, said Zeb. Tell them to bring shovels. I wouldn't risk it, said Adam. There's quite a few Petrobaptists on the force, and there are a number of Oil Corps heavies on the church board. There's a lot of overlap because of the benefits to both parties. They're agreed on the need to crush dissent. So the Oil Corps would cover up for the Rev over a pure and simple wife murder that didn't per se threaten its holdings, since they'd know there'd be much credibility lost through a scandal. They'd accuse the two of us of mental instability. Shut us away, use the heavy drugs, or, as I said, dig a couple of new holes in the rock garden. But we're his kids, said Zeb, sounding about 2 years old even to himself. You think that would stop him, said Adam. Blood is thinner than money. He'd hear a convenient voice from God suggesting a son sacrifice for the greater good. Remember Isaac. He'd slit our throats and set fire to us because this time God wouldn't send a sheep. Which was about as dark as Zeb could remember Adam ever being. So, he said, he was out of breath, although they'd barely been moving. Why are you telling me about this now? Because if what you've said about your successful cash-diverting activities is true, we have accumulated enough money, said Adam. Also, the church might catch you doing the diverting. Time to go while we still can, before they send you off to die in the tar pits, he added. It would be called an accident, of course. Zeb was touched. Adam was looking out for him. He always thought further ahead than Zeb did. They waited until the next day, when the Rev had a board meeting and Trudy was heading up the ladies' prayer circle. Then they took a solar cab to the Bullet train station, exchanging fake info for the benefit of the driver's flapping ears. Most of those guys were snoops, formal or informal. The script was that Adam was on his way back to Spindletop and Zeb was seeing him off. Nothing unusual in that. From a net cafe at the station, Zeb cleaned out the Rev's Grand Cayman hidey hole account, while Adam acted nonchalant and scanned for anyone who looked too interested. Once the Rev's funds were secured and transferred, Zeb sent the infected gonad a couple of messages, using a lilipad pathway to delay potential cyberhounds as long as possible. He hacked into a men's underarm deodorant video ad, clicked on the gleaming, depilatory stud's belly button. He'd gone through that pixel wormhole before, then skipped to a home and garden site, appropriate under the circumstances, and chose a trowel. From it he launched his messages. The first message said, "We know who's under the rocks, don't follow us." The second contained the details of the Rev's thefts from the Church of Petroleum's charity initiative funds, and another warning. Don't leave town or this goes public. Stay put and await instructions. That would give the mildewed old bugger the idea that they'd be back in touch soon for blackmail purposes, which must be their motive, and he could lie in wait for them. That should do it, said Adam, but Zeb couldn't resist adding a third message, a copy of the details of the Rev's Feel-It haptic site transactions. Lady Jane Grey had been his favorite. He must have decapitated her at least 15 times. Wish I could watch, said Zeb once they were on the train. When he opens his mail, And even better when he finds out his Cayman Bank stash is gone. Gloating is a character flaw, said Adam. Up yours, said Zeb. He spent the trip looking out the window at the passing scenery. Gated communities like the one they'd just fled, fields of soybeans, frackware installations, wind farms, piles of gigantic truck tires, heaps of gravel, pyramids of discarded ceramic toilets. Mountains of garbage with dozens of people picking through it. Plebeian shanty towns, the shacks made of discarded everything. Kids standing on the shack roofs, on the piles of garbage, on the piles of tires, waving flags made of colorful plastic bags or flying rudimentary kites, or giving Zeb the finger. The odd camera drone drifted overhead, purporting to be scanning traffic, logging the comings and goings of who knew who. Those things were bad news if they were hunting for you specifically. He'd gathered that much from web gossip, but the Rev wouldn't be searching for them yet. He'd still be at the board lunch, gobbling down the lab meat hors d'oeuvres and the farm tilapia. Hackety-hack, railroad track, mamas in the garden, so don't look back, Zeb hummed. He hoped Fenella's death had been sudden, with none of the Rev's more puke-making obsessions involved. Beside him, Adam was asleep, looking even whiter and thinner than he did when awake, and more like an idealistic statue of some annoying allegorical figure: prudence, sincerity, faith. Zeb was too high for sleep. Also jittery despite himself. They'd crossed a big, thick barbed wire line. They'd robbed the ogre. They'd made off with his treasure. There would be fury, so he kept watch. Who killed Fenella? A really evil fella. Hit her on the head, gave her quite a whack. Everything went black. Now she's fucking dead. Something was running down his face. He used his sleeve to wipe. No sniveling, he told himself. Don't give him the satisfaction. Once in San Francisco, Adam and Zeb decided to separate. He won't sit still for this, Adam said. He's got a lot of contacts. He'll put out a red alert, use his Oil Corp's networks. We're overly noticeable together. True enough, they were too disparate, dark and light, hefty and frail. Anomalies like that were memorable, and the Rev's description would be of the two of them, not one at a time. Mud and Jeff, Zeb hummed to himself. Mute and theft, cute and deft. Don't make that pseudo-musical noise, said Adam. It draws attention to us. Anyway, you're flat. He did have a point. 2 points. In a plebeian gray market hourly rental Morpheus backstory kit shop, Zeb crafted identities for them. Cardboard, wouldn't stand up to scrutiny, time-sensitive, but good for the next stage of the trip. Adam went north, Zeb went south, each heading for camouflage. He and Adam had agreed on a Dropbox in space. It was the topmost rows being strewn by the Zephyrs in a print of Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, posted on a much-visited Italian tourism site. Zeb opted for the left tit nipple of Venus, but Adam overruled him. Too obvious, he said. It would also be too obvious for them to attempt to contact each other for at least 6 months, he added. The Rev was vindictive, and by now he'd also be frightened. Zeb pondered the likely consequences of this vindictiveness and fright. What would he himself do if 2 young Wycess descendants of his that he'd never liked anyway had made off with his foul secrets? The rage, the betrayal. After all he'd done for Adam, and for Zeb, because weren't his physical chastisements in the best interests of the lad's spiritual development? He was probably still deceiving himself with righteous barf like that. Among other things, he'd hire some dorks, digital online rapid capture specialists. They charged a lot but were said to produce results. They'd set up a search algorithm geared to detect likely profile matches online, so it was necessary to stay away from digital as much as possible. No surfing, no purchasing, no socializing, no wisecracking, no porn. Just don't act like yourself, was Adam's parting advice. Deeper into the plebeian, Zeb cut his hair in San Fran. He was growing a mustache, and he'd bought some coolish contact lenses on the dark gray market that not only changed your eye color, but also gave you astigmatism and spurious iris features. But though these might get him through a casual scan, He didn't want to risk closer scrutiny, and the fickle fingers of fake fingerprint distorters he'd also bought were laughable in any professional sense, so it was better not to chance the bullet train again. Also, most of those riding it still believed in the legality of law and the orderliness of order, and might report anything suspicious, as they were constantly being nagged to do. So he chanced the highways. He hitched south as far as San Jose, working the truck-a-pillar convoy stops for rides and trying to look older than he was. Some of the drivers hinted at blowjob payment, but he was too big for them to force it. The other hazard was the quick-trick pros working the roadside bars, but the only sex he'd had so far had been online, via the haptic feedback sites. He wasn't ready for actual flesh on flesh. Plus, he was wary of making connections with other people, however brief. Who knew how many of them might be trading information on the side? Some of those hustlers were suspiciously well-dressed and did not look hungry. Then there were the diseases. The last thing he needed was to be stuck in a hospital, supposing his id passed inspection, or enduring a working over from some Hospital security thug, supposing it didn't pass, which was likely. Once the truth of who he was had been vice-gripped out of him, there would be a call to the Rev, then disposal orders would be issued, or he'd be shipped back in plasticuffs to face the self-righteous music. I'll teach you to respect me. I have been set in authority over you. God hates you. You are morally worthless. Repent on your knees. Drink what's in the bucket, flat on the floor. Hand me the 2x4. You want it harder. I'll make you howl, and so forth and so on, the familiar religio-sado heavy metal perv litany. Pre-bedtime amusements. When the Rev had finished with Zeb's neurologically trashed, defenseless, quivering body, it would be into the rock garden with it, eventually. But not before he'd been scorched and zapped into betraying the digital pathway leading to Adam, and had been forced to plant some online lures and instructions for him, including the necessity of not going public with the Rev's fiscal and sexual misdoings, and the urgent need for a physical meetup at which all would be explained. Zeb had no illusions about his ability to withstand the kind of implementation the Rev and his helpers would be more than willing to inflict. So that was the hospital option, supposing he caught pube rot. The alternative to the hospital route didn't appeal either. Dick fester, stiffy shrivel, penis putrefaction. The internet scare sites on that subject were the greeny-yellowy stuff of nightmares. More than enough reason to avoid the beckoning sirens of the truck-a-pillar stops, no matter how plump and firm the thighs extending from their red leatherette hot pants, how high their fake lizard platform shoes, how boldly engraved their dragon and skull tattoos, or how bimplanted the half-melons emerging from their black satin halter tops like rising dough. Not that he'd ever seen rising dough up close, but he'd seen videos of it. Once upon a time mommy retros that, to tell the truth, made him feel kind of weepy. Had dead Fenella ever done any dough baking? Because Trudy sure as hell hadn't. So when the smudgy-mouthed, crack-eyed, jelly-bummed beauty said, "Hey, big boy, how about a quickie out behind the donut stand?" He did not say, "Coming," and he did not say, "Meet you in heaven when I'm dead," and he did not say, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" He said nothing. In addition to the disease factor, he did not yet know how to navigate the dark and darker pathways of the plebeians. He didn't want to hook up with a total stranger and then wander blind-eyed into some alley or sleazy motel or dubious knocking shop washroom and come out on a stretcher or in a body bag, if that. More likely was, they'd toss him into a vacant lot and let the rats and vultures take care of him. Now that more and more of the once public security services were privatized, there was no margin in the proper burial of a drifter like him, or in the apprehension. They liked to use that word, apprehension, of whatever scoundrels might have knifed him for pocket change. His height and his budding stash were scant protection. He was green wood, an easy target, They'd get that at one glance, they'd beeline for him. The plebeians were far from the school playgrounds of his youth, in which size really did matter. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, the scrappy little bantams, more than one of them had said to him then. Yeah, he'd replied, but the smaller they are, the more often they fall. Then a swift whack, not even a punch, and down they'd go. But in the darkest plebeians there wouldn't be any verbal foreplay. No rattlesnake-warning quips and banter, just a rapid stab or slice or even a bullet from some obsolete, illegal firearm. The Linthead gang was especially vicious, according to the net. And the blackened redfish, and the Asian fusions, and the Tex-Mexes with their drug war tricks, the stacks of heads, the legless bodies strung up from old movieland marquees. He figured there must be a lot of Tex-Mexers controlling the Truckapillar Highway heading south. It was close to their territory. Despite these reservations, or, to be more honest, despite these cowardly fears, he knew that his best hope of cover in the short term was in the worst part of town. Spending too much money would attract jackals. He was streetwise enough to know that. So once in San Jose, he kept a low profile, stayed out of bars, and blended himself into the underclass that swirled around in the lowest plebes like rats in a dump bin, scrabbling for whatever they could pick up. For a while, he slung quasi-meat products at Secret Burgers. It was 10 hours and less than minimum. He had to wear the company t-shirt and a Dorquit cap, but Secret Burgers wasn't fussy about identities. And they had protection against the street gangs for their booth workers, and bought off both official nosies and non-official ones, so nobody hassled him. He felt sorry for the female workers. They were paid less than the guys, and they had to wear tight TS and fend off customers and management alike. They should have been issued hard plastic visors for their tits. But his sorrow didn't stop him from finally acquiring in the flesh carnal knowledge with one of the Secret Burgers meatbeniz called Wynette, a brownette with big, dark-ringed, starved-looking eyes. In addition to her alluring personality, a euphemism he now has to admit, for her somewhat meager snatch, which was the part that fascinated him, and he apologizes for that. But such is the case with hormone-sodden adolescent males, and it's nature's plan, and he thought he was in love, so fuck it. She offered the advantage of a tiny room. Most of the Secret Burgers meat girls couldn't even manage that. They shared overcrowded walk-ups, or squatted in repossessed and decaying houses, or hooked on the side to support some child or addicted relative or tinselly pimp. But Wynette was cautious and frugal, and hadn't squandered and could afford some privacy. Her place was located above a corner store that sold alcohol tasting of troll piss and paint remover, but Zeb wasn't too choosy at that time, so he used to grab a bottle of it to ply Wynette with before sex because she said it helped her relax. Was it as good? Asks Toby. Was what as good as what? Sex with Wynette, as good as the decapitated Lady Jane Grey's. Apples and oranges, says Zeb. No point comparing them. Oh, give it a try, says Toby. Okay. The Lady Jane Greys were repeatable, reality's not. And since you're wondering, they're both good sometimes. But it can be disappointing either way. Snowman's Progress floral bedsheet sunlight wakes her, coming in through her cubicle window. Birdsong, the voices of Craker children, the bleating of mahairs. Nothing unhappy. She pushes herself upright, tries to remember what day it is. The Feast of Cyanophyta. Thank you, O Lord, for creating the Cyanophyta, those lowly blue-green algae so overlooked by many. For it is through them, so many millions of years ago, which time spent, however, is merely an eye blink in thy sight, that our oxygen-rich atmosphere came to be, without which we could not breathe. Nor indeed could the other land-dwelling zooforms, so various, so beautiful, so new each time we are able to see them, and intuit your grace through them. But on the other hand, it may be St. Jane Goodall's day. Thank you, O Lord, for blessing the life of St. Jane Goodall, fearless friend of God's jungle folk, who braved many a risky situation and also biting insect to reach out across the species gap, and through her love for and labor with our close cousins the chimpanzees, led us to understand the value of opposable thumbs and big toes, and also our own deep what? Toby rummages for the next phrase. She's slipping. She ought to write such things down. Keep a daily journal, as she did when she was alone at the Anu Spa. She could go further and record the ways and sayings of the now-vanished gods' gardeners for the future, for generations yet unborn, as politicians used to say when they were fishing for extra votes. If there is anyone in the future, that is, and if they'll be able to read, which, come to think of it, are two big ifs. And even if reading persists, will anyone in the future be interested in the doings of an obscure and then outlawed and then disbanded green religious cult? Maybe acting as if she believes in such a future will help to create it, which is the kind of thing the gardeners used to say. She doesn't have any paper, but she could ask Zeb to bring some back on his next gleaning expedition, if he can find any that isn't damp, or nibbled for mouse nests, or eaten by ants. Oh, and pencils too, she'll add. Or pens, or crayons. Then she could make a start, though it's hard to concentrate on the idea of a future. She's too immersed in the present contains Zeb and the future may not. She longs for tonight, she longs to skip the day that's just begun and plunge headlong into the night as if into a pool with the moon reflected in it. She longs to swim in liquid moonlight, but it's dangerous to live for the night. Daytime becomes irrelevant. You can get careless, you can overlook details, you can lose track. These days she'll find herself upright in the middle of the room, one sandal in her hand, wondering how she got there, or outside under a tree watching the leaves riffle, then prodding herself. Move. Move now, get moving. You need to, but what exactly is it that she needs to do? It isn't only her, and it isn't only her nightlife that's causing it. She's noticed others slacking off as well. Standing still for no reason, listening though no one's talking, then jerking themselves back to the tangible, visibly making an effort, busying themselves with the garden, the fence, the solar, the extension to the cob house. It's tempting to drift, as the Crakers seem to. They have no festivals, no calendars, no deadlines, no long-term goals. She remembers this floating mood so well from the months that she spent holed up in the Anu Spa, waiting out the plague virus that was killing everyone else. Then, after there was no more crying, no more pleading and pounding at the door, no more bodies collapsing on the lawn, just waiting. Waiting for a sign that there was someone else left alive. Waiting for meaningful time to resume. She'd stuck to her daily routine, keeping herself fed and watered, filling up the hours with small activities, writing in her daily journal, pushing back the voices that tried to get into her head, as such voices do when you're solitary. Fending off the temptation to wander away, wander off into the woods, open the door to whatever was going to happen to her, or more honestly, to put an end to her. An ending. It was like a trance or sleepwalking. Give yourself up. Give up. Blend with the universe. You might as well. It was as if something or someone was whispering, enticing her into the darkness. Come in, come over here. Finish. It will be a relief. It will be completeness. It won't hurt much. She wonders if that sort of whispering is beginning in the ears of some of the others. Hermits in the desert heard those voices, and prisoners in dungeons. But maybe no one's hearing them now. It's not like the Anu Spa here. It's not an isolation cell. Everyone has other people. Still, she's conscious of counting heads each morning, making sure all the MaddAddamites and former gardeners are still in place, that none among them has strayed away during the night into the labyrinth of leaves and branches, of birdsong and windsong and silence. There's a tapping on the wall beside her door. Are you inside, oh Toby? It's little Blackbeard come to check up on her. Perhaps on some level he shares her fears and doesn't want her to vanish. Yes, she says. I'm here. You wait out there. She hurries to put on her bedsheet of the day. Something less austere and geometrical than usual, more floral, more sensuous. Roses full-blown, vines entwining. Is she being vain? No, it's a celebration of renewed life, hers, that's her excuse. Does she look ridiculous, mutton dressed as lamb? Hard to tell without a mirror. The main thing is to keep the shoulders back, stride forth with confidence. She pushes her hair behind her ears, twists it into a knot. There are no waving tendrils. Best to show some restraint. I will take you to Snowman-the-Jimmy, Blackbeard says importantly once she's ready, so you can help him with the maggots. He's proud of having learned this word, so he says it again. The maggots, he smiles radiantly. The maggots are good. Oryx made them. They will not hurt us. A glance up at her, scanning her face to make sure he's got it right, then another smile. And soon Snowman-the-Jimmy will not be sick. He takes her by the hand, tugs her forward. He knows the drill. He's her little shadow. He's absorbing everything. If I'd had a child, thinks Toby, would he have been like this? No, he would not have been like this. Don't repine. Jimmy's still asleep, but his color is better and his high temperature is gone. She spoons some honey and water into him along with the mushroom elixir. His foot is healing rapidly. Soon he won't need the maggots anymore. Snowman-the-Jimmy is walking, the Crakers tell her. 4 of them are on duty this morning, 3 men and a woman. He is walking very quickly inside his head. Soon he will be here. Today, she asks them. Today, tomorrow, they say. Soon, they smile at her. Do not be worried, oh Toby, the woman says. Snowman-the-Jimmy is safe now. Crake is sending him back to us. And Oryx too, says the tallest man, Abraham Lincoln possibly. She really must try to sort out their names. She too is sending him. Told her children not to harm him, says the woman, Empress Josephine, even though his piss is weak and they did not understand at first that they could not eat him. Our piss is strong, the piss of our men. The children of Oryx understand such piss. The children with sharp teeth eat those with weak piss. The children with tusks eat them sometimes. The children who are like a bear, big with claws. We have not seen a bear. Zeb ate one, he knows what is a bear. But Oryx told them not to. Not to eat Snowman-the-Jimmy. Crake sent Snowman-the-Jimmy to take care of us, and Oryx sent him too. Yes, Oryx too, the others agree. One of them begins to sing. Girl stuff, the breakfast table is lively this morning. Ivory Bill, Manatee, Tamara, and Zunzancedo have cleared their plates and are deep into a discussion of epigenetics. How much of Craker behavior is inherited? How much is cultural? Do they even have what you could call a culture, separate from the expression of their genes? Or are they more like ants? What about the singing? Granted, it must be some form of communication, but is it territorial, like the singing of birds, or might it be termed art? Surely not the latter, says Ivory Bill. Crake couldn't account for it and didn't like it, says Tamara, but the team hadn't been able to eliminate it without producing affectless individuals who never went into heat and didn't last long. The mating cycle is genetic, obviously, says Zunzancedo, as are the changes in female abdominal and genital pigmentation that accompany estrus, and the male equivalent leading to the polysexual acts, which in a deer or a sheep you'd have to call rutting, says Ivory Bill, but in the Crakers would these phenomena vary with circumstances? There'd been no chance to test it back there in the Paradise Dome, which was a pity, they all agree. They could have made some variations, run studies on them, says Manatee. But Crake ruled with an iron hand, says Tamara, and he was so dogmatic. He didn't want to hear about any possible improvements apart from those he thought up himself. And he sure as hell didn't want his prize experiment ruined via the introduction of possibly inferior segments, says Zunzancedo, because the Crakers were going to be a mega money spinner. Or that was his story, says Tamara. Of course he was bullshitting us all along, said Zunzancedo. True, but he got results, says Ivory Bill. For what they're worth, says Manatee, the fucker. The question is more why than how, says Ivory Bill, gazing up at the sky as if Crake really is up there and could send down a thunderous answer. Why did he do it? The lethal wipeout virus in the Bliss Plus pills. Why did he want the human race to go extinct? Maybe he was just very, very messed up, says Manatee. For the sake of argument and to do him justice, he might have thought that everything else was, says Tamaraw. What with the biosphere being depleted and the temperature skyrocketing? And if the Crakers were his solution, he'd have known he'd need to protect them from the likes of us, with our aggressive if not murderous ways, says Ivory Bill. That's what megalomaniac fuckers like him always think, says Manatee. He'd have seen the Crakers as indigenous people, no doubt, says Ivory Bill. And Homo sapiens sapiens as the greedy, rapacious conquistadors. And in some respects, well, we came up with Beethoven, says Manatee. And you know the major world religions and whatnot. Fat chance of anything like that with this bunch. White Sedge is beside them, gazing at them attentively but possibly not listening. If anyone's hearing voices, thinks Toby, it might be her. She's a pretty girl, perhaps the prettiest of the MaddAddamites. Yesterday she proposed that they start a morning yoga and meditation group, but there weren't any takers. She's wearing a gray bedsheet with white lilies on it, her black hair's knotted into a chignon. Amanda's at the end of the table. She's still pallid and listless. Lodi's Blue and Wren are fussing over her, urging her to eat. Rebecca's having a cup of what they've all agreed to call coffee. She turns as Toby sits down. "It's ham again," she says to Toby. "And kudzu pancakes. Oh, and if you want, there's some choconeutrino." "Choconeutrino," says Toby. "Where'd you get that?" Choconeutrino had been a desperate stab at a palatable breakfast cereal for children after the world chocolate crop had failed. It was said to contain burnt soy. "Zeb and Rhino and them gleaned it somewhere," says Rebecca. "And Shacky, it's not what you call fresh, don't even ask about the sell-by date, so I figure we better eat it now." "You think so," says Toby. "The choconeutrinos are in a bowl. They're like tiny pebbles, brown and alien-looking granules from Mars. People used to eat this kind of stuff all the time," she thinks. "They took it for granted." "Last Chance Cafe," says Rebecca. "Kind of a nostalgia trip. Yeah, I used to think it was disgusting too, but it's not bad with Maher milk. Anyway, it's fortified with vitamins and minerals, says so on the box, so we won't have to eat mud for a while." "Mud," says Toby. "You know, for the trace elements," says Rebecca. Sometimes Toby can't tell if she's joking. Toby sticks with the ham and the kudzu pancakes. "Where are the others?" she asks, keeping her voice neutral. Rebecca counts them off. Crozier has already eaten and is taking the Mahers out to pasture. Beluga and Shackleton are with him, one spray gun between them covering his back. Black Rhino and Catchero did sentry last night, so they are sleeping in. "Swift Fox," says Toby. "Taking her time," says Rebecca. "Having a doze. I heard her thrashing around in the bushes last night, with a gentleman caller or two. Her smile says, like you. No Zeb yet." Toby tries not to peer around too obviously. Is he too having a doze? As she's finishing her bitter coffee, Swift Fox joins them. Today she's wearing a pale, gauzy shift, shorts, and a floppy hat, pastel green and pink. She's done her hair in pigtails with plastic Hello Kitty clips. It's the schoolgirl look, and if it were former times she'd never get away with it, thinks Toby. She'd been a highly qualified gene artist, so she'd have feared ridicule and loss of status, and dressed like a grown-up to advertise her rank. But that kind of rank and status have peeled away, so what exactly is she advertising now? Don't be so hard on her, Toby tells herself. After all, she took a big risk. She was an undercover MaddAddamite informant before Crake hijacked her and made her a white-coat brainiac serf inside the Paradis Dome, along with the rest of the kidnapped MaddAddamites. He'd scooped most of them, but not Zeb. Crake never managed to corner him. He'd covered his tracks too well. "Hi, everyone," Swift Fox says, stretching her arms up, lifting her breasts, aiming them at Ivory Bill. "Ooh, I could go right back to bed. Hope you slept well." "I fucking didn't. We need to do something about the bugs." "Their spray," says Rebecca. "We've still got some of that citrus stuff." "It wears off," says Swift Fox. "Then they bite and you wake up, and then you can hear people talking and etc. like in one of those not-your-real-name motels with cardboard walls. She smiles at Ivory Bill again, ignoring Manatee, who's staring at her, his mouth tight. Is it disapproval or extreme lust? Toby wonders. With some men it's hard to tell the difference. I think we should have a curfew on vocal cords, Swift Fox continues with a sideways glance at Toby. I heard you, that look says. If you must indulge in dusty, ridiculous middle-aged sex, at least put a sock in it. Toby feels herself blushing. Dear lady, says Ivory Bill, I trust our sometimes heated nocturnal discussions did not awaken you. Manatee and Tamara and I, oh, it wasn't you and it wasn't a discussion, says Swift Fox. Are those choconeutrinos? I threw up a whole bowlful of those once back when I still got hangovers. Amanda stands up from the table, clamps her hand over her mouth, hurries away. Wren follows her. There's something wrong with that girl, says Swift Fox. It's like she's pithed or something. Was she always such a dimwit? You know what she went through, says Rebecca, frowning a little. Yeah, sure, but it's time for her to snap out of it. Do some work like the rest of us. Toby feels a rush of anger. Swift Fox is never the first to volunteer for chores, nor has she been within spitting distance of a painballer. Used like a prostibot, leashed like a dog, practically disemboweled. Amanda's worth 10 of her. But apart from that, Toby knows she's resenting the snide innuendos Swift Fox aimed at her earlier, not to mention the gauzy shift and the cute shorts, and the breast weaponry and the girly girl pigtails. They don't go with your budding wrinkles, she feels like saying. Tanning takes a toll. Swift Fox smiles again, but not at Toby. Right past Toby, it's a full disclosure teeth display and dimple trigger. Hey, she says in a softer voice. Toby swivels, it's Rhino and Catchero, and Zeb, of course. Morning, everyone, Zeb says evenly, nothing special for Swift Fox, nor for Toby either. The night is the night, the day is the day. Anybody want anything, he says. We're doing a quick scan around the area, a couple of hours, just checking. We'll pass a few stores. He doesn't spell out his real object because he doesn't have to. They all know he'll be looking for signs of the Painballers. It's a patrol. Baking soda, says Rebecca. Or baking powder, whichever. I don't know what I'll do when it runs out. If you're going to a Minnesuper, did you know that baking soda comes from the Trona deposits in Wyoming, says Ivory Bill. Or it used to come from there. Oh, Ivory Bill, says Swift Fox, favoring him with a smile. With you around, who needs Wikipedia? Ivory Bill gives a semi-grin. He thinks it's a compliment. Yeast, says Zunzancito. Wild yeast. If you still have the flour, you can make sourdough that way. I guess, says Rebecca. I'll come too, says Swift Fox to Zeb. I need a drugstore. There's a pause. Everyone looks at her. Just tell us your list, says Black Rhino. He's scowling at her bare legs. We'll get it for you. Girl stuff, she says. You wouldn't know where to look. She glances in the direction of Wren and Lodi's Blue, who are over by the pump, sponging off Amanda. I'm gleaning for all of us. Another pause. Menstrual wadding, thinks Toby. She has a point. The stash in the storeroom is dwindling. No one wants to fall back on torn-up bedsheets or moss, though we'll come to that sooner or later. Bad plan, says Zeb. Those two guys are still out there. They've got a spray gun. They're third-time painballers. There's nothing left of their empathy circuits. You wouldn't want them to grab you. They won't bother with the formalities. You saw what happened with Amanda. She was lucky to escape with her kidneys. I totally agree. It is in fact a very bad plan for you to leave the confines of our cozy little enclave here. I will go, says Ivory Bill gallantly, if you will trust me with your shopping list, but you'll be there with me, says Swift Fox to Zeb. As protection. She lowers her eyelashes. I'll be so safe, Zeb says to Rebecca. Got any coffee? Or whatever you call that crap. It's okay, I'll change my outfit, Swift Fox says, switching her tone to brisk. I can keep up, I won't be a drag. I know how to handle, a spray gun, she adds with a little drawl, letting her eyes drift downward. Then she resumes pertness. Hey, we can pack a lunch, have a picnic somewhere. Get it together then, says Zeb, because we're leaving right after we eat. Rhino starts to say something, stops. Cachero is gazing upwards. I think it will not rain, he says. Rebecca looks over at Toby, lifts her eyebrows. Toby keeps her own face as flat as possible. Swift Fox is eyeing her sideways. Fox by name, fox by nature, she thinks. Handle a spray gun indeed. Snowman's progress, oh Toby, come and see, come now. It's little Blackbeard tugging at her bedsheet. What is it? Says Toby, trying not to sound irritated. She wants to stay here, say goodbye to Zeb, even though he's not going very far or for long. Just a few hours. She wants to put some sort of mark on him, is that it? In front of Swift Fox. A kiss, a squeeze, mind, stay away. Not that it would be any use. She would make a fool of herself. Oh Toby, Snowman-the-Jimmy is waking up. He is waking up now, says Blackbeard. He sounds both anxious and supercharged, the way kids used to sound if it was a parade or a fireworks display, something brief and miraculous. She doesn't want to disappoint him, so she allows herself to be piloted. She looks behind once. Zeb and Rhino and Cachero are sitting at the table, forking up their breakfasts. Swift Fox is hurrying away to shed that stupid hat and the look-at-my-legs shorts and don some bottom-hugging camouflage. Toby, take charge of yourself. This is not high school, she tells herself, but in some ways it more or less is. Over at Jimmy's hammock there's a crowd. Most of the Crakers are gathered around, adults and children both, looking happy and as excited as they ever look. Some of them are already beginning to sing. He is with us, Snowman-the-Jimmy is with us once more. He has come back. He will bring the words of Crake. Toby makes her way to the hammock. Two of the Craker women are propping Jimmy up. His eyes are open, he looks dazed. Greet him, O Toby, says the tall man called Abraham Lincoln. They're all watching, they're listening intently. He has been with Crake, he will bring us words, he will bring a story. Jimmy, she says. Snowman. She puts her hand on his arm. It's me, Toby. I was there at the campfire down near the beach. Remember, with Amanda and the two men. Jimmy looks up at her. His eyes are surprisingly clear, the white's white, the pupils a little dilated. He blinks. There's no recognition. Crap, he says. What is this word, O Toby, says Abraham Lincoln. Is it a word of Crake? He's tired, says Toby. No, not this word. Shit, says Jimmy. Where's Oryx? She was here, she was in the fire. You've been sick, says Toby. Did I kill anyone? One of those, I think I had a nightmare. No, she says, you didn't kill anyone. I think I killed Crake, he says. He had hold of Oryx, he had a knife, he cut, oh God. There was blood all over the pink butterflies, and then I shot him. Toby's alarmed. What does he mean? More importantly, what will the Crakers make of such a tale? Nothing, she hopes. It will make no sense to them, it will sound like gibberish because Crake lives in the sky and cannot possibly be dead. You've had a nightmare, she says gently. No, I didn't, not about that, oh fuck. Jimmy lies back, closes his eyes. Oh fuck. Who is this fuck, says Abraham Lincoln. Why is he talking to this fuck? That is not the name of anyone here. It takes Toby a moment to figure it out. Because Jimmy said oh fuck rather than plain fuck. They think it's a term of address like oh Toby. How to explain to them what oh fuck means? They would never believe that the word for copulation could mean something bad, an expression of disgust, an insult, a failure. To them, as far as she can tell, the act is pure joy. You can't see him, says Toby a little desperately. Only Jimmy, only Snowman-the-Jimmy can see him. He's fuck is a friend of Crake's, asks Abraham Lincoln. Yes, says Toby, and a friend of Snowman-the-Jimmy. This fuck is helping him, says one of the women. Yes, says Toby. When something goes wrong, Snowman-the-Jimmy calls on him for help, which is true in a way. Fuck is in the sky, says Blackbeard triumphantly. With Crake. We would like to hear the story of fuck, says Abraham Lincoln politely, and of how he has helped Snowman-the-Jimmy. Jimmy opens his eyes again, squints. Now he's looking at the quilt covering him with its hey diddle diddle motifs. He strokes the cat and the fiddle, the smiling moon. What's this? Fucking cow. Brain spaghetti. He raises his hand to blot out the light. He would like you to move back a little, says Toby. She leans in close, hoping she'll block out whatever Jimmy says next. I fucked it up, didn't I, he says. Luckily he's almost whispering. Where's Oryx? She was right here. You need to sleep, says Toby. Fucking Pigoons almost ate me. You're safe now, says Toby. It's not uncommon for someone waking from a coma to hallucinate. But how to describe hallucinate to the Crakers? It's when you see something that isn't there. But if it isn't there, oh Toby, how can you see it? What almost ate you? She says patiently. Pigoons, says Jimmy. The giant pigs, I think they did. Sorry, it's all spaghetti inside of my head. Who were those guys, the ones I didn't shoot? You don't need to worry about anything right now, says Toby. Are you hungry? They'll have to start with small quantities. It's best after a fast. If only there were some bananas. Fucking Crake, I let him fuck me over. I fucking fucked up. Shit. It's okay, says Toby. You did fine. Fucking not, says Jimmy. Can I have a drink? The Crakers have been standing respectfully at a distance, but now they move forward. We must purr, oh Toby, says Abraham Lincoln. To make him strong, in his head there is something tangled. You are right, says Toby. There is something tangled. It is because of the dreaming and the walking here, says Abraham Lincoln. We will purr now. After that he will tell us the words of Crake, says the ebony woman. And the words of fuck, says the ivory woman. We will sing to this fuck, and to Oryx, and to Crake. Good kind, I'll get him some fresh water, says Toby, and some honey. Got any booze, says Jimmy. Crap, I feel like shit. Wren and Lodi's Blue and Amanda are sitting on the low stone wall near the outdoor pump. How's Jimmy, says Wren. He's awake, says Toby. But he's not very lucid. That's normal when you've been out so long. What did he say, says Wren. Is he asking for me? Do you think we could see him, says Lodi's Blue. He said the inside of his head feels like spaghetti, says Toby. It was always like spaghetti anyway, says Lodi's Blue. She laughs. You knew him, says Toby. She's aware that there was a connection between Jimmy and Wren in the early days and then between Jimmy and Amanda. But Lodi's Blue. Yeah, says Wren, we figured it out. She did. I was his lab partner at Healthwiser High, says Lodi's Blue, in bio intro to gene splicing, before I took the bullet train out west with my family that time. Wackala Price. He told me, says Wren, that he had such a crush on you. He says you broke his heart, but you never came across for him, did you? He was so full of bullshit, says Lodi's Blue. Her tone is fond, as if Jimmy is a naughty but adorable child. And then he broke my heart, says Wren. And God knows what he told Amanda after he dumped me. Most likely he said that I broke his heart. I'd say he had a commitment problem, says Lodi's Blue. I knew guys like that. He used to like spaghetti, says Amanda, more words than Toby's heard her speak since the night of the Painballers. At high school it was fish fingers, says Wren. 20% real fish, remember, says Lodi's Blue. Who knows what was really in them? They both laugh. They weren't all that bad, though, says Wren. Lab meat goo, says Lodi's Blue. But what did we know? Hey, we ate them. I wouldn't mind one of those right now, says Wren. And a Twinkie, she sighs. They were so retro nouveau revival. You felt like you were eating upholstery, says Lodi's Blue. I'm going over there, says Amanda. She stands up, straightens her bedsheet, pushes back her hair. We should say hello, see if he needs anything. He's been through a lot. Finally, thinks Toby, a sign of the former Amanda, the girl she'd known at the Gardeners. Some of that energy, that resourcefulness, backbone it used to be called. It was Amanda who'd been the initiator, the transgressor of boundaries. Even the larger boys had given her space back then. We'll come too, says Lodi's Blue. We'll say surprise, says Wren. The two of them giggle. So much for broken hearts, thinks Toby. Wren's doesn't appear to have anything fractured about it anymore, or not in connection with Jimmy. Maybe you should wait a little, she says. What will it do to Jimmy's state of mind if he opens his eyes and sees three of his former beloveds bending over him like the three fates, demanding his everlasting love, his apologies, his blood in a cat food saucer, or worse, the chance to baby him, play nursey, smother him with kindness, though maybe he'd like that. But she needn't have worried, because when they get there Jimmy's eyes are closed. Lulled by the purring, he's gone back to sleep. The Gleaner team has moved off along the street, or what used to be a street. Zeb first, then Black Rhino, then Swift Fox with Cachero bringing up the rear. They're moving slowly, carefully, in and around the rubble. They'll be scoping out possible ambushes, taking no chances. Toby wants to run after them like a left-behind kid. Wait, let me come with you. I have a rifle. But no point in that. Zeb hadn't asked if there was anything he could bring for her. If he had, what would she have said? A mirror, a floral bouquet. She should have requested at least the paper and the pencils, but somehow she couldn't. Now they're out of sight. The day moves on. The sun travels up and across the sky, the shadows flatten, food appears and is eaten, words are spoken, dining table objects are gathered together and washed. Sentries take turns. The cob house wall rises a little higher, the fence around it gains a coil of wire, weeds are removed from the garden, laundry is deployed. The shadows begin to stretch again, the afternoon clouds gather. Jimmy is carried inside and the rain rains with impressive thunder. Then the skies clear, the birds resume their contests, the clouds begin to redden in the west. No Zeb. The Mahers and their shepherds return, Crozier and Beluga and Shackleton, adding 3 hormonally charged males to the in-camp population mix. Crozier is dangling around Wren, Shackleton edging up to Amanda. Zunzancito and Beluga are both eyeing Lodi's blue. The intrigues of love are unfolding as they do among the young, and as they do as well among the snails on the lettuce and the shiny green beetles that plague the kale. Murmurings, the shrug of a shoulder, the step forward, the step back. Toby proceeds through her tasks as if in a monastery, steadily, dutifully, counting the hours. Still no Zeb. What could have happened to him? She blots out the pictures. Or she tries to blot them out. Animal with teeth and claws involved. Vegetable, a falling tree. Mineral, cement, steel, broken glass, or human. Suppose he were suddenly not there. A vortex opens, she closes it. Never mind her own loss. What about the others, the other humans? Zeb has valuable skills. He has knowledge that can't be replaced. They're so few in number, so necessary to one another. Sometimes this encampment feels like a vacation of sorts, but it isn't. They aren't escaping from daily life. This is where they live now. She tells the Crakers there will be no story tonight because Zeb has left the story of Zeb inside her head, but some of that story is hard to understand and she needs to put it in order before she can tell it to them. They ask her if a fish would help, but she says not now. Then she goes to sit by herself in the garden. You've lost, she tells herself. You've lost Zeb. By now Swift Fox must already have him, firmly clamped in her arms and legs and whatever orifices appeal. He's tossed Toby herself aside like an empty paper bag. Why not? No promises were given. The breeze dies, damp heat rises from the earth, the shadows blend together, mosquitoes whine. Here's the moon, not so full anymore. The hour of the moth comes round again. No moving lights approach, no voices, nothing and no one. She spends the midnight watch with Jimmy in his cubicle, listening to him breathe. There's a single candle. In its light the nursery rhyme pictures on his quilt waver and swell. The cow grins, the dog laughs. The dish runs away with the spoon. Drugstore romance in the morning. Toby avoids the group at the breakfast table. She's in no mood for lectures on epigenetics, or for curious glances, or for speculation about how she's taking the defection of Zeb. He could have said a firm no to Swift Fox, but he didn't. The message was clear. She goes around to the cooking shed, helps herself to some cold pork and burdock root from yesterday that's withering under an upside-down bowl. Rebecca doesn't like to throw out food. She sits down at the table, checks the neighborhood. In the background the Mahers mill around, waiting for Crozier to let them out and lead them off to eat the weeds along the pathways. Here he comes now in his biblical bedsheet getup, holding a long stick. Over by the swing set Wren and Lodi's Blue are walking Jimmy to and fro in an awkward six-legged assemblage. His muscle tone isn't great, but he'll build up his strength quickly enough. Underneath the wear and tear he's still young. Amanda's there too, sitting on one of the swings, and several of the Crakers, nibbling on the ubiquitous kudzu vines and watching, puzzled but not frightened. From a distance the scene is bucolic, though there are off notes. The missing or escaped Maher is still escaped or missing. Amanda is apathetic and gazing down at the ground, and from the set of Crozier's tight shoulders and the way he turns his back on Wren, he's jealous of her Jimmy pampering. Toby herself is an off note, though she must appear calm to anyone watching. It's best to look that way, and through long gardener training she knows how to keep her face flat, her smile gentle. But where is Zeb? Why isn't he back yet? Has he found Adam one? If Adam's injured, he'll need to be carried. That would slow them down. What's happening out there in the ruined city where she can't see? If only the cell phone still worked. But the towers are down. Even if there were still a power source, no one here would know how to repair the tech. There's a hand-cranked radio, but it ceased to function. We'll have to learn smoke signals all over again, she thinks. 1 for he loves me, 2 for he loves me not. 3 for smoldering anger. She spends the day working in the garden, on the theory that it will be soothing. If only she had some beehives to care for. She could share the daily news with the bees, as she and old Pillar used to do, back on the God's Gardeners, rooftop garden before Pillar died. Ask them for advice. Request that they fly out and explore and then report back to her as if they were cyber bees. Today we honor St. Jan Swammerdam, first to discover that the queen bee is not a king, and that all worker bees in a hive are sisters, and St. Zosima, eastern patron of bees, who lived the selfless monastic life in the desert, as we, too, are doing in our own way, and St. C.R. Ribbans for his meticulous observations on bee communication stratagems. And let us thank the Creator for the bees themselves, for their gifts of honey and pollen, for their priceless work of fertilization among our fruits and nuts and our flowering vegetables, yes, and for the comfort they bring to us in times of stress, with, as Tennyson once wrote, the murmuring of innumerable bees. Pillar had taught her to rub a little royal jelly into her skin before working with the bees. That way, they wouldn't see her as a threat. They'd walk on her arms and face, their tiny feet touching as gently as eyelashes, as lightly as a cloud passing over. The bees are messengers, Pillar used to say. They carry the news back and forth between the seen world and the unseen one. If a loved one of yours has crossed the shadow threshold, they will tell you. Suddenly today, there are dozens of honeybees in the garden, busying themselves among the bean flowers. There must be a new wild swarm nearby. One bee alights on her hand, tastes the salt on it. Is Zeb dead? She asks it silently. Tell me now. But it lifts off again without signaling. Had she believed all that, old Pillar's folklore? No, not really, or not exactly. Most likely Pillar hadn't quite believed it either, but it was a reassuring story, that the dead were not entirely dead but were alive in a different way. A paler way admittedly, and somewhere darker, but still able to send messages if only such messages could be recognized and deciphered. People need such stories, Pillar said once, because however dark, a darkness with voices in it is better than a silent void. In the late afternoon, once the thunder is over, the Gleaner team returns. Toby sees them walking down the street, weaving in and out among the abandoned trucks and solar cars, backlit in the declining sun, and counts their silhouettes even before she can identify them. Yes, there are 4. Nobody's missing. But also, no one's been added. As they approach the fence around the Cobb house, Wren and Lodi's Blue run to meet them, with a posse of Craker children following. Amanda runs too, though not as fast as the others. Toby walks. It was intense, Swift Fox is saying as she comes up. But at least we made it to the drugstore. She's flushed, a little sweaty, smudged, jubilant. She sets down her pack, opening it. Wait till you see what I got. Zeb and Black Rhino look wiped, Catchero less so. What happened? Toby says to Zeb. She doesn't say, I was worried sick. Surely he knows that. Long story, Zeb says. Tell you later, I need a shower. Any trouble? Jimmy woke up, she says. He's kind of weak and thin. Good, says Zeb. Let's fatten him up and get him walking. We could use some more help around here. Then he's moving away from her, over towards the back of the Cobb house. Toby feels a blip of rage traveling through her body. Gone for almost 2 days, and that's all he has to say about it. She's not a wife. She has no nagging rights, but she can't stop the images. Zeb rolling around in the aisles of the deserted drugstore with Swift Fox, tearing off her camouflage outfit among the bottles of conditioner and shampoo in color, more than 30 exciting tints. Or were they a couple of aisles over, near the condoms and sensation-enhancing gels? Maybe they'd squashed themselves in beside the cash register, or over by the baby products, finished off with a whole box of wet wipes. Something of the sort happened. It must have happened to bring out that smug look on the face of Swift Fox. Nail polish, painkillers, toothbrushes, look, tweezers, she's saying now. Looks like you cleaned the place out, says Lodi's Blue. There wasn't that much left, says Swift Fox. Looters were through. Looks like they were interested in the pharmaceuticals. The Oxy, the Bliss Plus pills, anything with codeine. Not much use for the hair products, says Lodi's Blue. No. And the girls' stuff, they didn't take that, says Swift Fox. She starts unloading the packages of Heavy Days and tampons and slimlines. I made the guys carry some in their own packs. They scored some beer too. Now that was a minor miracle. Why did it take so long? Toby asks. Swift Fox smiles at her, not snidely. Instead, she's too friendly, too guileless, like a teenager who's broken curfew. We got kind of trapped, she says. We poked around and gathered stuff, but then in the afternoon, right before we were going to head back, there was a herd of those huge pigs, the ones that used to try raiding the garden before we shot some of them. At first they were just lurking along behind us, but when we'd finished in the drugstore and were coming out, we saw they were heading us off. So we ran back into the drugstore, but the front windows were smashed, so there was nothing to keep them out. We managed to get up onto the roof through a little trapdoor in the storeroom ceiling they can't climb. Did they look hungry? Says Wren. How can you tell with a pig? Says Swift Fox. They're omnivorous, thinks Toby. They'll eat anything. But hungry or not, they'd kill in spite or for revenge. We've been eating them. So then, says Wren. We stayed up on the roof for a while, says Swift Fox, and then the pigs came out of the drugstore and saw we were up on the roof. They'd found a carton of potato chips. They dragged it outside and had a party, keeping an eye on us the whole time. They were flaunting those chips. They must have known we were hungry. Zeb said to count them in case they split up into groups, with some of them creating a distraction and the others waiting to ambush us. Then they went off to the west, not walking but trotting as if they'd decided on a goal. And we looked, and there was something over there. There was smoke. Every once in a while something in the city catches fire. An electrical connection still attached to a solar unit. A pile of damp organics going up in a fit of spontaneous combustion. A cache of carbon garble heated by the sun. So smoke is not unheard of, and Toby says so. This was different, says Swift Fox. It was thinner, like a camping fire. Why didn't you shoot the pigs? Says Lodi's Blue. Zeb said it would be a waste of time because there were too many of them. Also, we didn't want to run out of energy packs for the spray guns. Zeb thought we should go over there and take a look, but it was getting dark, so we stayed at the drugstore for the night. On the roof, says Toby. In the storeroom, says Swift Fox. We barricaded the door with some of the boxes in there, but nothing happened except rats. There were a lot of those. Then in the morning we went over to where we saw the fire. Zeb and Black Rhino figured it was the paintball guys. Did you see them? Asks Amanda. We saw the remains of their fire, says Swift Fox. Burnt out, pig tracks all over it, also what was left of our mohair, the one with the red braids. They'd been eating it. Oh no, says Lodi's Blue. The Painballers or the pigs, says Amanda. Both, says Swift Fox. But we didn't see any two guys. Zeb says the pigs must have chased them away. We did find a dead piglet a little farther along, spray gun kill, Zeb said. A hind leg cut off. He says we should go back for it later because those pigs aren't likely to throw themselves in our way again, not after one of their young has been killed, so we should make the most of any stray pork. But we heard some of those crazy vicious dog splices, so maybe we'll have to fight them for it. It's a zoo out there. If it really was a zoo, there'd be fences, says Lodi's Blue. That maher was stolen, right? It didn't just wander off. Those two guys must have been quite close to us and nobody saw them. That's creepy, says Wren. Swift Fox isn't listening. Look what else I got, she says. Pregnancy tests, the kind where you pee on sticks. I figure we'll all be needing them, or some of us will. She smiles, but she doesn't look at Toby. Count me out, says Wren. Who'd bring a baby into this? She sweeps her arm. The cob house, the trees, the minimalism. Without running water, I mean, not sure you'll have that option, says Swift Fox. In the long run, anyway, we owe it to the human race. Don't you think? Who'd be the dads, says Lodi's Blue with some interest. I'd say take your pick, says Swift Fox. The line forms to the left, just choose the one with the longest tongue hanging out. Guess you'll be stuck with Ivory Bill then, says Lodi's Blue. Did I say longest tongue, says Swift Fox. She and Lodi's Blue giggle, Wren and Amanda do not. Let's see those pea sticks, says Wren. Toby stares into the darkness. Should she follow Zeb? He must have finished his shower by now. The cob house showers are never long unless it's Swift Fox using up all the sun-warmed water, but Zeb is not in evidence. She stays awake in her cubicle just in case. Moonlight silvering her eyes. Owls calling, in love with each other's feathers. Nothing she wants. Weeding knows Zeb all morning. No one mentions him. She doesn't ask. Lunch is soup with meat of some kind, smoked dog, and kudzu with garlic, pala berries that could be riper. A salad of mixed greens. We need to figure out how to get some vinegar, says Rebecca. Then I can do a proper dressing. First we'd need to make the wine, says Zunzancito. I'm all for that, says Rebecca. She's put some arugula seeds into the salad for a peppery effect. She has a plan for making a saltworks and evaporating pan down by the shore. Once the coast is clear, she says. Once the Painballers are accounted for. After lunch, there's indoor time, undercover time. The sun's high and burning, the storm clouds not yet building. The air is sticky with moisture. Toby stays in her cubicle trying to nap but sulking instead. No sulking allowed, she tells herself. No wound licking. She can't even be certain that there's a wound to lick, though she does feel wounded. Late afternoon after the rain. Nobody's around with the exception of Crozier and Manatee standing sentinel. Toby's nailing in the garden, killing slugs. It's an act that would once have made her feel guilty, for are not slugs God's creatures too? Adam, one would say, with as much claim to breathe the air, as long as they do it somewhere else in a place that is more congenial for them than our Eddincliffe rooftop garden. But right now killing them serves as an outlet for her. An outlet for what? She doesn't wish to ponder that. Worse, she finds herself editorializing. Die, evil slug. She drops each plucked slug into a tin can with wood ash and water in the bottom. They'd used salt earlier, but there's little of that to spare. Perhaps a swift blow with a flat rock would be kinder to the slugs. The wood ash must be painful, but she's not in the mood to weigh the relative kindness of slug execution methods. She yanks out a weed. How thoughtlessly we label and dismiss God's holy weeds. But weed is simply our name for a plant that annoys us by getting in the way of our human plans. Consider how useful and indeed edible and delicious so many of them are. Right, not this one. Ragweed from the look of it. She tosses it onto the pile of discards. Hey there, Death Squad, says a voice. It's Zeb grinning down at her. Toby scrambles to her feet. Her hands are dirty. She doesn't know what to do with them. Has he been sleeping in until now or what? She can't ask what happened with Swift Fox or if anything did. She refuses to sound like a shrew. I'm glad you came back safe, she says. And she is glad, more glad than she can say, but even to herself her voice sounds fake. Me too, he says. Trip was more than I bargained for. Wiped me out, slept like a log, must be getting old. Is this a cover-up? How suspicious can she get? I missed you, she says. There, was that so hard? He grins more. Counted on that, he says. Brought you something. It's a compact with a small round mirror. Thank you, she says. She manages a smile. Is it a guilt gift, an apology? The rose is for the wife after the husband's furtive tumble with the office co-worker. But she's not a wife. Got you some paper, too. Couple of school notebooks, drugstore still carried them, I guess for plebe kids who couldn't afford the Wi-Fi tabs. Couple of rollerball pens, pencils, felt markers. How did you know I wanted those? She says. I worked with a mind reader once upon a time, he says. Cursive's a gardener skill, right? Figured you'd want to be keeping track of the days. Hey, what about a hug? I'd get you all muddy, she says, relenting, smiling. I've been dirtier. How could she not put her arms around him despite her slug-slippery fingers? And the sun is shining and there are bees among the yellow squash flowers. You know what I really need, she says to Zeb's smoky beard. Some reading glasses and a hive. Consider them yours. There's a pause. I wanted you to look at this. From inside his sleeve he pulls out a shoe, a sandal. It's handmade with recycled materials, tire tread sole, bicycle inner tube straps, silver duct tape accents. Although earth-stained, it's not very worn. Gardener, Toby says. She remembers the fashion well, or rather the lack of it. Then she qualifies, or maybe it is. Not that other people didn't make those, I guess. Already she has a picture in her head. Adam 1 and the surviving gardeners, hunkered down in one of their Ararat hidey holes, the old mushroom-growing cellars, for instance, cobbling away by candlelight at their handcrafted sandals like a burrowful of elves, nibbling on their stores of honey and soybits while above their heads the cities flamed and collapsed, and the human race melted away to nothingness. She wants so much to believe it that it can't possibly be true. Where did you find it? She asks. Near the piglet kill, Zeb says. I didn't show the others. You think it's Adam, you think he's still alive, you think he left this for you or for someone on purpose. These aren't questions. So do you, says Zeb, you think it too. Don't hope too much, she says. Hope can ruin you. Okay, you're right, but still. If you're right, she says, wouldn't Adam be looking for you? Blacklight headlamp the story of Zeb and fuck, you don't need to tell them a story every time. Come with me instead. You can skip a night. I already skipped one night. I can't disappoint them too much. They might leave here and go back to the beach and then they'd be easy to attack. Those painballers would. I'd never forgive myself if okay. But make it short, I'm not sure that's possible. They ask a lot of questions. Tell them to piss off. They wouldn't understand that. They think piss is a good thing. Like fuck, they think there's an invisible entity called fuck, a helper of Crakers in time of need. And of Jimmy's because they heard him saying, oh fuck. I'm with them. Fuck, an invisible entity, a helper in time of need. Dead right, they want to hear a story about him and you actually, the two of you having boyish adventures. You're both stars at the moment. They've been pestering me about it, that story. Can I listen in? No, you'd laugh. See this mouth. Virtual duct tape. If I had some crazy glue, I could glue my mouth to your. Don't be so warped. Life is warped. I'm just in sync. Thank you for the fish. See, I am wearing the red hat and I have listened to the round shiny thing I wear on my arm. Tonight I will tell you the story of Zeb and fuck, as you have asked me to do. Once Zeb had left his home, where his father and his mother were not kind to him. He wandered around in the chaos. He did not know where to go next, and he did not know where his brother Adam was, who was his only friend and helper. Yes, fuck was his friend and helper too, but he could not be seen. No, that is not an animal over there in the dark behind the shrub. That is Zeb. He is not laughing, he is coughing. So Zeb's brother Adam was his only friend and helper that he could see and touch. Was Adam lost? Had he been stolen away? Zeb did not know, and that made him feel sad. But fuck kept him company and gave him advice. Fuck lived in the air and flew around like a bird, which was how he could be with Zeb 1 minute and then with Crakers and then also with Snowman-the-Jimmy. He could be in many places at once. If you were in trouble and you called to him, oh fuck, He would always be there just when you needed him, and as soon as you said his name you would feel better. Yes, Zeb does have a bad cough, but you do not need to purr on him right now. Yes, it would be good to have a friend and helper like Fuck. I wish I had one too. No, Fuck is not my helper. I have a different helper whose name is Pillar. She died and took the form of a plant, and now she lives with the bees. Yes, I talk to her even if I can't see her. But she is not quite so, she is not so abrupt as Fuck. She is less like thunder and more like a breeze. I will tell you the story of Pillar some other time. So Zeb wandered deeper and deeper into dangerous places, where there were a great many bad men doing cruel and hurtful things. And then he came to a place where they cooked and ate the children of Oryx, which he knew was wrong. And when he called on Fuck for advice, Fuck told him he had to leave that place. And then he lived in some houses with water all around, and he came to know a snake. But it was dangerous there, and he said, "Oh, Fuck." And Fuck flew through the air and spoke to Zeb and said he would help Zeb get away safely. That's enough of the story for tonight. You already know that Zeb got away safely because he's sitting right over there, isn't he? And he's very happy to be hearing this story. That is why he is laughing now and not coughing anymore. Thank you for saying good night. I am happy to know that you want me to sleep soundly without bad dreams. Good night to you as well. Yes, good night. Good night, that's enough. You can stop saying good night now. Thank you. Floating world. One day Zeb woke up next to Wynette, the Secret Burger's meatslinger, and realized that she smelled like grilled patties and stale cooking oil. As he did himself, granted, but that was different because it always is, says Zeb, when it's your own smell. But it's not what you want the object of your lust to smell like. This is a primate thing, it's basic, they've done the tests. Ask any of the MaddAddamite biogeeks here. And the onions, don't forget them. And the gruesome red sauce in squeeze bottles the customers craved so much it most likely had crack in it. When things got energetic and there was a brawl, someone would always go for that red sauce and start squirting it around. Then it would get mixed in with the scalp wound splatter blood, and you couldn't tell whether someone was bleeding to death or had only been doused with red sauce. The way that combo of smells would seep into their clothing and hair, and even the skin pores, was unavoidable, working where the two of them did. You couldn't wash off that stink even when there was shower water available, and it didn't blend too well with the cheap glop Wynette would rub on herself to neutralize it. Delilah, it was called, in lotion and cologne forms both, and it was heavy going, like wading through a sea of dying lilies, or a clutch of elderly churchwomen of the kind that populated the Church of Petroleum. Those two smells, the Secret Burgers, the Delilah, were okay if you were really hungry or really horny, or both. But not so sweet otherwise. Fuck, Zeb thought, lying there newly awakened that morning and inhaling the dire potpourri. There's no future in this. Or if there was a future, it was a negative one, because in addition to smelling funny, Wynette was getting nosy. In the name of love and getting to know and understand the real, total him, she wanted to explore his deeper depths, figuratively speaking. She wanted his lid off. If she pried too hard, if she unwrapped one after another of his flimsy cover stories, which he hadn't constructed with enough care, he realized, and he vowed to do better next time he conned someone. If she did the unwrapping, there was nothing very convincing immediately underneath. And then if she kept going, she might make some guesses about where he'd come from and who he'd been originally. And then it would only be a matter of time before she weaseled on him so she could collect whatever Greyland reward must be on offer, out there in the word-of-mouth rat networks of the plebeians. Zeb had no doubt that there was such a reward. There might even be some of his biometrics circulating, such as photos of his ears and animated silhouettes of his walk and his school-time thumbprints. Wynette wasn't connected gang-wise so far as he knew, and luckily she was too poor to own a PC or a tab. But there was cheap net stuff available on time rental in cafes, and she might do some identity surfing if he pissed her off enough. Already, she was beginning to emerge from the initial sex-induced coma created by him through the magic of his first contact with aliens' puppy-on-speed gonadal enthusiasm. Young guys have no taste as such in sexual matters, no discrimination. They're like those penguins that shocked the Victorians. They'll bonk anything with a cavity, and Wynette had been the beneficiary in Zeb's case. Not to brag, but during their nightly tangles her eyes had rolled so far up into her head that she looked like the undead half the time, and the amplified rock band noises she made had caused thumping and banging both from the alcohol store on the ground floor and from whatever nestful of mournful wage slaves lived above them. But now she was mistaking Zeb's animal energies for something more profound. She wanted post-hump chat. She wanted them to share their essences on a spiritual level. She was starting to ask things like, were her breasts big enough? And did this color of lime green look good on her? And why weren't they doing it twice a night the way they did at first? Questions that man-trapped you any way you answered. These nightly interrogation sessions were becoming wearisome. Maybe, Zeb concluded, his feelings for Wynette hadn't been true love after all. Don't look at me like that. I was really young, and don't forget I've been improperly socialized, says Zeb. Look at you like what, says Toby. It's darker than the inside of a goat, you can't see me. I can feel the glacial chill of your stone-cold gaze. I just feel sorry for her, that's all, says Toby. No, you don't. If I'd stayed with her, I wouldn't be here with you, right? Okay, true enough. I withdraw the sorrow. But still, he wasn't a complete shit about it. He left Wynette some cash and a note of undying adoration with a P.S. saying that his life had been threatened because of a dirty deal. He didn't say what kind, and he couldn't bear the thought of putting her in peril because of him. You used that word, says Toby. Peril. She liked romance, says Zeb. Nights and stuff. She had some old paperbacks. They'd been in the room when she rented it, falling apart. And you didn't want to play the night. Not for her, says Zeb. For you, he kisses the tips of her fingers, swords at dawn any time. I can't believe that, says Toby. You've just told me what a liar you are. At least I take the trouble to lie for you, says Zeb. Lying's more work than the bare-naked truth. Think of it as a courtship display. I'm aging badly, I've got wear and tear. I don't have a giant blue dong like our Craker friends out there, so I need to use my wits. What's left of them? Zeb traveled hastily south on the Truckapillar route, coming to rest in the remnants of Santa Monica. The rising sea had swept away the beaches, and the once upmarket hotels and condos were semi-flooded. Some of the streets had become canals, and nearby Venice was living up to its name. The district as a whole was known as the Floating World, and it really was floating most of the time, especially when the full moon brought a spring tide. None of the original owners lived there anymore. Unable to collect insurance for what was the encroaching sea but an act of God, they'd fled uphill. Squatters and transients of many kinds had moved in, though there were no municipal services left. The sewage system and the water mains were kaput, and the electricity had been cut off some time ago. But the district had acquired a raunchy cachet, and middle-aged punters from posher locations on higher ground were willing to venture down to the floating world for the odd dose of bohemian thrill, navigating the drowned streets in tiny, runabout water taxis with solar putt-putt engines on them. They came for the gambling and the illegal substance dealing and the girls, but also for the real-time carny acts that operated from building to crumbling building, moving shop when the premises got too waterlogged, or when a violent storm had swept away yet more of the shoreline and the real estate. Much was on offer in the floating world, profitably so, since none of the operators paid rent or taxes. There was a crap game in progress morning and night, with a revolving set of bleary-eyed players left unsatisfied by online gaming and craving the addictive nerve jangle of potential danger. In addition, they wanted freedom from oversight. They believed that the internet was as full of peepholes as a truck-a-pillar motel, and they didn't want to leave any of their virtual DNA on it. There was a mop-it shop, with a mix of real girls and prostibots, depending on how much pre-programmed interaction you wanted, not that you could always tell the difference. There was a group of street acrobats who did torchlit high-wire acts on ropes strung across the flooded streets, and sometimes fell and broke parts of themselves, such as their necks. The possibility of injury or death was a strong attraction. As the online world became more and more pre-edited and slicked up, and as even its so-called reality sites raised questions about authenticity in the minds of the viewers, the rough, unpolished physical world was taking on a mystic allure. Among the carny acts there was a magician, a sad-eyed guy of maybe 50, with a baggy-kneed suit he must have purloined from a thrift store. There wasn't a lot of margin in what he did. He'd set up a makeshift stage on the rapidly mildewing mezzanine floor of a former platinum-grade hotel, where he manipulated cards and coins and handkerchiefs, and sawed women in half and made them disappear from cabinets and read minds. Those delights had vanished from television and online, since such displays of skill lacked tangibility in the digital realm and were therefore distrusted. How could you tell it wasn't just special effects? But when the floating world magician put a handful of needles into his mouth, you could see they were real needles, and when they emerged threaded, you could touch the thread. And when he threw a pack of cards up into the air, and the ace of spades stayed there on the ceiling, you'd seen that happen in real time, right in front of your eyes. The mezzanine was always crowded on Friday and Saturday nights when the floating world magician put on his shows. He called himself Sleight of Hand, after Alan Slate, a 20th century historian of the Hermetic arts, though few in the audience would know that. Zeb learned it, however, because it was with Sleight of Hand that he found work. He played Lothar, the muscular assistant, clad in a cornball outfit made of faux fur leopard skin. He'd heave the cabinet around, turning it upside down to show there was nothing in it, or he'd place the beautiful girl assistant into the box in which she would be sawn in two. Though sometimes he posed as an audience member, gathering information for the mind-reading act, or expressing amazement and thus distracting attention. In the daytimes he was sent on shopping errands outside the floating world, to where there were many supermarkets and people who were awake during the day. I learned a lot from old Sleight of Hand, Zeb says. How to saw a woman in half. That too, though anyone can saw a woman in half. The trick is to have them smile while you're doing it. I guess that takes mirrors, Toby says, and smoke. I'm sworn to secrecy. Best thing old Slate taught me was misdirection. Make them look at something else away from what you're really doing and you can get away with a lot. Slate called each one of his beautiful assistants misdirection. It was his generic name for them. Maybe he couldn't tell one from another. Maybe not. They didn't interest him in that way. But they had to look good in sequins, not very many sequins. The misdirection of the moment was Katrina Wu, a lynx-eyed Asian fusion hybrid from Palo Alto. I thought of her as Katrina Woo-Woo and tried to get friendly with her. Wynette the Secret Burger's meatslinger had opened up a whole world of possibility, and I was feeling reckless, but misdirection Woo-Woo was having none of it. I held her in my arms every weekend while stuffing her into boxes and cabinets to be sawed and disappeared and laying her out on a table so she could be levitated, and I'd give her the odd squeeze and what I must. V thought was a marrow-melting leer, but she'd hiss at me through her smile. Stop that right now. You do a good hiss. Maybe getting sawed in half was using up all her vital fluids. Nope. One of the high-wire acrobats was taking care of those. During the week when she wasn't working for Sleight of Hand, this guy was teaching her trapeze dancing. The two of them were working on a high-wire strip act. She had a couple of outfits for that. A bird one, a snakeskin one. For the snake act she also had a real snake, some sort of lobotomized python. Its name was March because, according to Miss Woo Woo, March was a month of hope and her python was always hopeful. She appeared to like the thing. She'd drape it around her neck during some of her acts, let it do some writhing on her. I got friendly with March. I used to catch mice for it. I figured those terrorized mice could be a way to the woo-woo heart, but no dice. What is it about women and snakes, says Toby, or women and birds for that matter? We like to think you're wild animals, says Zeb, underneath the decorations. You mean stupid or subhuman. Cut me some slack here. I mean ferociously out of control in a good way. A scaly, feathery woman is a powerful attraction. She's got an edge to her like a goddess, risky, extreme. Okay, we'll split the difference, so then what? Then what was that Katrina Woo-Woo and the high-wire guy took off one day? And March the Python March went with them. That bothered me at the time, not the snakes so much but Miss Woo-Woo, infected as I was by Cupid's festering dart. I confess I moped. I can't imagine you moping, says Toby. I did though. Pain in the butt I was. Not that anyone noticed, so I was mostly a pain in the butt to myself. Word on the street was that Katrina and the trapeze guy had headed east to make their fortune. Couple of years later I found out that they'd used the snakehand bird motif and launched an upmarket gents joint called Scales and Tails. Started small, became a franchise. That was before the sex trades got taken over by the Corps. Like the scales in the sinkhole near the Eddencliff rooftop garden, adult entertainment. You got it, where the gardener kids used to glean leftover wine for making the vinegar. Same franchise. Anyway, saved my ass at a crucial moment, but I'll tell you about that later. Is this going to be about you and that snake woman? You finally scored. I can hardly wait to hear. Was the python in on it too? Ease up. I'm trying to stick with the chronological order here. And hey, not everything's about my sex life. Toby wants to say that a lot of it has been so far, but she refrains. It's not fair to demand the whole story and then object to it. She does realize that. Okay, fire away, she says. After Katrina, Woo-Woo disappeared from the floating world, old sleight of hand wandered away in search of another misdirection, and maybe a more aesthetically attractive performance space that wasn't falling into the water. I was at loose ends, which was most likely good, since being on the lookout for the next best thing, with eyes open and ears pricked. I noticed a couple of guys hanging around who were making too much of an effort to fit in riffraff-wise. You can tell when a man is new to his greasy ponytail, his raggedy stash, and his garish nose jewelry. Too much face fiddling. And their pants were wrong. They hadn't made the mistake of new ones like Chuck, but their rips and tears and smears were too artful. Or that was my judgment. So I was on the next truck-a-pillar I could hitch a ride with. This time, I went all the way down to Mexico. I figured that whatever tentacles the Rev could stretch out weren't likely to reach that far. The hackery, there was a surplus of paranoid drug peddlers in Mexico who assumed that Zeb was a paranoid drug peddler too, and that their interests clashed with his. After a few too many episodes in which men with arcane tattoos and designs of tulips razored onto their scalps gave him the full frontal scowl, plus a couple of near misses with knives to make things clear, he moved down the map, shedding spare change all the way. For incidentals he paid cash only. He didn't want to leave a cyber trail, even the cyber trail of someone named John, and then Roberto, and then Diaz. From Cozumel he hopped through the Caribbean islands, then over to Colombia. But although he further honed the skill of drinking with strangers in bars, and survived those lessons and a few others, nothing in Bogotá held any possibilities for him, in addition to which, he stood out too much. Rio was another story. Its nickname then was the Hackery. That was before the mini-drone raids and the electrical grid sabotage events that sent the truly serious operators, those who'd survived, into the Cambodian jungles to set up shop anew. But Rio then was at its zenith. It was said to be the Wild West of the web, filled with youthful bristle-faced black-hat cyber hustlers of every possible nationality. There were hordes of potential customers. Businesses were spying on businesses. Politicians were setting nets for other politicians. And then there were the military interests. These paid the most of all, though they also did a moderately full security check on prospective employees, and Zeb didn't want that. But all in all, Rio was a seller's market. Quick hands for hire, no questions asked, and no matter what you looked like you'd blend in down there as long as you looked odd enough. He was out of practice keyboard-wise, considering the time he'd spent slinging meat, aiding sleight of hand, ogling misdirection, and python wrestling, but it didn't take him long to get his flexibility back. Then he went looking for work. He found an opening suitable to his talents within a week. His first employer was Wristbones, an outfit that specialized in the hacking of electronic voting machines. That had been easy in the first decade of the century and also profitable. If you controlled the machines, you could slip in whichever candidate you wanted, as long as the real vote was close to being split. But outrage had been expressed and fusses had been made, and the appearance of democracy was still considered worth preserving back then. So firewalls had been installed and the pickwork was now more complex. It was also boring, sort of like crocheting, working through the fairly elementary lacework that was more for show than for actual prevention. You could zizz off on the job trying to interest yourself. So when he had an offer from Hacksaw Inc., he took it, a little too rapidly as it turned out. He wasn't drunk at the time, but vodka was involved. That, and a lot of backslapping and loud comradely laughs and compliments. The pickup was made by 3 suave guys, one with large hands and another with large money. The third was probably the eliminator. He didn't say much. Hacksaw was located on a joyboat moored off Rio and posing as an anything-goes sex bazaar. Not just a pose either, because you could get everything there from chicken soup to nuts, on or off the bone, screams for sale extra. He spent a nervous 4 weeks on that Death Star working for a pod of seedy Russian pussy smugglers, who were tiring of the whininess and bleediness and need to feed of their human merchandise, and were aiming to supplement their income in ways that required less soft tissue. They put Zeb to work hacking into online patching coppoker for skimming purposes, and it was a mite stressful because, said the other code slaves, the Hacksaw folk were known to heave you into the luminous krill if they thought you were taking too long unraveling the digital embroidery, or else if you were befriending the software. Misusing it was fine, so long as not much in the way of merchandise was damaged, since damage was a privilege reserved for paying customers. A few weekly free-time coupons for hackstaff were included in the pay packet, along with some complimentary gambling chips and the meals and drinks. But sentimental attachments were strictly off-limits. The sex bazaar side of the hacksaw business was beyond tawdry, especially the kids. They were lifting them from the favelas on a limited time-use basis, turning them over, and fish-fooding them at a fast clip. That part was too close to the Rev and his child-rearing practices for Zeb's tastes, and he must have let that show because the cordiality of the jovial comrades was waning rapidly. After working only a month of his contract, he'd managed to sneak a go-fast boat by sharing a few vodkas with the Russian guard, and then whacking him and pocketing his identity and overboarding him. That was the first time he'd killed anyone, and it was too bad for the guard, a none-too-bright bullethead who should have known better than to trust a callow though not small and, by definition, considering he was working for Hacksaw devious youth like Zeb. He took a few lines of Hacksaw code with him and a few passwords. Those could come in handy. He also took one of the girls. He'd sweet-talked her into acting as his very own misdirection. He used his coupons to book an hour of her time, then got her to walk past the booze-addled guard in what passed for her nightie, some shred of cheeseclothy fabric, looking just seductive enough and just furtive enough. Where you going? To get the coconut brain to turn his head. Zeb could have left the girl on the joyboat, but he felt sorry for her. The comrades would figure out that she'd acted the decoy. Wittingly or unwittingly, they wouldn't care, and they'd mash her like a potato. She was only on the boat because she'd been lured away from her hometown in Rust Bucket, Michigan by spurious enticements and a few chunks of third-rate flattery. She'd been told she had talent. She'd been told the job was dancing. He hadn't been so thick as to take the go-fast boat to a regular marina. The comrades might already have noticed the 2 absences, 3, including the guard, and be on the prowl. He docked at one of the shore hotels and hid the girl behind an ornamental fountain until he could gain entrance to the corridors by booking a room with the guard's identity. Then he worked out the master code, snuck into a well-stocked bedroom, and lifted some clothes for her, and a shirt for himself as well. Too small, but he rolled up the sleeves. He left a threatening misdirection note scrawled on the bathroom mirror in soap. "I come back later. Revenge." Chances were that 9/10 of the guys staying in places like that would have at least one violent and resentful thug in their past, and would thus leave the hotel rapidly without complaining about their missing wardrobe items, or their car keys, or their car. Once they were far enough away, he found a net cafe where he could lillipad to one of his 0.09% secret stashes, then transfer a lump of that to a different account and pay it out to himself, after which he erased all traces. Then he borrowed another car that just happened to be available. People were careless. So far, so good, but then there was the girl. Her name was Minta, which made him think of organic chewing gum. Fresh, green. She'd held firm during their escape. She hadn't lost her nerve. She'd been silent. Most likely she'd also been in shock because she hadn't lasted. There was decay from the inside, whether mental or physical he couldn't tell. She was all right when they were in view, on the street or in a store. She could act normal for short periods. But when they were inside, in this room or that room, or even in a car, zigzagging their way north and west, she would spend the time at her 2 specialties, crying hopelessly and staring vacantly. Television was no distraction for her, nor was sex. Understandably enough, she didn't want Zeb to touch her, though out of gratitude and as a form of payment she offered anything he might want in the way of his being touched himself. "So you took her up on it," Toby says, keeping her voice light. "How can she be jealous of such a wreck, such a wraith?" "No, as a matter of fact," Zeb says. "No joy in that. Might as well hire a prostibot wank robot in a mall. It was more fun for me to tell her she didn't have to. After that she did let me hug her a little. I thought it might calm her down, but it only made her shiver." Minta started hearing things, stealthy footsteps, heavy breathing, a metallic clanking sound, and she was frightened every time she went out of whatever squalid hotel room they were staying in. Zeb could have afforded classier lodgings, but it was better to keep to the deep pleblands in the shadows. Sad to say, Minta ended by jumping off a balcony in San Diego. He wasn't in the room at the time. He'd been out getting her a coffee, but he saw the crowd gathering and heard the siren, which meant he had to leave town in a hurry to avoid the investigation, if any, which in turn meant that his description might be top of the list as a murder suspect, supposing the authorities decided to follow up, which increasingly they didn't. Anyway, where would they start? Minta had no identity. He'd abandoned nothing of his. He made a point of taking everything with him whenever he left a room, but who knows if there were security cameras anywhere near. Not likely in the Pleep Shadowlands, but you never knew. He made it up to Seattle, where he took a quick peek into the berth of Venus Zephyr Dropbox he shared with Adam. There was a message for him. "Confirm you're still in the body." Adam sometimes echoed the Rev's speech patterns in a creepy way. "In whose body?" Zeb posted in reply. It was an old joke of his. He always used to make fun of that pious no longer in the body funeral talk of the Revs. He made that joke so Adam would know it was really him, not some decoy impersonator. In fact, Adam had most likely planted that in-body query on purpose because he'd know Zeb couldn't resist it, whereas a fake Zeb would just give a straight answer. Adam was usually a few twists ahead of the curve. His next move was up to Whitehorse. He'd heard about Bearlift in a Rio bar and figured it would be a good place to hide out, since nobody would be expecting him to go there. Not Hacksaw, who had a score to settle. They'd look for him in some other hacker's hotspot such as Goa. And not the Rev either. Zeb had never shown the least interest in wildlife. So that, says Zeb, is how I wound up on the Mackenzie Mountain Barrens wearing a bear skin and jumping onto a trail biker and getting mistaken for Bigfoot the Sasquatch. Understandable, says Toby. They might have thought that even without the bear skin. You being snarky. It's a compliment. I'll mull that over. Anyway, I wasn't sad about the way it turned out. Fast forward to Whitehorse again. There he was, washed, dressed, and in his right mind, supposing there was such a thing. He was avoiding the Bearlift headquarters and the usual drinking holes because those people thought he was dead, and why would he want to sacrifice the advantages that non-existence can bring? So he was spending a fair amount of time in the motel room eating faux peanut objects and sending out for pizza and watching pay-per-view, never mind what, and trying to figure out his next move. Where to go from Whitehorse? How to get out? What was his next incarnation of choice? Also, he was wondering who set Chuck up to stick that needle into him. Which of the several parties with an interest in his ill-being would use an inept, a sombrero dink like Chuck as their choice of poison dart launcher? Cold dish he existed in two states, his actual camouflaged mode, an interface with a bogus name, and in his previous guise, fried to a crisp in a Thopter crash. Pity about that, some might say, but very convenient for others, and convenient for himself as well. But he didn't want Adam to think he was dead. There'd been a long communications hiatus during the Bearlift caper, so he needed to make contact before news of that kind leaked out. He put on all his clothes, including the aviator helmet, the fake goose-down puffy jacket, and the sunglasses, and made a foray to one of the two local net cafes, a tidy operation called Cub's Corner that served turgid organic soy beverages and undercooked giant muffins. He ordered both. Eating the local foods was a principle of his. Then he paid cash for a half hour of net time and sent a message to Adam via the Zephyr Dropbox. Some shithead tried to mort me. Everyone thinks I'm effing dead. He picked up the answer in 10 minutes. Renouncing profanity will improve your digestion. Stay dead. May have job opportunity. Get to New York area ASAP. Connect with me then. Okay, get me job check id, he sent back. Why will be waiting, Adam replied. Where was he? No clue about that. But he must have landed in a place where he felt safe or safe enough. That was a relief to Zeb. Losing Adam would be like losing an arm and a leg. And the top part of his head. He went back to his motel room and thought through the logistics of getting himself to New York. As a dead person, and with the aid of the temporary patchwork he'd put together, he might chance the bullet train once he'd truck a pillard as far as, say, Calgary. But the main puzzle was still bothering him. Who'd wanted to nab him via Chuck? He tried to narrow it down. First of all, who could have figured out where he was? Fingered him at Bearlift. By that time his name was Devlon, and before that it was Larry, and before that Kyle. He didn't look much like a Kyle, but sometimes it was better to go countertype. And he'd been through at least 6 earlier names. He'd bought the better part of the identities on the grayer-than-gray market, and there was no upside for those guys to sell him out. They had their businesses to run. They had to maintain customer confidence. And anyway they wouldn't have been able to pinpoint a buyer for him. To them he was just one more shirker on the run from bad debts, or rapacious wives, or embezzlement from a corp, or IP theft, or robbing a convenience store, or a string of psycho murders involving cross-dressing and crowbars. They didn't care what. They'd do a preliminary ask, they pretended to have standards and ethics, no baby fuckers, and he'd serve them up some platters of refried bullshit they both knew was crap. But it was polite to exchange this kind of fuel, just like they'd say, happy to help and so forth, which meant, let's see the cash. So for any cybersleuth to pry him out of his layers of fake shell would have meant the expenditure of considerable resources. He'd covered his trail well enough unless they'd known exactly where to look. Whoever it was would need to be very motivated. He more or less ruled out wristbones because what did he have on them that could mess them up if leaked? Voting machine hacking was an open secret, but though there was grumbling in the so-called press, nobody really wanted to go back to the old paper system, and the corp that owned the machines picked the winners and took the kickbacks had done a lunar PR job, so anyone who objected too much was smeared as a twisted commie bent on spoiling everyone's fun, even the fun of those who weren't having any fun, but spoiling the fun they might have later, their fun in the sky. So he was no threat to wristbones, because even if he did try to rouse some sort of moldy civil society rabble, anyone who'd listen to him would be credited with a terminal case of brain herpes. If he'd been crazy, he might have tried to double-hack the machine's code in his own virtual senator or something, just as a demo project about how easy it was. But you weren't crazy, says Toby. I might have done it for the lulz if I'd had the time. It would have been one of those ephemeral pranks by which sulky keyboard geniuses like me used to signal their ineffectual objections to the system. So, not wristbones then, says Toby. Must have been hacksaw. They had a case for payback, says Zeb. I'd fish-footed their guard, pilfered their boat, Robin Hooded one of their maidens in distress, but worse, I'd made them look sloppy. I could see them wanting to stage manage a public example of me, string me up in chains from a bridge or similar, minus a leg and all my blood, turn me into a gristled display. But in order to capitalize on the publicity, they'd have to reveal what I'd done to them, so they'd still lose face. Anyway, I couldn't see them tracking me as far as Bearlift, way up there in Whitehorse. It was very far from Rio, and most likely they thought it was covered with snow and igloos, if they ever thought about it at all. But more than that, I couldn't see a tight-ass like Chuck working for those guys. I couldn't even picture them in the same bar together. The hacksaw types needed to be in a bar with you before they'd take you on, and Chuck didn't compute. He had the wrong wardrobe. None of the hacksaw guys would be caught dead hiring a guy with such dorky pants. The more he thought about Chuck, about the yucky clean chuckiness of Chuck, the more he figured that was the key. The smarmy friendliness, the fake white-toothed geniality. He had to be Church of Petroleum, but no way the Rev and his buds, even hired professional buds, could have tracked Zeb through all his twists and turns. Just no fucking way. Then he figured he was looking at the whole thing backwards. The Rev and the whole church and their religious joined at the hippers like the known fruits and their political pals. They were all death on eco-freaks. Their ads featured stuff like a cute little blonde girl next to some particularly repellent threatened species, such as the Suriname toad or the great white shark, with a slogan saying, "This," or "this," implying that all cute little blonde girls were in danger of having their throats slit so the Suriname toads might prosper. By extension, anyone who liked smelling the daisies and having daisies to smell and eating mercury-free fish, and who objected to giving birth to three-eyed infants via the toxic sludge in their drinking water, was a demon-possessed satanic minion of darkness, hell-bent on sabotaging the American way and God's holy oil, which were one and the same. And Bearlift, despite its fuzzy reasoning and its clumsy delivery system, was in a geographical area where more oil might well be discovered, or through which it might well be piped, with the usual malfunctions, spills, and cover-ups. So naturally, the Rev and his circle would have tried to infiltrate Bearlift, which was none too choosy about who it let in. Chuck must have been a true petroleum believer, sent there to keep an eye on the furfuckers and report on the evils they were concocting. He wouldn't have been looking for Zeb in particular, though when he stumbled across him he would have recognized him. He'd been close to the Rev then, family picture sharing, the ungrateful son. But you the son I wish I'd had. Sigh, wistful smile, hand on shoulder, gruff manly pat-pat like that. The rest would have followed. The snitch report by Chuck, the instructions from the Rev, the obtaining of the knockout needle, the failed attempt in the thopter, the flaming wreckage. Which made Zeb feel angry all over again. He put on all his clothes once more and sallied forth to send another batch of messages. This time he used the other net cafe in town, Prestathumbs, a seedier place in a mini-mall. It was right next to a haptic feedback remote sex emporium called The Real Feel. The Real Feel, the real deal. Keep it safe. Thrills, spills, no microbes. But he resisted nostalgia and walked past The Real Feel and logged on at Thumbs. First he sent a message to the ranking elder at the Church of Petroleum, attaching the Rev's embezzlement data, and informing him that the actual cash would be found not in the Canary Islands Grand Cayman bank account, where it actually was, but in the form of stocks, in a metal box buried under Trudy's rock garden. He advised the elder to take not only 6 men with shovels, but also a team of security minions armed with tasers, as the Rev was armed and could be dangerous. He signed the message Argus. The 100-eyed giant from Greek mythology, that was him. There were pictures of the guy on the same site that hosted the birth of Venus. Not that having 100 eyes made you attractive from an aesthetic point of view. There was a goddess on there with 100 tits, yet another illustration of the fact that more is not always better. Having ruined, he hoped, the Rev's upcoming evening, he cleaned out the Rev's secret Cayman account. He'd peeked at it from time to time during his travels to make sure the Rev had followed instructions and was leaving it alone. Yup, it was all still there. He transferred the whole works to an account he'd set up for Adam under the name of Rick Bartleby, for whom he'd also created a convincing identity. Rick was an undertaker in Christchurch, New Zealand. He left Adam a message saying he'd find an account number and a password and a big surprise via the right nipple of Venus. It did him good to picture Adam clicking, finally, on a nipple. He felt it was only right to send a message to Bearlift as well. Let them know they'd been infiltrated by Chuck. Say maybe they should do more of a background check on smarmy rear lickers who turned up out of the blue, especially in new clothes with too many pockets, and maybe alert them to the fact that not everyone found them and their furfucking ways as charming as they found themselves. He signed that message Bigfoot, which he regretted as soon as he'd hit send. It was a little too close to a hint. Then he went back to his crappy motel and sat in the bar where they had a flat screen and waited for results from the Revorama show. Sure enough, the discovery of the bones and shreds of Fenella made the evening TV news all over the country. There was the Rev, covering his face while being led away. There was Trudy, sweet as a milkshake, dabbing at her eyes, saying she'd had no idea and how frightening to have been living all these years with a ruthless killer. Smart play, points to Trudy. There was no way they could pin anything on her. By that time she must have known about the Rev's secret stash of cash. The elders would have questioned her about the embezzled funds and guessed he'd been planning to ditch her. To head out to an offshore safe house, where he could do some basking and some fondling of underage children or some flaying of them, whichever appealed to him at the moment. Because of course she'd known about his twistiness all along, but she'd chosen not to know. He got into his winter layers again and hiked to Cub's Corner, where he sent another message to Adam, a short one, just the URL for where the news item on the arrest was to be found. Adam would surely be pleased. With the Rev out of commission or at least seriously curtailed, both of them could breathe a little easier. But he needed to leave Whitehorse immediately. The criminal justice folks or equivalent could be trying to trace the message he'd sent to the petroleum elder, and if they succeeded, they'd start sifting through Whitehorse, which wasn't huge. They wouldn't be looking for Zeb as such, he was dead, but any looking would be bad looking, and it wouldn't take them long to crosshair his position. Maybe they already had. He was getting a bad feeling about that, so he didn't go back to the motel. Instead, he loped out to the nearest highway truck-a-pillar stop and hopped a convoy. Once in Calgary, he was able to slide himself onto the sealed bullet train, and after a couple of changes, and before you could say maybe I just did a really stupid thing, he was in New York. A really stupid thing, says Toby. Turning the Rev in and grabbing all his money maybe wasn't so bright, says Zeb. He must have guessed then that I wasn't really dead. You know what they say about revenge, it's a dish that should be eaten cold, meaning you shouldn't do it out of anger because you'll fuck it up. But you didn't, says Toby, fuck it up. It was almost a fuck-up, but I was lucky, says Zeb. Look, here comes the moon, some people would call that romantic. Sure enough, there it is, rising above the trees to the east, almost full, almost red. Why is it always such a surprise, thinks Toby, the moon. Even though we know it's coming. Every time we see it, it makes us pause and hush. Blacklight Headlamp New York was on the Jersey Shore, or what was now the shore. Not many people lived in Old New York anymore, though it was officially a no-go zone and thus a no-rent zone, so a few denizens were still willing to take their chances in the disintegrating, waterlogged, derelict buildings. Not Zeb, though. He didn't have webbed feet and a death wish, and New York, though no paradise, had more people in it and therefore more background and cover. More of a crowd to blend into. Once arrived, he ducked into a shoddy soft pretzel-infested net cafe and sent a checking-in message to Adam, plan A, yay, what's plan B? Then cooled his heels while Adam took his time, wherever the fuck he was, whatever the fuck he was up to. His latest terse communication had read merely "Coo soon." Zeb had gone to ground in an erstwhile high-life, pool-enabled, party-roomed condo complex called Starburst, after a firework perhaps, but at present suggestive of charred interstellar debris. Starburst had reached its half-life some time ago. The once expensive iron scrollwork gate served mainly as a dogwhittle station, and the moldy, leaking buildings had been turned into divided space unit rentals. These hosted a coral reef ecosystem of dailers and addicts and pilot fish and drunks and hookers and pyramid scheme fly-by-nighters and jackals and shell gamers and rent gougers, all parasitizing one another. Meanwhile, the Starburst owners dodged the needed repairs and waited for the next spin cycle. First, the low-rent artists would move in, full of piss and vinegar and resentment, and the delusion that they could change the world. Then the startup designers and graphics companies, hoping a sheen of grubby cool would rub off on them. After that would come the questionable jean peddler storefronts and the fashion pimps and pseudo-galleries and latest thing restaurant openings, with molecular mix fusion involving dry ice and lab meat and corn, and daring little garnishes of dwindling species. Starling's tongue pâté had been a fad of late, in such places. The Starburst owners were most likely a bunch of guys who'd cashed in via some supercorp and wanted to fool around in real estate. Once the Starling's tongue pâté phase had kicked in, they'd knock down the decaying unit rentals and erect a whole batch of new limited shelf-life upmarket condos. But Starburst was nowhere near that sweet spot yet, so Zeb was safe there as long as he minded his own business, and shambled enough so anyone looking would think he was just another brain-damaged stoner. He stayed away from everyone and anything, because he didn't want to attract any Chuck-like infiltrators. He knew from his dips into the news that, although the Rev was awaiting trial, he was out on bail and issuing statements about his innocence. He was the victim of an anti-religion and anti-oleum left-wing cabal that had kidnapped and murdered his saintly first wife, Fenella, and then had maliciously spread the rumor that she'd run away to partake of an immoral life, which, since the Rev had believed it, had been an ongoing torture to him. This dastardly cabal had then planted Fenella in the Rev's yard for the sole purpose of casting dirt upon his name, and of sullying the reputation of the holy oleum itself. The Rev on bail would therefore be living in his house, and would thus have access to his Church of Petroleum network, if not the true believers, who were no doubt shunning him because of the embezzlement charges, then at least the more cynical wing, the ones who were in it for the money. And he'd be filled to the brim with cold, rancorous vengefulness, because he would deeply suspect who was to blame for the tip-off about Fenella's pitiful bones turning to plant nutrients in his rock garden. Meanwhile, Main Chance Trudy had sold an autobiographical plaint and was doing numerous online interviews. How deceived she'd been by the Rev, having been convinced when she married him that he was a grieving widower dedicated to the greater good, and she so much wanted to be a partner in his pious works, and a mother to Fenella's son, little Adam. No wonder that young man could not be found, as he was very sensitive and would hate the glare of publicity as much as she did. How shattering it had been to awaken to the truth of the Rev's murderous nature. Since learning of it, she'd prayed for Fenella's soul and begged her forgiveness, even though she'd had no idea at the time about what had really happened. Because, like everyone else, she, Trudy, had believed the story about Fenella running off with some trashy Tex-Mex or other. She is ashamed of herself for having been so falsely judgmental. And now some of her very own church members, people she'd thought of as brothers and sisters, were refusing to speak to her, and had even accused her of having been in on the Rev's gory and larcenous activities all along. Only her faith had seen her through this testing and trying ordeal, and she longed for just one glimpse of her beloved lost son, Zebulon, who had strayed from the path, and no wonder, considering what sort of a father he had. But she prayed for him, wherever he was. That beloved lost son fully intended to stay lost, though the temptation to hack into one of Trudy's online weepies and impersonate a ghostly spirit voice and denounce her was very great. A fine line of DNA he'd inherited, a psychopath of a con artist for a dad, a selfish liar of a mother with an obsessive love of pelf. He could only hope that, in addition to her narcissism and greed, Trudy was secretly a skanky cheat who'd pulled a fast one on the Rev, and had it off with a dark stranger in the garden tool shed. If so, it was possibly from his real, nameless father, an itinerant spade and sod artist prone to bonking the beringed and bebangled wives of his upper-echelon clients, that Zeb had inherited his more dubious talents. Babe charming, the knack for sneaking in and out of windows both real and virtual, discretion as the better part of valor, and a not always reliable cloak of invisibility. Maybe that's why the Rev hated Zeb so much. He knew Trudy had saddled him with a cuckoo in the nest, but he couldn't get back at her directly because of their shared digging activities. He had to either kill her or put up with her and her sluttish ways. If only Zeb had thought to purloin some of the Rev's DNA, a few hairs or toenail clippings, then he could get the tests done and set his mind at rest. Or not. But at least he'd be sure of his parentage, one way or the other. No doubt about Adam, though, a definite Rev resemblance there, though refined by the contribution of Fenella, of course. The poor girl was most likely a pious type, scrubbed hands, no nail polish, pulled-back hairdo, white panties devoid of trim, longing to do good and help people. A sitting ducky. His warpiness had no doubt sold her on the idea that she would be a precious helpmeet to him, and that this was a higher calling, though he'd have told her that one must forego joy and pleasure as such in the service of him and his mission. Zeb guessed he'd have had no patience with the female orgasm. Crappy sex the two of them must have had, in any normal terms. This was what Zeb thought about while watching daytime TV in his dank starburst lair, or tossing on his lumpy, stained mattress while listening to the shouting and screaming going on outside his flimsily locked door. Animal spirits, drug-induced hilarity, hatred, fear, craziness. There were gradations to screams. It was the ones that stopped in the middle that you had to worry about. Finally, Adam came through. A meet-up address, a time, and some instructions about what to wear. No red, no orange. A plain brown t-shirt if possible. No green. It was a politically charged color, what with the vendetta against eco-freaks. The address was a nondescript happy-cuppa in New Astoria, not too near the semi-submerged and dangerously unstable buildings of the waterfront. Zeb sat crammed in behind one of the shishi little happy-cuppa tables, on one of the teensy chairs that reminded him of kindergarten. He hadn't fitted into those chairs either, nursing his happy cappuccino and fortifying himself with half a Jolt bar, and wondering what sort of spitball Adam was about to toss his way. He'd have a job lined up for Zeb, otherwise he wouldn't be calling for a meet. But what sort of job? Worm picker. Night watchman at a puppy mill. What order of contacts might Adam have been cultivating wherever he had been? Adam had hinted that he'd use an intermediary as the meetup courier, and Zeb worried about safety. The two of them had always been wary about trusting anyone except each other. True, Adam would be cautious, but he was methodical, and methodology could give you away. The only sure camouflage was unpredictability. From his cramped chair, Zeb eyed the entering customers, hoping to spot the courier. Was it this blonde hermaphrodite in the halter top and sequined three-horned headdress? He hoped not. This plump, gum-chewing woman with the cream-colored shorts and the wedgie and the retro cinch belt. She looked too vacuous, though vacuousness was a nearly foolproof disguise, at least for girls. Was it this mild, geeky-looking boy of the type that would someday machine-gun an auditorium full of his pimply fellow classmates? Nope, not him either. But suddenly, surprise, there was Adam himself. It startled Zeb to see him materialize in the chair opposite, which had been empty just the moment before. Ectoplasmic, you could say. Adam looked like a passport photo of himself, one that was already fading to light and shadow. It was as if he'd returned from the dead. He had that glowing eyeball thing about him. His t-shirt was beige, his baseball cap sloganless. He'd bought himself a hapamacha to make it seem as if this was just two oddfellow buddies taking a break from their nerd work, or else doing a meeting about some startup doomed to implode like a drowning blimp. Hapamacha and Adam didn't go together. Zeb was curious to see if he'd actually drink any of the stuff, something so impure. "Don't raise your voice," were the first words Adam spoke. Not 2 seconds back in Zeb's life, and already he was giving orders. "I was thinking of fucking yelling," said Zeb. He waited to be told not to use profanity, but Adam didn't take the bait. Zeb stared at him. There was something different. His eyes were just as round and blue, but his hair was paler. Could it be turning white? There was a new beard, too, also pale. "Nice to see you, too," he added. Adam smiled, a flicker of a smile. "You'll be going into Healthwiser West near San Francisco," he said. "As a data inputter, I've fixed it up. When you leave here, pick up the shopping bag beside your left knee. Everything you'll need is in there. You'll have to get the scans and prints inserted in the id. I've put the address for that. And you'll need to scrap the old id, delete anything online, but I don't have to tell you that." "Where have you been anyway?" said Zeb. Adam smiled in that maddening, saintly way he had. Butter wouldn't melt, it never had melted. "Classified," he said. "Other lives involved." That was the kind of thing that made Zeb long to put a toad in his bed. "Right," slap my wrist. "Okay, what's this Healthwiser West and what am I supposed to be doing in there?" "It's a compound," said Adam. "Research and innovation. Drugs, the medical kind, enriched vitamin supplements, materials for transgenic splices and gene enhancement, specifically the hormone blends and simulators. It's a powerful corp. There are a lot of top brains there." "How'd you get me in?" said Zeb. "I have some new acquaintances," said Adam, continuing his non-stop "I know more than you" smile. "They'll watch out for you, you'll be safe." He looked past Zeb's shoulder, then at his watch, or he appeared to look at his watch. Zeb knew a good piece of misdirection when he saw it. Adam was scanning the room, checking for shadows. "Cut the bullshit," said Zeb. "You want me to do something for you." Adam held his smile. "You'll be a blacklight headlamp," he said. "Be extra careful checking in online once you're there. Oh, and there's a new Dropbox and a new gateway into it. Don't return to that Zephyr site, it may have been compromised." "What's a blacklight headlamp?" said Zeb. But Adam had already stood up and straightened his beige tee and was halfway to the door. He hadn't drunk any of his hapamacha, so Zeb obligingly drank it for him. An unconsumed hapamacha might raise eyebrows in a plebe like this, where only pimps had money to burn. Zeb took his time getting back to Starburst. The back of his neck prickled all the way there. He was so sure he was being watched, but nobody tried to mug him. Once inside his door, he looked up blacklight headlamp on his most recent cheap toss-at-will cell phone. Blacklight was a novelty item from the first decades of the century, he was told. It let you see in the dark, or it let you see some things in the dark. Eyeballs, teeth, white bedsheets, glow-in-the-dark hair gel fog. As for headlamp, it was what it said. Bicycle shops sold them and camping suppliers. Not that anyone really went camping anymore except inside derelict buildings. Thanks a pile, Adam thought. Zeb. That is so fucking instructive. Then he opened Adam's shopping bag. There was his new skin, all neatly laid out for him. What he had to do now was truck a pillar over to San Francisco and then crawl into it. Intestinal parasites, the game. Adam's preparations had been thorough. There was a burn this to-do list, and a big envelope stuffed with cash because Zeb would need some to pay off the gray marketeer designated to fake his passes. There was plastic as well, so Zeb could get himself the kind of wardrobe Adam thought he should have. He'd supplied descriptions: casual geekwear, with brown cord pants and neutral TS and plaid shirts, brown and gray, and a pair of round-eyed glasses that didn't magnify anything. As for the footgear, the recommendation was trainers with so much rubber cross-strapping Zeb would look like a gay Morris dancer or some fugitive from a session of Robin Hood cosplay. Hat, a steampunk bowler from the 2010s. Those were back in style. Though how would Adam know that? He'd never appeared to take any interest in investments, but no interest was of course an interest. He must have been noting what other people wore so he could not wear it himself. Zeb's assigned name was Seth. A little biblical joke of Adam's. Seth meant appointed, as they were both aware, since they'd had the main biblical names and stories drilled into their skulls with a figurative screwdriver. Seth was the third son of Adam and Eve, deputized to take the place of the murdered Abel, who wasn't entirely dead, however, because he still had talking blood that cried out from the ground. So Seth was replacing the departed and presumed dead Zeb. By appointment, courtesy of Adam. Very funny. Adam requested that Zeb/Seth test the new chatroom before entering Healthwiser, and then check in once a week to signal he was still walking the planet. So the next day, while making his circuitous way to the gray marketeer to get his prints and iris scans inserted into his fake docs, he chose a net cafe at random and followed the lily-pad trail laid out for him by Adam. "Memorize, then destroy," said the note, as if Zeb was a fucking idiot. The main gateway was a BioGeek challenge game called Extinctathon. Monitored by MaddAddam, it said. Adam named the living animals, MaddAddam names the dead ones. "Do you want to play?" Zeb entered the code name supplied to him by Adam's spirit bear and the password, which was shoelaces, and found himself inside the game. It seemed to be a variant of animal, vegetable, mineral. Using obscure clues provided by your opponent, you had to guess the identities of various extirpated beetles, fish, plants, skinks, and so forth. A roll call of the already erased. It was a certified yawner. Even the corpse would be put to sleep by this one, Plus, they'd have no clue as to most of the answers. As to be fair, Zeb himself did not, despite his time spent with the bearlifters and their obscure forms of one-upmanship. You haven't heard of Stellar's sea cow, really. Tiny, self-satisfied smirk. 5 minutes inside Extinctathan, and any self-respecting core man would run screaming in search of alcoholic beverages. A terminally boring game was almost as effective as a vacuous stare, disguise-wise. Plus, they'd never think there was anything hidden inside a location that was right out in the open and so obviously ecofreakish. Instead, they'd be combing through Bimplant ads and sites where you could